Hey guys, I hope you're all well. Today we will start to see a new story called The New Demon King is the Son of Goku. A story that will take place after the movie Dragon Ball Super Hero, where Piccolo and Gohan already have their new transformations, in addition to Goku already having control of Ultra Superior Perfect, and Vegeta with his superior ego. In addition to this story, there will be some elements of Super Dragon Ball heroes, so let's begin the story of the Son of Goku. Well, having said all that, I think you leave a lot of likes and comments if you want the continuation of this story. After all that, grab your popcorn and your Coke and let's see this incredible story. It has been about a year since the Tournament of Power and a few months after the battle between Goku and Vegeta, who had merged to face Frieza in his black form. After all these events, the land was safe once more, but there was one thing that could break the peace. In Universe 6. Currently in the 6th universe, it was possible to see Vados and Anya, who was responsible for caring for guiding the Champa god of destruction of his universe. But one thing was different with Anya, as she was never one to be very sentimental. But there was a being, a warrior who had awakened her feminine desire, being Son Goku, the strongest warrior in the 7th universe. Vados thought, since the day of the Tournament of Power, I can't stop thinking about Son Goku. I've never felt this way before in all my thousands of years. But for the first time in my life, I think I'm feeling what the mortals call it passion or love. That's weird, but not in a bad way, but in a good way, thought the Anja as she sat in front of the lake of the God of Destruction's planet, as she was alone while Champa was sleeping. Vados continues, but even though I feel all this for him, I know that I can never have him by my side, because he is married and lives in another universe. The Anja thought in a kind of depressive tone, just thinking that she could never be by her side, the man she loves. While the Anja had some thoughts about everything, mainly Son Goku, she ends up hearing a voice as low as a whisper, with an idea that could make her happy, even if she can't keep Goku by her side. The mysterious voice whispered, even if you can't have this mortal by your side, you could have a child with him, couldn't you? It would make you stand by his side indirectly or simply have a part of him by your side forever, whispered the mysterious voice in Vados' ear, who upon hearing such words quickly turned around and looked around but didn't see anyone, and even closing her eyes, Vados did not sanctify the presence of anyone on the planet of Champa other than his own presence and that of Lord Champa. Vados said, but what was that? Whose voice will this be? No, I think that voice was in my head. I can only be going crazy, said to Anja, trying to feel the presence of someone on the planet of Champa, but can't find anything. After seeing that there was no one on the planet on the God of Destruction, Vados returned to sit on the edge of the lake, but even Vados thought that the mysterious voice was something in her head. She began to reflect on those words. Vados thought, having a child with Son Goku? If I had a child with him, I wouldn't feel this way, and I would kind of have Goku by my side, even though it's not him himself. But how could I have a child with Goku? I don't think he would betray his wife to be with me, thought the Anja as she looked at the crystal clear lake, and soon had a brilliant idea of how she could have a child with Goku without him having to betray his wife. Vados said, that's it, I have a way of having a child with Goku without having to do the mating act with him, and that way it wouldn't be a betrayal. But for that, I'm going to need the help of my brother Whis, and he will help me anyway. The Anja said excitedly, determined and slightly annoyed at the thought of her brother, because she didn't know whether or not he would help her, as Whis had a debt with Vados, a debt that she could collect at that very moment. Vados said, I will immediately go after my brother, but first I have to wake up Mr. Champa and convince him to go to the 7th universe. In reality, this is very easy. Just say that we will go to the 7th universe, and there, he can eat the Earthling's food, and then he'll get up quickly. He spoke to the Anja with a huge smile on his face, just thinking that in a short time she could have a child with her beloved Goku. Already decided on what she was going to do at that moment, Vados got up with a huge smile on her face and went towards where Champa was sleeping, but something she didn't realize was that there was a being in the shadows of the forest on the planet of Champa that was watching at Vados at all times. The mysterious being thought, the master was right. And Anja, the strongest being in each universe, is in love with a mortal and is now interested in having a baby with him. That's great, because this child will be responsible for freeing all the beings from my race, and maybe that child will be our new king, thought the mysterious being who was wearing a black cloak that covered almost his entire body. But it was possible to see some traces of that mysterious being, who apparently had a bluish skin just like an angel, only had some red marks on his arm. The mysterious being said, Well, now that my mission has been planted from Vados, having the desire to have a child with a mortal being, the one who was the only one to possess the power of Ultra Instinct, has been completed. It's time for me to go back. I don't want that the Anja come out of her happy state and find me," said the mysterious being, soon turning and leaving. But before he entered the portal created by himself, he ended up seeing a fish inside a kind of staff with water. The mysterious being thought, "Is that a fish over there? Yes, it's him. The fish is responsible for making prophecies, and his expression must be an important thing. Let's see what he has to say," said the mysterious being, closing the portal. And with his hand, he made a black smoke that ended up transforming into the appearance of Vados, who soon approached the fish. Clone of Vados said, "What was fish? Why do you have that face? Do you have something important to tell me?" The clone of Vados asked the fish, that couldn't distinguish whether or not the one in front of him was the original Vados, but he didn't even try to find out, as he was too rushed and scared. The fish said, "Miss Vados, I'm glad I found you. I saw a new prophecy, and it said that the lady would give birth to a warrior who would have such great strength that he would be able to defeat all the gods of destruction, and even some angels that got in his way. And otherwise, he would be responsible for the death of his father, the Daishinkan, and those who are important to him. And yet, there is something much worse." The fish spoke quickly, making it gasp. The clone of Vados said, "Wow, more than a tragedy? This is really worrying. But did you say that there is something even worse than all this? What could this tragic thing be?" The clone of Vados spoke in a worried tone for the fish to suspect nothing. The fish said, "The worst of all is that your son will also be responsible for breaking the seal of the world of demons, freeing all of them, and how he will become the new king of demons," said the fish, finishing his prophecy, making the Vados clone not hold back, and gave a smile upon hearing such words. The mysterious being spoke. "This is indeed a wonderful prophecy," said the mysterious being, coming out of the forest and seeing that the fish looked at Vados, who just held him so the fish wouldn't run away from that place. The fish said, "You are not the real Vados. You are a clone made by this being." "No, you are a clone created by this demon," said the fish, while looking at the mysterious being that belonged to the demon race. The mysterious being said, "Congratulations, you are right. I am the demon Michio, the one responsible for bringing the demons back to this world and breaking the seal of the demon world, and other than that, I am responsible for putting the idea in Vados' head to have a child with Goku in the Anja's mind, and she will give birth to a kind being, but in reality, this son of Vados will be the new demon king, and that's even ironic, don't you think? An angel giving birth to the next demon king. Ha ha ha," said the demon, revealing his name and his true intentions to the fish at that moment, who was trembling with fear with the whole situation. The clone of Vados said, "And don't think about trying to call the original Vados. She is no longer on this planet," as she was so excited that she quickly went to Universe 7, said the clone of Vados, who had a smile on his face, one that was making the fish more afraid. Michio said, "I should kill you before I find a way to alert the god of destruction or Vados itself. But I have another plan, and you will be very useful in it," ha ha ha, said the demon, soon taking the fish and putting it on his back, then opening a portal. And then the demon, who had the fish in his hands, crossed the portal that soon closed. In Universe 7. Currently in Universe 7, it was possible to see two people fighting each other, with the two warriors being Goku and Vegeta, who were in their base forms in a training combat that Whis had ordered both of them to do so. He would know what the level was of strength of both of the warriors. Whis said, "Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta have really become very strong. I remember the first time I saw the two of them facing each other, and I see that today they have improved a lot, and their base form is now stronger than before. In fact, I would say that the level of both of their base forms are as strong as their Super Saiyan 2 forms of old," said the angel as he watched the training between both of the Saiyan warriors, while he and Beerus ate a lunchbox made by Bulma, who also prepared a kind of drink for them. Beerus said, "I agree. The current level of the two, they would be able to withstand some of my blows without ending up passing out, unlike the old version of them that I only needed a few moves to defeat the two," said the god of destruction, not paying attention to his drink, and then looking at the two Saiyans who had turned into a Super Saiyan in training, and soon Beerus goes back to drinking his drink. Whis said, "True, they are both much stronger than when we met them, and it's not just them who are getting stronger, From what I've heard, the eldest son of Mr. Goku, Mr. Gohan, ended up gaining a new transformation, which is equivalent to the power of Mr. Goku, using the power of Ultra Instinct. And of course I can't forget Mr. Vegeta's superior ego. Gohan's new transformation is also equivalent to superior ego. The angel spoke excitedly as he remembered Gohan's demonstration of power with his new transformation during Cell Max's battle. Mira said, "Yes, I know. And from what I remember, Piccolo also gained a new transformation, using the Dragon Balls for the first time. Shenron is being useful for something necessary." Mira spoke with a small smile on his face. Whis said, "Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, and Gohan. These are the names of the strongest warriors in our universe currently. Apart from that, there is also Frieza, but he's currently dead. And who killed him was Gogeta using that mixture of power, Ultra Instinct, and higher ego," said the angel while looking at Beerus, who only widened his smile, except for the part that Whis spoke of Frieza, which made Beerus have an expression of disgust and repulsion. Beerus said, "Don't mention the name of that worm, Whis, but you're right. If a new tournament of power happens in a few years, I'm sure we will win the tournament, because the powers of our warriors are much stronger than at the time of the tournament, and playing by the level of the warriors that we saw at that time, I would say that our universe would be able to beat them all, and even Jiren would not be able to beat any of our warriors." The God of Destruction spoke while showing a huge smile on his face, showing his joy at possessing mortals with such a great power level. Whis said, "If they had the same fighting power back then only one of our 5 warriors I mentioned could beat all the warriors in the tournament of power. And it wouldn't be too difficult for Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, or Broly to do that," said the angel while stating that only one of the warriors he had spoken of before would be able to beat all the other warriors who participated in the ancient tournament of power. Beerus said, "I totally agree, and to guarantee this they must train more every day and become even stronger than they already are." The God of Destruction spoke while looking at his angel, who was still eating while looking at the training battle of the Saiyans, who were currently using their Super Saiyan blue forms. The conversation between Whis and Beerus continued along with the battle between Goku and Vegeta that was becoming more intense, and this was possible to see when Goku and Vegeta separated and both began to release a lot of energy. And after releasing all that energy, both the Saiyans were in their strongest transformations, with Goku now using the power of Ultra Instinct and Vegeta using the power of Superior Ego. Vegeta said, "Now the battle will really begin, Kakarot," alerted the Prince of Saiyans in his strongest form, where it was possible to see Vegeta with some injuries on his body. Goku said, "I say the same, Vegeta. Let's fight for real," said the Saiyan with the power of Ultra Instinct activated, who had some injuries on his body just like Vegeta's. And soon both Saiyans disappear, leaving only a small amount of dust in the place where they were previously, and soon the two Saiyans appear panting, and soon the two exchange a punch that was able to make lightning fall to the ground around the two without stopping. The training had created a crater because of the force of the impact of the blows that created great pressure in the wind that ended up cutting in half some of the trees close to them. After the first exchange of punches between the Saiyans, both separated and soon will face each other again, thus starting an exchange of punches and very violent kicks between the Saiyans, since their blows destroyed everything around, and not to destroy the planet of the God of Destruction, Goku and Vegeta engaged in an aerial battle. The two Saiyans started exchanging melee blows, with Goku's blows being faster, and he was able to dodge many of Vegeta's blows because of the power of Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta had greater strength and greater physical resistance than Goku. Other than that, Vegeta had an immunity to ki attacks because of the aura of destruction around him that made ki blows useless. But Goku managed to hit Vegeta using the same technique Vegeta used during the Tournament of Power. Whis thought, these two are on another level of power. And being honest, Vegeta will have great potential to become the future God of Destruction after Beerus is killed, or just doesn't want the position of God of Destruction anymore, thought the angel as he watched the battle of Goku and Vegeta, being their focus. Vegeta, who could be the next God of Destruction? While Whis and Beerus were looking at the battle between Goku and Vegeta, a large pillar of energy appeared in the middle of Beerus's planet, and such a thing caused the battle between Goku and Vegeta to end, and everyone looked at the pillar of energy, which soon disappeared, and in it was now Vados and Champa, who was having some kind of drink. Vados said, "Good morning, my dear brother. Whis, I came to talk to you." said the angel to Whis before looking at the sky and seeing that there was Goku using his power of Ultra Instinct, while and his top clothes it was completely ripped, giving a good view of the Saiyan's well-defined muscles, something that ended up causing Vados to look up without taking her eyes away. Whis said, "What are you talking about, my sister?" asked the angel approaching his sister. Vados said, "I came to talk to you about a private matter, just you and I," Vados said while her brother was finding it strange the way his sister was talking, and especially why she was looking up, something that was not normal to the angels. Champa said, "Hey Beerus, what are you eating there?" Universe 6's God of Destruction asked while looking at his twin brother. Beerus said, "I'm eating instant noodles, a quick and easy food to prepare. There's another one here, you can get it." The God of Destruction spoke, offering some instant noodles to Champa, who soon started eating happily. Champa said, "Hey you two, keep this fight going. I want to know how strong you are. If you're really strong, I'll make the Saiyans of my world train to overcome you. Ha ha ha." The God of Destruction of Universe 6 spoke while looking at Goku and Vegeta, who soon faced each other again. Further away from the place of the fight between the two Saiyans, Whis said, "So, my sister, what do you want to talk to me about?" asked the angel to her twin sister, who was thoughtful, but Vados got up, the courage to speak what she was feeling and thinking at this time to Whis. Vados said, "Whis, my brother, after the Tournament of Power, I started to arouse feelings for a warrior who had fought in the Tournament of Power, and as I know he already has a wife and he would not abandon her to stay with me, I would like to have one, his son, only without having to mate with him like mortals do," said the angel while looking at her brother, who was very surprised by that. Whis said, "This is a surprise. I never thought that one day you would fall in love with someone, even more wanting to have a child of this mortal. But if that's what you want, I won't go against your decision. So who is this warrior who has attracted your attention, my dear sister?" The angel spoke in an understanding tone, and at the same time happy that his sister was happy and decided by her own choice. Vados said, "The warrior is Son Goku," revealed the angel as she looked at her brother, who now had his hand over his mouth because of the surprise to learn that the strongest mortal in his universe had won his twin sister's heart. In Universe 7. Currently still in the 7th universe, in a more distant and reserved place, it was possible to see Vados and Whis talking, and Whis was still in shock to discover that his twin sister was in love with Son Goku, who is the strongest warrior in his universe today. Whis said, "Vados, are you in love with Lord Goku? How did this happen?" asked the angel while looking at his sister, who was very embarrassed while talking to her brother. Vados said, "Yes, my brother, I'm in love with Son Goku. I don't know how exactly I started to like him. I just remember that when I saw him at the tournament, I felt a strange thing inside me, and seeing him fighting with all his strength during the tournament, I saw him fighting because of his friends and managing to overcome his own limits, even managing to use the power of Ultra Instinct. It only made this thing inside me grow even more," said the angel as she placed her hands on her chest where her heart would be. Whis said, "So you've been feeling this love for Son Goku since then? You should have told me before, my sister, and I could talk to you at the time and help you with your feelings. And even I, though I want to support you, Son Goku is faithful to his wife and would not abandon her to be with you. So you having his son wouldn't be something he could help you with," said the angel while watching his sister, who just looked down out of shame and embarrassment. Vados said, "I know that, my brother, and because of that I know that there is a way for me to have a child without the need to mate with Son Goku, and I could use the pretext that it is to help the Saiyans to continue their lineage, and how he is very strong. His children in the future would be as strong as he is, and as this child would be my son too, he would have the blood of angels in his DNA, and in the future, he could be the next God of Destruction of my universe," said the angel while looking at his brother, who now had one of his hands on his chin, showing that he was thinking a lot about that proposal his sister was making. Whis said, "It would be a bad deal if you had Goku's son. He would have the lineage of a Saiyan, and he would also have the lineage of angels. And with all that, he would be the strongest in the 6th universe. And if he turns around the next God of Destruction, he would probably be the strongest God of Destruction in all universes, both of this generation and the old ones as well," said the angel while watching his sister, who upon hearing Whis' words, she gave a smile. Vados said, "So you're going to help me try to convince Goku to have a baby with me?" said the angel while looking at her brother, who soon let out a sigh. Whis said, "Yes, my sister, I'll help you convince Son Goku. But you know that if he's smart enough, he'll ask his wife permission. And I'm sure Chi-Chi won't allow you to have it. Son Goku's son, and if she doesn't let you have a son with Goku, you have to promise me that you'll get this idea out of your head. Are we understood? Vados said, "It's okay, Whis. If Son Goku's wife doesn't accept this idea, I won't insist on this idea anymore. But I'm sure she'll give me permission. If I have Goku's son, after all, I won't have relations with Goku like mortals do. So I don't think she's going to complain too much about my idea," said Vados, super confident that she would make Goku's wife let her have a child with the Saiyan. Whis thought, "It's everything that happened lately, but I hope nothing bad happens this time, because a child with the Saiyan bloodline and the angel bloodline will create a real monster that can even defeat the other angels. I sincerely hope that doesn't happen, or that Chi-Chi doesn't accept this idea as it's too risky, but now it depends on Goku and his wife's decision," thought the angel as she walked beside his sister. He was with a huge smile on his face. Whis thought, "I hope that your happiness doesn't end up creating a monster accidentally, my sister, because if this child is born, she will be a being that can oppose our father, and even be on the same level as the king of demons, who is still sealed in the world from the demons. And I hope it stays there for the rest of eternity," thought the angel, already imagining the strength his nephew could have, one that could end up destroying all universes. A few minutes ago, while Whis and Vados were talking in a more secluded spot for privacy, Champa and Beerus were eating while watching the battle between Goku and Vegeta, who are already using their powers to the fullest. Beerus said, "And then, Champa, look at the power of my strongest Saiyans. Do you think your Saiyans are strong enough to last even a few minutes against my warriors?" asked the God of Destruction of Universe 7 in a tone of arrogance and pride to his twin brother beside him. Champa said, "They are strong, but not strong enough to defeat my Saiyans. Caulifla, Kaba, and Kale are thousands of times stronger than at the time of the Tournament of Power. And in the next tournament that happens, we will be the winners. And I say that with all my strength." Universe 6's God of Destruction spoke while looking at his brother, who was just laughing at his brother's speech. But soon both ended up shutting up when they felt a huge amount of energy being released. And that energy came from Goku and Vegeta, who had turned that training battle into a mortal battle. And both were taking the battle so seriously that they were trying to kill each other at that moment. In the sky, it was possible to see Goku, who, after raising his power, ended up creating an avatar of himself made of pure energy. And Vegeta also had an avatar on his back, and his was a giant ape made of the energy of the Saiyan Prince's destruction. And soon the battle between the two Saiyans with their avatars started. The both began to fight for strength, until Vegeta, using his avatar's tail, holds the leg of Goku's avatar and pulls it, making him lose the contest of strength and balance. And seeing this, Vegeta punches Goku in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Seeing Goku's avatar on the ground, Vegeta jumps up and falls on top of Goku and starts to give him several blows. But Goku manages to defend himself using his arms until in a moment Vegeta let his guard down and Goku punched the avatar in the face. From Vegeta, and then immediately fired a beam of energy into Goku's chest, throwing him away. And then Goku got up and advanced towards Vegeta, who got up and did the same thing. Soon the two avatars of both Saiyans banged their fists, creating a great pressure in the air, destroying almost half of the forest on Beerus' planet. And soon the two avatars continued their attacks against each other. Vegeta wanted to repeat his attack again, using his tail to try to hold the leg of Goku's avatar. Goku, already knowing this one, he managed to grab Vegeta's avatar's tail and started to spin it like a pawn. And with such action ended up creating a mini tornado that ended when Goku threw Vegeta away, making the prince's avatar for the Saiyans fall on the planet of the God of Destruction. Soon Vegeta's avatar got up in a rage and concentrated his power of destruction in his mouth, and seeing that Goku's avatar concentrated his energy in his hands, creating his Kamehameha. And soon both Saiyans fired their ki attacks that soon collided, creating a huge explosion of energy that ended up being sent in the direction of Beerus and Champa. And when they would get up to defend themselves, Whis and Vados appeared in front of both and created a barrier defending both gods of destruction. Whis said, "This battle is getting pretty serious, so it's time to end it," said the angel, soon disappearing and appearing again in front of the two avatars, and with a mere wave of his hands, the two avatars disappeared, and Goku and Vegeta ended up returning to their base forms. Goku said, "Sorry, Whis, we were taking this training too seriously, and we ended up destroying a large part of the planet. said the Saiyan while looking at Whis and scratching the back of his head as he approached the angel along with Vegeta, who had his arms crossed with half of your torn clothes. Whis said, "Well, I can fix the planet quickly, and after that my sister has something important to ask you, Goku," said the angel, soon making his staff shine, and soon the planet of the god of destruction that had been destroyed was returned to normal. Whis said, "Now that I fixed the damage you two caused, it's time for you to say what you have to say, Vados," said the angel while looking at his sister, and then at the two gods of destruction who were close to the two Saiyans. Vados said, "What I want to ask, and for Son Goku, it's a favor. I want to ask your permission to have a child with you," said the angel while stuttering a little, and then made her wish to Goku. Everyone in the room except Whis said, "What?" Spoke both the Saiyans and both the god of destructions, who were on the spot amazed by the request of Vados, who had her head down in shame as she looked at Goku. The Universe 7th God of Destruction planet. Currently on Beerus' planet, it was possible to see everyone gathered, and everyone in the place apart from Whis was very surprised and shocked by the request of the Angel of the 6th Universe. Champa said, "What did you mean, Vados? Do you want to have a child with that Saiyan?" Universe 6's God of Destruction spoke while looking at Vados, who had his head down at the moment. Vados said, "Yes, Sir Champa. I wish to have a child with the Saiyan of the 7th Universe, Son Goku," spoke the angel, determined while looking at the God of Destruction of her universe, and then looking at Goku, who was not understanding anything at that moment. Goku said, "What do you mean to have my child? I already have two children, Gohan and Goten, who are my children with my wife Chi-Chi." The Saiyan spoke quickly while looking at Vados, who was looking at him the whole time with a small smile on his face and cheeks rosy. Vegeta said, "For the first time, I have to say that Kakarot is saying something intelligent. That's a great miracle," said Vegeta next to Goku, who just ignored his rival's comments because he was too focused on Vados' words. Whis said, "Wait a bit, before giving your final decision, Goku. My sister wants to tell you why she wants to have a child of yours," said the angel, making Goku calmer, and everyone in the place pay attention to Vados and Champa's words, was the person who most wanted to know why his Anja wanted to have a child, and why it had to be Son Goku, who is from his twin brother's universe. Champa spoke. "Then speak your motives, Vados." The god of destruction spoke in a serious tone as he looked at his angel, who gave a heavy sigh before starting her speech. Vados said, "My reasons for wanting to have a child with the Saiyan Son Goku are very simple. First, he made me feel something different inside me since the day of the tournament between Universe 6 and 7. After that, I felt different, and it made me want to be closer to Goku. But as we are from different universes, that would be impossible for me," spoke the angel, starting to tell exactly why she felt about Goku the way she did, who was a little confused by her words. Goku thought, did she feel a little weird because of me, and did something inside her change? Was she just not hungry? Thought the Saiyan with his classic innocence, one that Vegeta realized very well just by looking at Goku's face. Vegeta said, "In short, since the day of the tournament between the 6th and 7th universe, do you feel different about Kakarot?" In short, Vados ended up falling in love with this idiot here. My condolences. The Prince of the Saiyans spoke in a serious and comical way, at the same time getting some laughs from Whis and Beerus. Goku said, "Hey Vegeta, I can even be considered stupid, but I'm very faithful to Chi-Chi, and I would never betray her with anyone," said the Saiyan in a serious tone, leaving many in the place surprised by the Saiyan's speech. Goku said, "And for that same reason, I can't have my child with Vados. Even if I felt the same way you felt for me, I still couldn't stay with you, because I'm married to Chi-Chi, and I have two children with her, who most of the time I was not present in their lives for, and I would not like to have another child who is not close to me, and for that I apologize for not being able to fulfill your wish." The Saiyan spoke in a way quick and respectful, trying hard not to be rude. Vados thought, "Really, this Chi-Chi person is very lucky to have Goku as her husband," thought the Anja, giving a little smile, but she was sad, and soon she got more an excited smile. Vados said, "I understand, but I would like to have a child with you. There is another reason, besides liking you, which would be for him to be the next god of destruction of Universe 6, said the angel while looking at everyone in the place, who was surprised, mainly Champa, who was shocked to find out about his angel's plan. Champa said, "Wait, what do you mean? Do you want to have a child with the Saiyans so that child will be the next god of destruction in my Universe 6? "You're trying to kill me, woman!" Universe 6's God of Destruction spoke, slightly annoyed as he looked at his angel, who ended up letting out a small, embarrassed laugh. Mira said, "Having a son who has the lineage of Saiyans and the angels at the same time would generate a very powerful being, and would make a really great God of Destruction, and would be a great substitute for Champa. After all, to be a God of Destruction better than Champa just needs to get out of bed and stop eating so much food. Ha 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 ha!" The God of Destruction of Universe 7 spoke while playing with his twin brother's face, who ended up getting very angry with him. Whis said, "If that's why, then I think that Mr. Beerus dies, Vegeta will be a great God of Destruction, and for that, he just needs to stay awake and not stay asleep for almost 100 straight years," said the angel while laughing and looking at Beerus's face, who looked annoyed and embarrassed at the same time. Vegeta thought, "When Mr. Beerus dies, I will be the new God of Destruction. From Prince of Saiyans to God of Destruction. Ha ha ha. Who knew that someday I would achieve a power like that in such a high-level title?" thought the Prince of Saiyans with a small smile in the corner of his face. Beerus said, "Hey, Vegeta, wipe that little smile off your face, because it's going to take a long time to die, and until then, you won't be the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. And in fact, I completely support Vados having a son of Goku so he can replace Champa in the future," said Beerus while giving some shouts and looking at Vegeta and then at Vados and Goku, who had his arms crossed. Goku said, "Look, I think this is a good reason for me to have a child with Vados, but on my wedding day, I promised all my friends and especially Chi-Chi that I would never cheat on her with any woman, and that promise I will keep until the end of time," spoke the Saiyan, determined to keep his promise that he had made to his wife in front of his best friends and those considered his family. Whis said, "I have a suggestion to solve this problem. How about Vados talk to Chi-Chi, and if she gives permission for Vados to have a child with Goku, then that in itself would not be a betrayal," said the angel, offering a way to solve this problem of your sister with the strongest Saiyan in your universe currently. Goku said, "Well, if Chi-Chi gives me permission, then I think it would be okay, even though I think she won't allow it. But if you still want to try asking Chi-Chi, then Vados, I don't mind," the Saiyan said while looking at Vados, who gained a huge smile on her face because of her happiness and excitement at knowing that she would be able to have Goku's child. Vados said, "Of course, I agree to talk to this Chi-Chi, but first I think you two better wear something, especially you, Goku," the angel said with shame as she looked at the Saiyan in front of her. Her focus was on Goku, who was almost completely naked, with only a piece of pants around his waist, because of the training he was doing. Goku said, "Really? Whis, could you make us some clothes? I don't want Chi-Chi to see me this way, because otherwise I won't be able to eat at home properly, and I'll end up sleeping on the floor or outside," the Saiyan said while scratching the back of his neck and having a few laughs. Whis said, "It's okay," said the angel, soon creating some clothes for the Saiyans, and the two then went to a corner and started getting dressed. Vados thought, "I know it's wrong to have to appeal to something like this, but I really want to have this child, and if I have to lie about it, I will," thought the angel as she looked at Goku, who was already fully dressed. Mira said, "Well, now that you're done talking, let's go to planet Earth to solve this problem for you two, and I'll be able to eat some goodies that only Bulma knows how to make." The God of Destruction of Universe 7 spoke, with a smile on his face, just imagining the sweets he could eat on planet Earth, and soon everyone who was in the place disappeared in a pillar of rainbow energy. On planet Earth. Currently on planet Earth, more precisely at Goku's house, it was possible to see Gohan and his family at the place, who was spending a pleasant family day, being more precise with his mother and younger brother, as Goku was training on Beerus' planet. While Chi-Chi and Videl, who is Gohan's wife, were preparing lunch for their family, and meanwhile Gohan, Goten, and Pan, his daughter, were doing a training, and in this training Gohan was facing his brother. Goten, while Pan was sitting in a chair watching the battle between her father and her uncle, looking at that training, it was possible to see in Pan's face that she was very impressed with the strength of her father and her uncle. Gohan and Goten, who were in the air exchanging some blows, some of which Gohan managed to dodge, and the others barely affected Gohan, as he was much stronger after the battle he had against Cell Max. When the Saiyan ended up reaching a level of fury, and his transformation of Gohan made him as strong as his father, using the power of Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta using the power of Superior Ego. Goten, seeing that his attacks were very slow and weak compared to his older brother, who was not fighting seriously, So Goten, to try to match his brother, he transforms into Super Saiyan and advances towards Gohan, who was still in his base form, and did the same thing, advancing towards Goten, who was coming towards him, transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Soon the two Saiyans ended up colliding in the air and then both distanced themselves at the same time, and soon returned to exchanging blows. And now Goten was managing to hit his older brother more, who even receiving the attacks could defend him, and taking advantage of the moment of careless, Gohan hits him with a punch in the center of his abdomen, causing Goten to distance himself because of the pain. Gohan, seeing that his brother still hadn't recovered from his previous blow, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared on top of Goten and made an attack with both hands, causing Goten to hit the ground hard, creating a small crater that ended up dragging a few meters. Pan said, "Wow, my father is very powerful, and so is Uncle Goten. But still, my father is stronger, ha ha ha," said Gohan's daughter, while looking at the battle between her uncle and her father. Videl said, "Looks like they're having a lot of fun, this battle of yours. But now it's time for it to end, because the food is ready," said Gohan's wife, approaching the table where her daughter Pan and her mother-in-law Chi-Chi was, who soon got up from the table. Chi-Chi said, "Gohan, Goten, come down right now. Lunch is ready, so come and eat," said Chi-Chi, shouting to both of her children, who upon hearing their mother's voice soon descended. Goten said, "You are much stronger than before, brother. That blow of yours hurt a lot. If I hadn't transformed, I would probably have some broken bones," said the younger Saiyan while looking at his mother. Gohan said, "Sorry, I ended up exaggerating a bit when you turned Super Saiyan. But anyway, now that lunch is ready, let's wash our hands and let's eat. Okay, Pan?" said the Saiyan while looking at his daughter, who soon began to fly, until it was at the height of his chest, and then Gohan took his daughter and put it on his back. Pan said, "Yes, Daddy," Pan said with a smile on her face, and soon the whole family washed their hands and went to eat. Soon it was possible to see the whole family except Goku and Vegeta. They were not at the table, but soon the family conversation is interrupted when a pillar of energy with several different colors appeared, and soon Gohan and Goten were in a fighting posture, ready to fight at once, any time. But soon they both became more relaxed when they saw Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, Whis, Vados, and Champa coming out of that pillar, and soon disappeared from that place. Gohan and Goten said, "Daddy?" Both Saiyans spoke as they saw Goku coming out of the pillar of energy together with the two gods of destruction, who were accompanied by their respective angels. Goku said, "Hi Gohan, hi Goten, sorry for the delay, and I'm sorry Chi-Chi for taking so long. I ended up getting carried away when training with Vegeta, and I ended up losing track of time," said the Saiyan, apologizing to his wife, who just sighed, looking at her husband that never changed no matter how much time passed. Chi-Chi said, "Okay, after all, I know you always get carried away because of your training, but I would like to know, why are they here? Not wanting to complain or anything like that, but this is supposed to be a family lunch, and you're kind of not part of it," the woman said as she looked at her husband and then looked at Vados and Champa. Whis said, "1,000 apologies for interrupting your family lunch, and we're leaving. But before that, my sister has something to talk to you, ma'am, Chi-Chi, and that's very important," Whis said while looking at the wife of Goku, who ended up getting a little curious about what the angel would like to talk to her about. Chi-Chi said, "Talk to me? Okay, but if it's something that Goku did, don't worry, because I'm gonna give him a good scolding," said the woman in a serious tone while looking at her husband, who was already at the table putting his food on the plate. But when he felt his wife's aura directed towards him, he felt a shiver down his spine. Goku said, "I didn't do anything this time, Chi-Chi. The only thing I did was destroy more moons that were around Mr. Beerus' planet. But Whis already fixed it, so there's no problem," said the Saiyan, looking at his wife, who soon heaved a sigh and looked at Vados. Chi-Chi spoke, "You must be Vados, right? So let's talk in a more secluded place. Then let's enter my house." Soon Vados entered the house so they could talk. Inside Goku and Chi-Chi's house. Inside the Saiyan and his family house, it was possible to see Chi-Chi and Vados going to the living room and each of them sitting opposite each other. Chi-Chi spoke. "So what do you want, Vados?" asked the woman while looking at Vados, who ended up gathering all her courage to be able to talk to Chi-Chi. Vados said, "Look, what I'm going to say to you may be very nosy and a very wrong request on my part, but it's necessary. I would like to ask your permission to have a child with Son Goku," spoke the angel, gathering her courage and making her request to Chi-Chi, who previously had a sip of coffee in her hand, that soon fell on the floor upon hearing Vados' request. Chi-Chi said, "What? What kind of request is this?" said Chi-Chi in a higher tone, making some people outside hear her scream, which made Goku get scared. Vados spoke. "Before you give me your final answer, please listen to me. I'm an angel just like Whis, but I'm from the 6th universe, and in him, the fish that is a kind of prophet ended up giving a prophecy where he said that the 6th universe would be destroyed. But there was a chance my universe would survive, and the one who would be able to prevent the destruction of the 6th universe would be the child born of an angel along with a Saiyan, whose would be the strongest, and he is here, in this universe, of a brother that would be in the 7th universe," said the angel while looking at Chi-Chi, who now had a different expression on her face, one of astonishment, knowing that an entire universe would be destroyed, and many lives would be lost. Chi-Chi said, "And since this is the 7th universe, the universe twin to Universe 6, so the strongest Saiyan in this universe would have to have a child with the angel of the 6th universe, and that Saiyan would be Goku, and the angel would be you? Let me see if I understand. If you don't have a child with Goku, your universe will be destroyed, and with that many lives will be lost?" said Chi-Chi while looking at Vados. Vados said, "That's right. If I don't have a child with Son Goku, my universe will be dead. So I weigh that. You allow me to have a child with Son Goku," said the angel while looking at Goku's wife, who was in his forward with a thoughtful expression. Chi-Chi said, "Okay, I will allow you to have a child with Goku. But as this child is also a child of Goku, he will have to live here on Earth with him, so that Goku learns to be a present father and to be able to train his child. After that, he will be Goku's son in his blood, and it will run in the spirit of always wanting to fight, and Goku will have to prepare this child to save the universe." Chi-Chi said, allowing her husband to have another child with Vados. Vados said, "Thank you very much. Thank you. I will have a son who will save the universe. And I agree with you that my son will live here on Earth with Goku. But after he stays here for a while, he will return to my universe, and we will do so continuously," spoke the angel, very happy to know that she will be able to have a child with her great love, Goku. Vados thought, "I know that using a lie like that is a very dirty trick, but I want to have this child at all costs. And I know that if I told the truth, I just want to have Son Goku's child because I love him. For sure, Chi-Chi wouldn't allow it. But now I can have the Saiyan's child that I love," the angel thought as she reflected on her dirty actions with no regrets. In another world. In another world, in a dimension completely different from the dimension where Goku lives with his friends, it was possible to see a landscape completely taken by chaos and flames, possessing an exuberant vegetation of red colors. And that world in question was the world where all the demons inhabit in a dimension that has been sealed long ago by beings opposite to them, the angels, together with the Kaioshians. This was the demon world, and there it was possible to see a huge castle similar to those of the Middle Ages, and that was a castle of the current demon king, Mechikabura, who already had an appearance of a very old man, and in the demon world, he is also known as the elder to younger demons. Mechikabura was inside the castle, more precisely in the throne room, where he was sitting on his throne, bathed in gold with red jewels, studded, and in front of him were two of his subordinates, Towa and Mira, both demons like him who had gifts, fantastic things that could be of great use to the Demon King. Towa said, "What is the reason you have summoned us, Master Mechikabura?" asked the servant of the Demon King, keeping kneeling on the ground with her head down, with Mira both showing respect to their king who was in front of the two. Mechikabura said, "Quite simply, my dear Towa, I finally found a way to break the seal of our world, and finally free us from this dimension once and for all," said the Demon King as he looked at his two servants, who soon raised their heads because of the surprise they got. Mira said, "Is this possible, my king? I thought that only angels could accomplish such a feat, and none of them would join us. So how is that possible?" asked the demon Mira, who looked at her king, who now soon snapped his fingers and the demon came out of the shadows, this being Michio, who had in his hands a sphere where the fish of the 6th universe was. Mechikabura said, "I present to you one of my demons, who have the ability to travel between dimensions and leave the demon world. But as we are sealed in this world, Michio's power is very low, where he is outside our world," speaking of the Demon King while looking at his two subordinates. Mira spoke, "So he will be the one to set us free by breaking the seal that was placed on our world?" Mira asked while looking at her king, who soon started to explain. Mechikabura spoke, "No, Michio will not be responsible for breaking the seal on our world. However, he was responsible for implanting the idea of having a baby in the head of one of the angels, known as Vados, the Anja of Universe 6. So could you finish explaining to all of us his results with his Michio mission? The Demon King said while looking at his other servant who was beside him. Michio spoke. But of course, Your Majesty. During the time I was looking for a way to break the seal and set our world free, I ended up finding a good way to do this. For me, is to do this, it would not be necessary for me to fight anyone. In reality, I would only need one little persuasion and manipulation, and thus made Vados want to have a child with a mortal named Goku, said the demon while looking at his Mechikabura. While Towa and Mira, Mechikabura's two servants, were already on their feet by orders of their king. Towa said, "But why would an Anja, who is a being of extreme power, being the strongest in her universe, want to have a child with a mortal? And why would she have a child soon with a mortal?" The woman asked as she looked at Michio, who soon started talking. Michio said, "Simple, my friend. Vados the Anja, responsible for taking care of the 6th universe, began to fall in love with a mortal named Son Goku. And after seeing her see Goku fight several times and never giving up on her goals, she ended up really falling in love with him. And I, knowing that I put the idea of her having a child with this mortal because he is already married and would not betray his wife to be with her. So a child would be a way for her to be close to her beloved," said the demon Michio, explaining why Vados, an angel, wanted to have a child with a mortal. Mira said, "That idea you put in Vados' head to have a child was brilliant. There's just one thing I still don't understand. Why did she choose this mortal named Son Goku? And how will this child help us?" Mechikabura said, "That's a good question, Mira. One I look forward to finding out, because I know this angel wouldn't fall in love with just any mortal. So who is this Son Goku, Michio?" said the Demon King as he looked at Michio at his side, who only gave a small smile before speaking. Michio spoke. "Simple, Your Majesty. Son Goku is a mortal who belongs to the Saiyan race, a warrior race that has incredible gifts of evolution, having enormous potential that can reach the level of a god of destruction or even be superior to a Akaishin," said the demon Michio while looking at the other individuals at that location who were surprised by the Saiyan's potential. Towa said, "Amazing. Having this child by our side, for sure we could leave this world and finally conquer all the universes and kill those damn angels that sealed us," said the woman, admired by the strength that Son Goku boasted, and also in a tone of anger in his last words, because of from the hatred she felt towards the angels. Michio said, "Yes, but that's not all that Goku can do. Saiyan Son Goku was one of the first, if not the first mortals to be able to master the power of Ultra Instinct, a power that only angels have the ability to master, and even the gods of destruction could not master this technique 100%. But Son Goku succeeded, and that also contributed to Vados liking Goku even more," said the demon Michio, while looking at the others present at the place who were in shock that a mortal had the ability to master Ultra Instinct in its full phase. Mechikabura spoke. "Is that possible? A mere mortal had the ability to not only use the power of Ultra Instinct and dominate it in its full form?" The Demon King spoke in a higher tone because of his euphoria upon receiving such information. Michio said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Even Son Goku, being a mere mortal, was able to perform incredible feats, and not only he, but other mortals showed great powers in such a tournament of power, where the strongest fighters of each universe would be, and would face each other to show what the strongest universe that deserved to continue to exist, and only some of the two universes did not participate, as their universes had higher levels of mortals than the others." Michio spoke while looking at their king, and at Towa and Mira, who were still in shock upon receiving such an unbelievable information. Towa said, "That means that if this Anja really has a child with this mortal named Son Goku, the child born from this union will have a power superior to all the gods of destruction, and even the angels being able to perhaps face the Daishinkan, the high priest, and whoever even knows how to beat him," said Towa, after analyzing all that information he had received and realized that demons may have gotten their hands on a real diamond in the rough. Mira said, "A tournament that brought together several universes in one place? If you were there, could you gather enough energy to break our Michio seal?" Michio said, "Absolutely, but unfortunately it cannot interfere in this matter, because if I tried, I would definitely be killed by Zeno-sama or the High Priest," said the demon while looking at Mira, who just clicked her tongue. Mira thought, "I've been trapped in this world for centuries, and I can't have a decent battle with any of these mediocre demons. If I were in this tournament, I could face opponents really worthy of a battle, and I could still gather enough energy to break the seal of the world from demons and deliver all my people. Son Goku, you don't know how much I envy you for being able to participate in a tournament like this, Mira thought as she imagined herself facing Goku, who could make him fight for real. Mechikabura said, "Really splendid. The son of the most powerful mortal that exists with one of the strongest angels that exist. When the child is born, Michio, you would take Towa for her to teach him and corrupt him and bring him to our side. It should not be very difficult considering that Saiyans are evil beings, driven by their thirst for intense battles, that even led them to death," said the Demon King while looking at Michio and Towa, who didn't understand why she was chosen by being king. Towa said, "Your Majesty, not questioning your choice. But why soon I have to teach this child and also corrupt him?" asked the woman as she looked at her king, who gave a few laughs. Mechikabura said, "Simple, my dear servant Towa. You are a true beauty among the female demons, and therefore you will not only corrupt and train this child, but make him fall in love with you. Because love is one of the strongest bonds that exists among mortals, and if this hybrid boy falls in love with you, he will never betray us, and who knows, he might even become the next king of demons, and with that you, the queen of demons," spoke the Demon King while looking at his servant, who soon became embarrassed but disgusted. Towa said, "If that's what your majesty wants, then I'll do it," said the woman before kneeling down before her king, who just had a victorious smile on her face. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, it was possible to see Mechikabura in a room with Michio, who was with the spear where the fish, the prophet of the sixth universe, was imprisoned. Michio spoke, "What do you want from me now, Master Mechikabura? Is it something important?" asked the demon Michio while facing his master, who was drinking a cup of tea, and after drinking the liquid, he just pointed to the chair in front of him, kind of asking Michio to sit in front of him, and then he sat down. Mechikabura said, "Yes, this is important, Michio, and it is in his interest. As you well know, I'm already very old, and I'm only still alive because I refuse to die until I find a successor to my throne. And thanks to you, I did. I decided that the son of Vados with the mortal Goku will be my successor," said the Demon King while looking at Michio, who just raised his eyebrow. Michio said, "I could say I'm surprised by this fact, but I'm not. When I talked about this child's parents, especially when I said Goku, I noticed that you had a glint in your eyes, one that only I saw when you fought in earnest," said the demon while looking at his master, who just gave a small smile before taking his cup of tea to his mouth once more. Mechikabura spoke, "You know me very well, my dear longtime friend, and since you asked how strong I am and how you know me well, you already know I want you to do it, right?" asked the Demon King while looking at his great friend and also one of the most faithful of his allies. Michio said, "You want me to take care of him and help him to evolve, but in the shadows not getting involved directly with him, and just as an idea that I put of Vados having a child, so I should do the same thing with this child. Only other ideas in the boy's mind, helping him to corrupt, and nothing better than killing his own family. What do you think, Mechikabura?" The demon Michio spoke while looking at his master and friend. Mechikabura said, "I totally agree. To this day, I can remember the day I killed my father and became the new king of demons. And that same day, Michio, you killed that slut of your mother. And how you eliminated her, it was beautiful. You do her turn into ash, and she disappeared with the wind," spoke the king of demons as he remembers the old times. And soon they both started laughing at various wars they both participated in for no reason they had over centuries. Michio said, "That was a beautiful day. You became the new king of demons, and I was finally able to eliminate my mother. I could even have done it before, but my father thought she was an important ally. But without father's presence, I was able to eliminate her once and for all. And that way I could get revenge, and even though I was a big fan of my father, he was still a great teacher, and he didn't use me like a guinea pig like my dear mother," Michio said while looking at his friend that was in front of him. Mechikabura said, "Just like you said, Michio, I want you to put ideas inside this boy's mind. It doesn't have to be right away. We'll do it with some time. After all, the prey leads to imperfection, and I want my successor to be perfect, the strongest, and at the same time the most merciless," said the Demon King while looking at Michio, who just had a few laughs. Michio said, "I totally agree, and I'm even excited to know that I will be responsible for the birth of the next Demon King, and I will be his advisor in everything necessary. And I must admit that your idea of using Towa was surprising." Mechikabura said, "Of all the feelings that a mortal can feel, love is the most dangerous. For it makes a man change his way of thinking, and for a woman, he can do anything. A man who has always fought for justice and always protected others. Weak, but if you fall in love with a woman with an evil heart, that same man who always fought for justice will fight for her, and she will be his justice. She will define what this man should do, and that's why I'm using Toa. She's perfect to do that. And for her it will be a bonus. After all, she will be the future queen of the demons. And with that, she will always have what she wanted, power and freedom next to the new king of the demons. They will be able to conquer all 12 universes, spoke the current king of the demons while showing a huge smile on his face along with Michio. Mechikabura said, "But I'm curious about one thing. Why are you so confident that the demon king of the future will really be this angel's son? And how are you so sure he will really be our ally?" asked the demon king while looking at his lifelong friend, and soon Michio took the sphere that was in his hand and placed it in the center of the table. Then the sphere became transparent, showing the fish to Mechikabura. Michio said, "I don't know if you know this being here, Mechikabura, but he is the fish, a kind of prophet for the angels and god of destruction. There is one of him in each universe, and this is the 6th universe. Now that we are alone, I want you to talk about the prophecy you told me earlier. I want to hear it again," Michio said while looking at the fish that was inside the small transparent sphere. The fish said, "I will never say anything to you. I prefer to die before giving information that you can use to destroy not only the 6th universe, but all the universes," said the fish while looking at Michio, who soon raised his hand, and from it, red rays came out and hit the sphere, causing the fish to be electrocuted and screaming because of the pain in the process. Michio said, "You will speak whether you like it or not, so speak at once and avoid feeling so much pain. And don't try to lie to us, because the sphere you are trapped in will get smaller each time, and speak lies. And when that happens, I will use my powers to hurt you, and be glad I'm the one doing this, and not Mechikabura, because he's much more brutal and more creative than me. Look how lucky you are," warned the Demon King Michio while looking at the fish, who soon looked at Mechikabura, who had a sinister smile on his face, something that made the fish tremble in fear. Mechikabura said, "I hope you don't say anything to Michio. I've been sealed in this world for a long time, and I haven't tortured anyone. And you don't know the amount of ideas that came to my mind at that moment, so please don't say anything to him, and let me torture you," the Demon King spoke while releasing a large amount of demonic energy, causing the fish to see a horn-type demon in the Demon King's shadow. The fish said, "I didn't get hurt. I'll tell you everything I know, and what I saw in my prophecies." The fish spoke while trembling in fear, something that made Mechikabura heave a sigh of disgust, because he really wanted to torture someone. Michio said, "Then you can start. We're looking forward to hearing your prophecy about the future of our world and our people. And of course we want to know the future of our next king." Michio spoke as he looked at the fish and had a few laughs when he saw Mechikabura's disgusted face. The fish spoke. "The child of an angelic deity with the mortal who holds the title of strongest and who reaches the level of an angelic deity will generate a child with such great power that he could be a threat to the Daishinkan himself. And he will be the one who will free the kingdom of darkness and will rule this world, becoming the greatest threat of all the universes. And by his side there will be a demon that, even not looking like it, will have great powers next to this boy," said the fish as he finished making his prophecy regarding Vados' future son with Goku. Mechikabura said, "Excellent. So it just goes to show that this child will be incredibly powerful and truly worthy of taking my throne as Demon King." The current Demon King spoke with a huge psychotic smile on his face that combined with his demonic aura that he released that gave his title of Demon King. Michio said, "Glad this prophecy came that way. After all, I wouldn't want to have to train a failure. Just know that I'm going to train someone whose power will be able to face the High Priest head-on. And amazing. And the most surprising thing is the fact that apparently Toa will have great power alongside our future Demon King," spoke Michio excitedly, with the fact that he would train someone very powerful. Mechikabura said, "Get ready, Michio, because you will have to help my heir, who will inherit my desire for conquest, and he will accomplish what I never managed to do, to dominate all the 12 universes," spoke the Demon King while lavishing a gigantic smile on his face. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, still in the palace of the King of Demons, more precisely in a dark room, it was possible to see Michio sitting in the lotus posture, and in front of him was the fish, who looked at the demon who was super concentrated, until the fish started saying some things to the devil. The fish said, "I wonder why exactly someone as strong as you follows Mechikabura. I know he is the current Demon King, but he is already old, and you are not. You have such great strength that you would be able to defeat him in a mortal battle. So why serve him? Asked the Sixth Universe Prophet as he looked at Michio, who then slowly opened his eyes and stared at the fish. Michio said, "You are right in this regard. I'm stronger than Mechikabura currently, and if we both fight using all our strength, I would be the winner. But I would never do that. I would never kill the one who helped me survive," said the demon while looking at the Sixth Universe Prophet fish. The fish said, "The one who helped you survive? I don't understand your statement. How did Mechikabura help you survive?" asked the fish while looking at the demon in front of him, who just sighed lightly. Michio said, "Many years ago when I was still a child, I was almost killed by my mother, and when I was close to death, Mechikabura found me and helped me. After he saved me, I promised that I would always serve him even though I have to die in the process. Now he's old, I can't betray him, and even when he dies, I will continue to serve him. That's why I'm so faithful to the new king of demons," said the demon Michio while looking at the fish in front of him. The fish said, "So that's why even having the strength still serves Mechikabura, and for your loyalty to your master, you will serve the new king of demons," said the prophet fish of the Sixth Universe while looking at Michio, who soon stopped the conversation and went back to meditating. The fish thought, so because of all this, he would never be able to go against Mechikabura's wishes, and because of that, I won't be able to change that demon's mind, the fish thought as he looked at the demon who had returned to meditate. In Universe 7. Currently in Universe 7, it was possible to see all of Goku's family along with Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Champa, and Vados, who were sitting next to Chi-Chi, and both were in front of Goku, who was sweating cold. After all, the conversation between Chi-Chi and Vados had broken up, and Goku knew they had talked about him having a child with Vados. Goku thought, "They were talking, and a few minutes ago I heard Chi-Chi screaming loudly. I'm sure I'll end up hearing Chi-Chi scolding me, and it's not my fault this time," the Saiyan thought as he looked at the two women in front of him, who were looking at him seriously, something that only increased Goku's anxiety. Goku said, "So what was the decision you made, Chi-Chi?" asked the still apprehensive Saiyan to his wife, who at the moment she heard that question and got annoyed. Chi-Chi said, "So you already knew that Vados wanted to have a child with you, and you accepted?" the woman asked in an annoying tone, with her husband making him quite scared, and everyone in the place was gasping at Vados' request for Goku. Gohan said, "Dad, how did you accept something like that?" asked Goku's eldest son, who looked at him with a curious look. Goku said, "Wait a minute, I didn't accept anything actually. When Vados told me about it, I was quite shocked. But I made it very clear that I would only have a child with Vados if Chi-Chi, who is my wife, allowed it. If she doesn't allow it, I won't do anything, and I won't have any children. Chi-Chi is my wife and I would never cheat on her, ever," said the determined Saiyan while looking at his wife, who soon left her annoyed expression and changed to a calmer and happier one that her husband thought of her before everything. Chi-Chi said, "I'm glad I didn't make a choice alone, and mostly I thank you for thinking about me before doing all this." The woman spoke in a softer tone, while Goku, who was in front of him, was more revealed to realize that his wife wouldn't hit him at that moment. Chi-Chi said, "And with the conversation with Vados, I made my decision regarding the subject of you having a child with her, and my answer is," said the woman, giving a dramatic pause, making everyone more anxious with the Chi-Chi's answer. And Chi-Chi said, "Yes, I allow you, Goku, to have a child with Vados. Normally I wouldn't allow such a thing, but what she told me ended up convincing me," said the woman while looking at Goku and the rest of his family, that upon hearing the words, everyone was shocked, especially Goku, who could now have his third child, only this time it would be a child who would have Vados as his mother. Goku said, "What? Are you really going to allow me to have a third child with Vados?" asked the Saiyan as he looked at his wife, who just gave a small sigh. Chi-Chi said, "Yes, I will. Apparently this child will be a great warrior of justice like Gohan, and if Vados doesn't have him, the Sixth Universe could go into great chaos, and that's why I will allow you, Goku, to have this child. But it will only be one," said the woman while looking at her husband and then at Vados, making it very clear that she will only have one child with the Saiyan. Vados said, "For me, this is enough. So Goku, what do you say? Can you give me your child?" said the angel while looking at the Saiyan, who was quite thoughtful about this matter. Goku said, "Well, I had previously said that if Chi-Chi allowed it, I could have a child with you. And as she already accepted, yes, I can give you my child, Vados," the Saiyan said while looking at the angel, who was super excited about the outcome of her plan to have a child with Goku turn out to be successful. Whis said, "Congratulations, my sister. And now, got you what you wanted. So much," said the angel as he approached his sister and gave the angel a hug, who was very happy with that. Vados said, Thank you so much, Whis. You don't know how happy I am to be able to have a child with Son Goku, and he will be the future. He will be the god of destruction of the 6th universe, being the strongest of all the universes. That I can say with 100% certainty, said the angel very happily while looking at her brother. Soon all the people who were at the place started talking to each other, but among them Whis was still having a doubt if that could be a good thing or not. Whis thought, I'm happy for my sister, but something tells me that this child will bring gigantic chaos to all universes. I just hope I'm wrong about that, thought the angel as he watched his sister and Goku who was by his side. Further away from Goku's house up in a tree, it was possible to see a type of black cat with red eyes that soon disappeared in an explosion of shadows. Now in the world of demons. Currently in the demon world, in the very same dark room, it was possible to see Michio looking at a sphere of red energy that was transmitting the vision of the black cat he had created with his powers and sent to watch over Goku and his family. Michio thought, my plan worked out better than I thought. Now I just need to wait for some time. For a being like me, who has lived for thousands of years, to wait a few more days to finally be free is no big deal, thought the demon as he looked at the memories of his black cat, which was just a clone made of darkness and shadows who had exploded and disappeared from that location. In the world of demons. Currently in the demon world, it was possible to see Michio and Mechikabura in the throne room, with Mechikabura sitting on his throne and Michio standing in front of him. Mechikabura said, "What do you want coming here, Michio? I thought he would continue to meditate in order to maintain his physical form outside the demon world," the Demon King asked his longtime friend. Michio spoke, "Simple, my dear king and master. Just now I got information from one of my spies that I put to watch the Saiyan son Goku with his family and received the news that the woman called Chi-Chi, who is the wife of the Saiyan son Goku, gave permission to him to have a child with the angel Vados. In this way, it is evident that in the future, the heir to her throne will be born," said the demon while looking at his king, who, upon hearing such news, opened a big smile, with the words being heard by his faithful friend. Mechikabura spoke, "How wonderful. That was the best news I've heard in years. Michio doesn't need to interfere with anything for now. Let's hope he's about 5 years old before you start your plan to manipulate the boy's mind completely. But until then, you can put some ideas in his mind. And it won't be difficult since he is a Saiyan, and Saiyans love confusion. And he will come to the side of bad easily, my dear Michio," said the King of Demons with a smile on his face, as he could already imagine the son of Son Goku and Vados in the future, sitting in the Demon King's throne with the High Priest's head at his feet. Michio said, "Not to interfere, but to increase the violent natural instincts that Saiyans already have. That way, he will already be destined for darkness. And then, just make him fall in love with Towa, and with that, we will have the perfect King of Demons." Mechikabura said, "And don't worry, my dear friend. In the future, you can become so strong to the point of being able to defeat the angels. And who knows, you won't face that angel called Whis, I think. And the funniest thing is that he is the brother twin of Vados. This is enough to be ironic, don't you think, my dear friend?" asked the current King of Demons to Michio, who just laughed at his master's comment. Michio said, "Now that I remember, it's true. I didn't even remember the name of the angel that defeated me back then. And it's going to be interesting to fight him again. And it's going to be even better having his nephew by my side. Ha ha ha. I had an idea. I will rip out Whis' heart, or even better, make the child kill him. That'll be beautiful," said the demon while showing a great amount of satisfaction just imagining such a scene of him ripping Whis' heart out using nothing less than his hands. Michio said, "It would be very difficult to try to make this child become evil because of his angel lineage, but he is a Saiyan, and with that he will have many characteristics that may not appear much now without any kind of incentive. But with time, I will be able to make his pride, arrogance, anger, violence, and determination increase over time, and that will be very good. A Saiyan with the powers of the angels, and at the same time will have the pride and arrogance of a Saiyan," said Michio while looking at Mechikabura, who just looked on with an evil smile on his face. Mechikabura spoke, "An evil heart, arrogance, and pride. I see nothing better for the future King of Demons, a perfect fallen angel. Ha 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 ha!" The current King of Demons spoke while looking at his childhood friend. Michio said, "I just wondered one thing. If when he's older, Towa will have to make him fall in love with her. But what will happen if she falls in love with him? That wouldn't make her become weak towards him," spoke Michio while looking at his king, who soon started his speech. Mechikabura said, "No, actually. I even think it would be more useful if they both fall in love with each other, and that way they can have a greater bond than just a passionate idiot and a manipulator. Remember, my dear friend, that love is the greatest power there is because it makes the impossible possible. So if they both fall head over heels in love with each other, it would only benefit all of us, especially Towa, who apparently will have her true potential released after both of them get together with each other," spoke the Demon King while looking at his friend. Michio spoke. "1,000 pardons. I forgot that this kind of feeling is very different from what real demons feel. The only thing that comes close to the feeling would be our fury, but outside, we don't have anything similar with mortals," said the demon while looking at his master, who just moved a little bit on his throne, settling better on his throne. Mechikabura spoke. "It is not necessary to apologize, my dear friend Michio. In reality, few demons feel this kind of feeling. But as we are already old, we do not have the capacity to love someone. But that is not important for us at this moment," said the King of Demons before having their attention caught by Michio, who now had a new doubt in his mind. Michio said, "And that Mira guy, he seems to be strong and likes to fight, but he still seems to be jealous of someone strong or superior to him. Because when he saw me, I realized that he looked at me as if he didn't want to see me in that place, or simply envied my strength," asked Michio while looking at his master in front of him, who just started soothing his white beard before answering Michio's question. Mechikabura said, "He's just like that. He loves a battle, only he hates losing a battle against anyone. But you don't have to worry because Mira won't try anything to harm you or anything like that," said the King of Demons while holding his psychotic smile on his face. But now her smile was smaller than before, giving an expression of less fear. Michio said, "If you think he's trustworthy or something like that, I'll be happy to follow his teachings and being sincere. Even if he tried to do something against me, it would be easily defeated at my hands, and if he tried to do something, I'll eliminate it at the same time." Mechikabura said, "Don't do that, Mira. Even though he is arrogant because of his strength, he is also necessary for us. As Towa, we need to conquer the son of Goku. If it weren't for those reasons, I should have killed him a long time ago, because Mira only, it gives me work. And even with the passage of time, Mira does not change," said the King of Demons while looking at Michio, who just waved his hand and then left the place, leaving the current King of Demons alone in that place. But what none of the demons realized that is in that place where Michio and Mechikabura were, is that behind the door was Mira, who heard almost the entire conversation. Mira thought, "Damn Michio, just because he's strong he thinks I'm weaker than him. I'm one of the strongest demons in the demon world, and it's not a brat that hasn't even been born yet. That's going to change that. When this child is born, I myself will face him and see if he deserves to be my new king. And if he doesn't deserve it, I will kill the son of Vados with my own hands, and no one will stop me from doing that," thought Mira while still remembering Mechikabura and Michio's words towards him that pissed him a lot. Mira thought, "I'm going to start a much more intense training than before, and I'm going to overcome Michio. And when I do, I'm going to kill him and the son of Vados and Goku. And with that, I'm going to become the new King of Demons. This is now my reason for existing, and it won't be a brat or that damn Michio that will change that." Mira thought very angrily, just imagining that all the effort he had put into his training to become the strongest would be thrown into the trash because of a child that was not even born yet. And soon the demon left that place. Mechikabura thought, "My dear Mira, your desire for my throne is admirable, and that's why I said such words to fill your heart with anger, and to become stronger, because my heir will need strong enemies to mature enough to become the new King of Demons, and that will be a role you play," thought the current King of Demons as he felt Mira's demonic energy moving away from the throne room. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe at Goku's house, it was possible to see all of the Saiyans' family, with Vegeta's family who had arrived at the scene a few minutes ago. Bulma said, "So to create and protect the 6th universe against future threats, Goku will have to have a child with Vados?" asked Bulma as she looked at her husband who was beside Beerus and Whis. Whis said, "That's right, Bulma. Vados kind of fell in love with Goku, and this is not a normal thing for us angels. And as Goku is very strong, he becomes the ideal candidate to be the father of Vados' son," said the angel who was eating a strawberry that had been bought by Bulma. Bulma said, "Was Goku chosen because Vados liked him because he's strong? Not wanting to seem nosy, but Vados was kinda getting in the way of Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage, And if that was the only reason Goku was strong enough, then she should have chosen another Saiyan from the 6th universe to be the father of her child, said the woman, trying to understand why Vados specifically chose Goku to be the father of her child, and that would not be right for her. After all, Goku was already married and had 2 children in addition to being a grandfather. Whis said, "Well, for what my sister had told me, the prophet of the 6th universe, the fish, had spoken to her about a chaos that would happen in the 6th universe, and no one could prevent it. But there was a chance of the 6th universe managing to survive, and for that the strongest warrior of the 7th universe would have to have a child with the angel of the 6th universe, and that child would be the salvation of the 6th universe. So only the son of Goku with Vados can save the 6th universe, and how Vados likes his would not be a serious problem. The only thing that Goku made clear was that he would only have a child with Vados if Chi-Chi allowed it, and she allowed it, and with that Goku would have his 3rd child, only this time with Vados," said the angel while explaining why his sister chose Goku as the father of his future child. Bulma said, "So if Vados had a child with someone other than Goku, the 6th universe would be destroyed by the chaos that will occur in the future?" said Bulma, trying to understand all the reasons why Vados is going to have a child with her childhood friend. Mira spoke. "Apparently yes, Bulma. Goku must be our strongest warrior currently, and as we all know, Goku has an unparalleled power, and his capacity to overcome difficulties is enormous. Putting all this together with the powers of an angel," spoke the 7th universe god of destruction before Vegeta finished his sentence. Vegeta said, "It would create the perfect warrior, both in power and the ability to evolve quickly, and the DNA of a Saiyan plus the DNA of an angel could create a being capable of surpassing even all the angels in the future," said the Prince of Saiyans, completing Beerus's phrase. Bulma spoke. "A child who will be able to overcome all the gods of destruction and also the angels, he should be very powerful in the future, and should even be able to decimate the entire universes alone in the future," said the woman, a little apprehensive with the power of the future child from Goku. Bulma said, "I just hope that when this child is born, he's not evil because he is a Saiyan. I wish that he is like Gohan or Goten and has a good heart, because if this child is born with an evil heart, not only the 6th universe but all 12 universes will be well screwed. After all, he will have a power that will easily be able to subdue the gods of destruction and even the angels to play," said the woman, revealing her biggest fear because of the birth of that child, and Bulma wasn't the only one with that thought. Whis thought, "Bulma is right. If suddenly the child turns evil, she will be a great danger for all universes. But Vados and Mr. Goku will take good care of him, and he will not go down that path," thought the angel while looking to Goku and Vados, who were in another room talking. Vegeta spoke. "It looks like something like that is going to happen. Kakarot can be very stupid, but he won't let his own son go down that path, and if by any chance he does, I'll teach him a lesson," spoke the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Bulma and the rest of the people beside him. Beerus spoke. "I expect no less from the next god of destruction of the 7th universe." The god of destruction spoke in a proud tone with his successor, something that left many of those present surprised, and especially Bulma. Bulma said, "Wait, will Vegeta be the next god of destruction for the 7th universe? So he's going to abandon the family for good?" said the woman in a kind of depressive tone because her husband became the god of destruction. He wouldn't stay close to his family. Vegeta spoke. "What are you talking about, woman? It is obvious that the moment I become the god of destruction, you, Trunks and Bra, will come with me to the planet of the god of destruction," said the Prince of Saiyans and future god of destruction to the 7th universe, to his wife, who was surprised by the words of Vegeta. Goku said, "Did Vegeta say something like, 'I'm going crazy,' or did Vegeta just say he wouldn't abandon Bulma? Who knew you could be so sentimental, Vegeta, the great Prince of the Saiyans?" said Goku, approaching Vegeta, who upon hearing the words of his rival became irritated and ashamed at the same time. Vegeta said, "You shut up, Kakaroto. I accept hearing many things from other people, but not from you," said the future god of destruction, a little embarrassed. Bulma said, "I'm very happy to know that you will not abandon me, but like it or not, I will end up dying from old age, and as you are a Saiyan and in the future the god of destruction, you will have a much longer time than I have," said the woman, keeping a smile on her face, but at the same time showing sadness since she couldn't stay forever by Vegeta's side for being a mere human. Whis said, "That's not because of that, Bulma. When Vegeta becomes the god of destruction, you can become his Kaioshin. It's not something very normal, but it can be done using a ritual similar to that of the gods of destruction," said the angel, making everyone stay surprised by that. Bulma said, "Me becoming a Kaioshin? But what would even happen to the current Kaioshin?" asked the woman as she looked at Beerus. Beerus said, "When I stop being the god of destruction, I'm kind of going to die, and when that happens, my Kaioshin will die with him. So you can use his remaining energy with the Kaiju tree, and you can become Vegeta's Kaioshin, and when one of you dies, the other will die automatically. In short, you will be linked to each other for the rest of your lives," said Beerus while looking at Vegeta and Bulma, who were standing next to each other listening attentively to Beerus's words. Goku said, "So if I become a god of destruction, I could make Chi-Chi become my Kaioshin?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Whis, who was surprised by Goku's words. Whis said, "Yes, it could happen. By any chance, are you interested in the post of God of Destruction of the 7th universe, Mr. Goku?" asked the angel in a tone of pure curiosity, something that made Vegeta look closely at Goku. Goku said, "No, seriously. When the time is right and I stop fighting, I will simply move to a secluded place with Chi-Chi, and we will live there until both of us die. And when I die, I want to join her wherever it is," said the Saiyan while looking at Whis, who was once again surprised by Goku's statement. And the one who was more surprised was Chi-Chi, who was a little away with Vados. Chi-Chi thought, "Goku, you even having the opportunity to spend your life beside Vados still want to stay by my side until you die. And even more, you're thinking about the plan for our future that I told you years ago." The woman thought while looking at her husband for Goku's consideration for her. Even though Goku didn't show much, he loved Chi-Chi, and that only proved that love, something Vados would like to have, but she knew she never would. Vados thought, "This love that Son Goku feels for this woman is something I would really like to have, but I know I can never have it. And I can only wait to stay by my son's side for the rest of my life," the woman thought while looking at Goku, and thought that the only thing she could actually have from Goku would be a son and nothing more. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, already during the night, it was possible to see that everyone who was in Goku's house had already left, and Chi-Chi and Goten had gone to Gohan's house, so that Goku and Vados had a moment alone so they could have their child. Goku said, "So how am I going to give you a son? Will I have to do something similar to what I did with Chi-Chi to have Gohan and Goten?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados. After all, he didn't know if he should do the same thing he did with Chi-Chi, or should he do something else. Vados said, "No, normally we angels cannot have children, but there is a way for us to have a child, and in this one, it is not necessary to do the mating ritual that mortals do to have children," said the Anja Vados while looking at Goku, who didn't have the slightest idea what he should do. Goku said, "So how are we going to do this?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who soon replied, "Well, in order to have a child, physical contact between the two of us is necessary, but it's not a physical mating contact. We just need to kiss and then I can do the rest," the angel spoke while looking at Goku. Vados thought, "In reality, I just need a DNA sample from Son Goku and his authorization to have a child, but I'm going to take this moment to fulfill my dream and kiss Goku at least once, and I have to do it quickly because there's a risk of Whis showing up here and saying that it wasn't necessary to have a kiss for me to have a child with Son Goku." Vados thought, excited about wanting to kiss Goku. Goku said, "Got it. So we just need to put our lips together, and that way you can have my baby? It's a strange shape, but if that's how the children of angels are born, then I can't say anything," said the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who had a smile on her face. Goku said, "So, can we start now?" said the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who was already looking intently at Goku's mouth. Vados said, "Yes, we can," said the angel before approaching Goku. Soon the Saiyan and the angel start a calm kiss. That soon becomes wilder on Vados' part, who wanted to enjoy the moment in the best possible way, and after a few seconds both end up separating due to lack of air. Goku said, "Wow, that was very different. Is that all it takes for you to have my child, Vados?" asked the Saiyan, a little out of breath because of Vados' kiss, that just like Goku was out of breath, and much more than before. Vados said, "No, it still takes some of your ki and his consent," the angel said to the Saiyan, who ended up making a face of confusion. Goku said, "Consent? What is it? Is it to eat?" He spoke to Saiyan without understanding the meaning of the word, something that made Vados give a small smile before answering the Saiyan. Vados spoke, "It's your permission, Goku. Consent is the same thing as permission. So for me to have your child, I need you to put some of your ki in my womb, and your permission to have a child," the Anja explained to Goku, who soon understood. Goku said, "Ah, okay, now I understand. But I already gave you my permission, didn't I?" asked the Saiyan to the angel, who he had previously given permission for him to have a child, and that's why they kissed at that moment. Vados said, "Yes, but for everything to work out, you have to give your permission while you put your key inside me. That way I can have your child without any problem. And if you don't do that, I won't be able to have your child," said the angel while explaining why she needed the Saiyan's authorization while putting his key inside her. Goku said, "I think I understand everything now." "Well then, let's start this soon," said the Saiyan, putting his hand on Vados' belly and then transferring his key to Vados, who ended up getting serious while feeling the Saiyan's energy entering her Veltri. Goku said, "Ready? Will you need anything else?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who was very serious at that moment. Vados said, "No, that's all it takes for me to have your child." The angel spoke a little out of breath. Vados said, "So now I'm going to go to Mr. Beerus' planet, so that I can go to the 6th universe, and with Mr. Champa," the angel said, opening the door and leaving. But soon she was stopped by Son Goku, who said, "Are you going already? Look, I know you have to go back to the 6th universe because you are the angel of the 6th universe, but couldn't you stay here until our son is born?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who was surprised that Goku wants her to stay with him during her pregnancy. Vados said, "Unfortunately not, but maybe you can go with me to the 6th universe," said the angel with a hopeful smile that Goku will go with her to the 6th universe. Goku said, "Well, depending on the time I could, but normally the time it takes for a child to be born would be 9 months, right?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados. Vados said, "The gestation of mortals is usually 9 months, but as I am an angel, the baby should be born in a maximum of 2 months," said the angel to Goku, who had a thoughtful expression. Goku said, "Well, if it's only 2 months, it wouldn't be that long, and Chi-Chi wouldn't complain because I wanted to be by your side during that time. So I think I'll be able to go with you to the 6th universe," said the Saiyan, giving a smile to Vados, who immediately jumped into Goku's arms, who caught her in the air. Vados said, "Good, so let's go," said the angel with a huge smile on her face, then calling the Saiyan for them to go to the 6th universe at that moment. Goku said, "Look, Vados, I can go with you, but not now. It's already night, and before I go I have to talk to Chi-Chi and let her know about my decision. So how about we go to sleep now, and tomorrow I'll tell Chi-Chi that I'm going with you to the 6th universe, okay?" asked the Saiyan to the angel, who just sighed and then opened a small smile. Vados said, "Well, if that's what you want, then I'll accept your decision," said the angel, and then they both went inside Goku's room where the Saiyan and angel slept together that night. The next day, Chi-Chi and Goten had returned home early in the morning, and when they entered their house, they could see Goku and Vados in the kitchen having breakfast. Chi-Chi and Goten said, "Good morning." Goku and Vados said, "Good morning." They both said when they saw Chi-Chi and Goten entering the house. Chi-Chi said, "I hope you enjoyed your night," said the woman with a fake smile on her face. After all, she had given up her husband to save another universe, but it still wasn't a good feeling. Goku said, "Our night was pretty good. Chi-Chi, I have to talk to you," said the Saiyan, soon getting up and going with Chi-Chi to their room. Sometime later, it was possible to see the couple leaving their room, and Chi-Chi was a little sad, and Goku was too. But he was sad because Chi-Chi was sad. Chi-Chi said, "Well, Goku talked about him going to the 6th universe for 2 months, so he could follow up on his pregnancy, Vados. I agree with that, but could you just go tomorrow? Let's celebrate that the family is going to have one more member. How about that?" said Chi-Chi as she looked at Vados. Vados said, "Well, I would like to go today, but celebrating that I will have a son and that he will be the hope of the 6th universe is not a bad idea. And Mr. Champa will like it since there will be a party, because there will be food," said the angel with a smile on her face, agreeing with Chi-Chi's idea. As was said and done, Chi-Chi soon called Bulma with the news, and she quickly agreed to hold a party at Capsule Corporation. So later the same day, at Capsule Corporation, a party was created gathering all of Goku's family and friends to celebrate the Saiyan's third son. But during that party, Chi-Chi called Goku to a place further away from the party. Goku said, "What was it, Chi-Chi?" asked the Saiyan as he finished eating a piece of roasted meat. Chi-Chi said, "Goku, I've been thinking for some time, and now that Vados is going to have your child, I've made my decision. I want to have another son. In fact, I want to have a daughter," said the woman while looking at her husband, who ended up letting the plate of food that was in his hands fall to the ground and break because of the shock with Chi-Chi's desire. Goku said, "Do you want to have a daughter?" asked the Saiyan, trying to understand his wife's desire. Chi-Chi said, "Yes, I want to, and when this child is born, I want you to stay with us and not be training all the time," said the woman while looking at her husband. Goku said, "Well, if that's your wish, then I'll do it. And actually, I was also wanting to have a daughter for some time, Kinda spending time with Pan made me want to have a girl so I could take care of it," said the Saiyan to his wife, who soon gave a big smile for her husband, who wanted a daughter along with her. So Goku grabbed Chi-Chi by the waist and soon after kissing her, disappeared using her teleportation, leaving the party aside and a certain angel sad that Goku had left her in the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, on a plane, it is possible to see Mira facing several demons as a form of training, and he was using weights on his legs and also on his wrists to increase the difficulty of his training. A little way off was Towa, who was watching Mira's training, and the woman was trying to focus on a way to help Mira become stronger so that it could make her forget that she had to make a boy fall in love with her in order to become the new king of demons. Towa thought, "Why am I still thinking about this? I don't even know if this boy really exists or will exist. It's not because that Michio said it will happen that means it will happen. There's no guarantee that I will be the wife of the new Demon King. And even if that happens, I won't become his servant. On the contrary, I will make him kneel at my feet." The woman thought as she thought of the words spoken by Michio regarding the future warrior who would join the demons, and he will be the possible king of demons in the future. Towa thought, "If it were up to me, I'd say that Mira would be a good successor to the post of king of demons, and this unborn boy won't be a good king like Mira. The boy will possess the blood of an angel, the blood of a winged bitch who is only fit to be employed by the god of destruction of the sixth universe, and I will never serve someone like that. I am faithful to Lord Mechikabura and only him," thought the woman, making it clear to herself that she could only serve Mechikabura and no one but him. While Towa continued in her thoughts regarding her future husband, Mira, who was facing some demons, was starting to have some difficulties with the battle against the demons, as they were taking turns to face Mira, and moreover, the weights he was using were getting heavier as time went on from the training. Mira thought, "I can't be weak now. I won't stand in the shadows of other demons like Michio. I can't be bested by the son of an angel with a Saiyan who only knows how to fight and destroy things," thought the demon Mira as he continued to face the demons that were advancing against him. Mira, seeing that several demons were going against him and he was already a little tired, but when he saw that the demons were advancing towards him, he raised his power, making an aura of energy stay around him, making the weakest demon that was close to him being thrown away, and the strongest had to protect themselves, not to be thrown away by the energy that Mira had released. Mira, when releasing his power, was threatening the weaker one away using his energy. He soon advanced towards one of the demons that hadn't been thrown away. In a matter of seconds, Mira was already in front of one of the demons and punched the demon in the face, causing him to be thrown away, hitting the ground, and then Mira disappeared and reappeared, giving a kick to another demon, making him rise to the heavens, and then grabbed the demon's leg and pulled it with all his strength, making the demon hit the ground hard, making a small crater, and to finish, Mira took the demon's body and threw it against the other one who had received Mira's punch, making the two demons collide. Mira thought, no, that's still not enough. Fighting these wimpy demons doesn't come close to Michio's strength. Shit, if I can't get stronger, I won't be able to become the new Demon King, and it won't be a brat that will change that, thought the demon Mira while imagining Michio or another angel like being sitting on the throne of the Demon King, and that only made Mira angrier. Mira, because of her anger, started to release an amount of energy much higher than he could manage, and such an action made Towa completely come out of her thoughts and started to pay full attention to Mira. Towa said, "But what power is that? Mira has never been able to release this much energy before, and his body seems to be getting bigger. Why is he getting so strong?" wondered the woman, as she looked at the amount of energy Mira was releasing, and that just made the woman be surprised. After all, Mira was at least 5 times stronger than an elite demon, but now her power was much greater than before. Michio said, "Who knew he would get so strong just using his anger as fuel to increase his power? Quite impressive," Michio said, appearing next to Towa, who ended up jumping to the side, putting himself in a combat posture. Towa said, "Michio, don't show up like that again. If I hadn't taken it easy, I would have attacked you with a blast of demonic ki," said the woman while looking at Michio, who just gave a small laugh. Michio said, "It seems you could use your strongest attack, and even then I wouldn't even feel your blow. I'm sorry, but you're too weak to even hurt me," said the demon, while looking with a look of arrogance and pride at Towa, who just clucked his tongue because of anger, and then returned to his normal posture and looked at where Mira was. Towa said, "I know I'm weak to you, Michio, but still I'd rather you have the politeness not to suddenly appear behind or beside someone else," said the woman while lecturing Michio on politeness, who only sighed. Michio spoke. Of course, sorry this time. I have to admit that appearing next to a person who is very concentrated is not very polite. Now that I've already apologized, you can ask your question, said the demon while apologizing in a respectful manner to Towa for his lack of education on his part. Towa said, How is Mira getting so strong all of a sudden? The increase in his power makes no sense at all, said the woman while looking at Michio, who soon started talking. Michio said, I don't know if you know, but the Saiyans are kind of descended from a very ancient demon called Wukong the monkey god. He gave rise to all Saiyans, and that's why they are similar to monkeys, explained the demon while looking to Towa, who gave a small grunt of anger. Towa said, What does this have to do with Mira and his increase in power? Said the woman a little irritated while looking at Michio. Michio said, Simple, my friend. Mira is a descendant of that same demon, and he's still a demon and not a Saiyan. But even so, he ended up inheriting a characteristic from them, which is the ability to evolve according to feelings, and anger is a great fuel. That way, Mira must have been angry for being weaker than me, and in the future, the new king will be stronger than her husband. And that was the reason for Mira's power increase. Michio said, finishing his explanation of Mira's reason, be getting stronger because of your anger. Towa spoke. So Mira is a Saiyan demon, so to speak. And don't call that half-angel boy my hubby, said the angel a little confused in the first part, and dying that she was angry with the way Michio had referred to her future husband, one she wouldn't want to have. Michio said, I wouldn't call him a demonic Saiyan, but it's something along those lines. By the way, her future husband is already being generated in the womb of that angel called Vados, said the demon while looking at Towa, who sighed heavily. Towa said, So that angel really is pregnant with that Goku guy, what the fuck? Said the woman a little sad with the news that the future king of demons was already being generated inside the belly of Vados. Michio said, Accept at once that you were made to fall in love with him. But think of the bright side. You will be the queen of demons, a title that never existed. Since all the previous demon kings never got to marry, they just had a child with the strongest female dominance of that generation and then dumped her. But if you make him fall in love with you, he'll make you his queen. So imagine being able to rule this whole world, and in the future all the universes. That's something any demon would want to have. So enjoy it, Towa, said the demon while looking at Towa, who ended up getting more comfortable with the fact that she might be the first demon queen. Towa thought, me becoming the queen of demons? That's not a bad idea. It's actually a great idea. Even if I have to live with a hybrid between a Saiyan and an angel, I will still have what I always wanted, the power to conquer everyone around me. And if I do everything right, even my husband will be nothing more than a puppy in my hands, thought the woman while imagining a scene where she sat on the throne of the king of demons and everyone around her was kneeling, and none of them had the courage to look her in the eyes, something that made her very satisfied. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, it was possible to see Michio walking towards the throne room of the king of demons to be able to inform the new news about the son of Vados with Goku and the evolution of Mira's power. Soon the demon ended up arriving at the throne room, where Mechikabura was sitting on his throne releasing his extremely powerful and oppressive demonic energy. But even with that gigantic aura, Michio still didn't feel anything about his master's demonic energy. But that was only happening because Mechikabura was in a state of meditation, and that ended up triggering the release of his power. And in those moments, no one could enter in the Mechikabura throne room, as many would be killed simply by touching the throne room door. Upon entering the room and feeling his master's oppressive demonic energy, Michio ends up releasing his own energy protecting himself, which ended up clashing with Mechikabura's, and because of the clash of energy between the two powers, some of the pillars of the throne room ended, generating several cracks, and some of the pillars ended up falling. Mechikabura felt the energy of his servant and his friend. He ended up opening his eyes and stopped releasing his demonic energy, and then Michio stopped releasing his power, soon making the atmosphere of that place calmer, yet some parts were still shaking because of the demonic energy of the two. Mechikabura spoke. What does Michio want? You know that these times when I'm meditating, I don't like to be disturbed, so I hope it's something important. The current king of demons spoke to his servant and friend, who only sighed because of his master's personality. Michio said, Look, it would be very useful if you put a sign or a barrier around the throne room while you meditate, because while you are in a state of meditation, you release a large amount of demonic energy, and if any demon that enters here in this moment would be dead. So if I wasn't strong, I would be crushed by this power. So please let me know when you're going to do this, or put a demon as a guard at the door to let us know that there's a demon with great power meditating," said the demon while looking and talking to his master in a more polite and cordial tone. Mechikabura said, "Sorry about that, Michio. It's just that I usually meditate at this time, and as you rarely stay in the world of demons, I forgot to warn you about that. So what are you doing here? Must have a good thing to tell me, right?" said the current king of demons while looking at his servant. Michio said, "That's right, my dear king and friend Mechikabura. One of my spy clones discovered that the angel Vados is already pregnant, and in about 2 months the child will be born. And with that, Son Goku had a celebration and farewell party, since he will live in the 6th universe for some time to be able to take care of Vados during the pregnancy. But I think Vados didn't like the end of that party very much," Mechikabura said. The angel from Vados didn't like the party, celebrating her pregnancy? I thought that for her that would be everything. So why did she get mad? Asked the current king of demons to Michio, who only gave a malicious smile before starting his speech. Michio said, the angel of the 6th universe was not very happy at the end of the party, because her beloved Goku ended up going to a place further away from the party with his original wife Chi-Chi, and she ended up revealing her desire to have more of a son than a Saiyan, only this time a girl. And the big reason why Vados stayed there was because of the way Son Goku ended up accepting the idea immediately and didn't even think twice. Soon the Saiyan pulled the human into his arms and kissed her lips, and then both teleported from that location and reappeared at their home, where the couple put into practice the process of mating mortals, said the demon while looking at Mechikabura, who ended up laughing a lot at the situation. Mechikabura said, "Ha ha 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 ha. So that angel is feeling jealous of the Saiyan? Who knew? She's not even Goku's wife, and thinks she has the right. And by the way, I hadn't asked before, but how did she convince that human to allow her to have a child with the Saiyan Goku?" said the current king of demons as he left his posture of happiness and returned to his most imposing and serious posture. Then asking how the angel of the 6th universe had managed to convince Chi-Chi to let her have a child with Goku. Michio said it was very simple. Vados lied and ended up saying that she had received a kind of prophecy given by the fish, saying that the 6th universe would be placed in a huge chaos and nobody could stop it. But there would be a warrior born from an angel with the strongest mortal in the 7th universe, and he would be the hope and salvation of the 6th universe, and without him, the 6th universe would be completely destroyed. And using the woman's emotional side, Vados was able to convince her that she had to have a child with Goku. "Ha ha ha," explained the demon while looking at his master and king, who then burst out laughing when he heard the method and words that Vados had used to convince Chi-Chi to allow the angel to have a son with a Saiyan. Mechikabura said, "More than irony, isn't it? She said that if this child did not exist, the 6th universe would be destroyed by chaos, and that this child would be the hope and salvation of that universe. But in reality, this boy who will be born will bring destruction and chaos not only to the 6th universe, and yes, for all 12 universes. That angel couldn't be more wrong. That child that she must want to become the future king of destruction won't be on their side, but ours." The current king of demons spoke while looking at Michio, who had a smile on his face, a smile of agreement with his king's opinion and words. Michio said, "In reality, the angel is right. She said that her son will become the new god of destruction of the 6th universe, and that will happen. She is right. But there is only one thing that the child will be as a destroyer, and that is he will destroy everything that stays in his way." "Ha ha ha ha," said the demon while looking at his king. Mechikabura said, "Yeah, you're right about that. Is this the only news you have for me? Not that I'm finding it bad. After all, this news you gave me was already worth it to get me out of meditation," asked the current king of demons to Michio. And Michio spoke, "No, actually there is one more piece of news that might please you," said the demon with a smile on his face. Mechikabura said, "So tell me. I want to know if this news will make me smile just like the previous news, even though I know it won't surpass the previous one," spoke the king of demons, interested in knowing what would be the other news that Michio had brought for him. Michio said, "It's about Mira. Apparently, he must have heard our conversation about him. Not that you don't know already, but he got a very angry feeling and started to train a lot more than before. And during his training, he must have felt so much anger that his power ended up increasing a lot. And with that, I ended up talking to Toa about Mira having a common ancestor just like the Saiyans have. And he is Wukong, the monkey demon. And by the way, Towa apparently already managed to accept that she would be the wife of Goku's son, and with that she would be the first queen of the demons. Since all the women of the ancient demon kings were good for nothing but having powerful sons, spoke Michio while looking at Mechikabura. Mechikabura said, "So Towa has already accepted her destiny, and moreover, Mira has awakened the characteristics of evolving according to his feelings like Wukong. Really wonderful. Just as you and I are rivals, something that made us evolve a lot. He will need a rival to match him." "Mira, and that makes me happy," said the demon with a smile on his face. Michio said, "You're right. Mira will make our future king stronger, so he can be the true king of demons. And with Towa finally accepting that she will be the queen of demons, the path to our future king will be easier to accomplish," said the demon while looking at Mechikabura, who just laughed a little, before gaining an evil smile upon remembering a certain information Michio had told him some time ago. Mechikabura said, "Michio, when this child is born, make her see the suffering of not having Son Goku by her side. And that will make him angry with his father and hate his other family. Make him kill his half-brothers and wife, original from his father to Chi-Chi. And with that, Goku will have a great hatred inside him. And they two will face each other. Two Saiyans fighting using the power of their anger," said the current king of demons while looking at Michio, who was surprised by the genius of his king. Michio spoke, "As always, you are best when it comes to making someone turn evil. I will do as ordered, my king. So now I say goodbye," said the demon, soon leaving the place. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely in the house of Goku and his family. Inside the room of the couple, Goku and Chi-Chi, it was possible to see that their room was a real mess, showing that the couple's night was quite restless since they were both lying in their bed together completely naked, having only a thin throw over them. Goku thought, making a son like Vados was something very easy, but doing it the way mortals normally do it is much better. It's been a while since I felt as drained of energy as I'm feeling today, thought the Saiyan as he looked at his wife's naked body that was lying on the Saiyan's chest. Goku, who had already woken up a little earlier than usual, but preferred to remain in the position for some time, because Goku knew he would not see Chi-Chi for 2 months. So the Saiyan would have to take advantage of his last hours that he would stay in the 7th universe next to Chi-Chi. It didn't take long for Chi-Chi to wake up from her deep sleep. Right after the human woke up from her sleep, she didn't look up where she could see her husband, while Goku ran one of his hands through his wife's hair. Chi-Chi said, "Goku, how long have you been awake?" asked the woman with a sleepy expression as she looked at her Saiyan husband's face. Goku said, "I woke up a few minutes ago, but I prefer to stay here with you and maybe spoil you a little, since I'll have to stay 2 months away from the 7th universe, and I won't be able to do that again. But did you like the night before?" said the Saiyan while looking and smoothing his wife's face, and then asking if she liked what they did the night before. Something that made Chi-Chi a little ashamed, but at the same time happy for the couple's night. Chi-Chi said, "I liked it. I liked it a lot. We should do this more often since we're both married, but our married life isn't all that stuff," said the woman, happy with what they both had experienced the night before, and then speaking in a sad tone about her life couple was not what she expected, and it was Goku's fault for spending too much time away from home training. Goku said, "I know that, and I know that this is my fault. Because of my constant training, I almost never stay at home, and when I do, I almost don't give you the attention you deserve. I also know that I wasn't a very present father in Gohan and Goten's lives, especially in Goten's. Since he was born, I was dead, and I couldn't even see his birth. I'm a failure as a husband and a father. The only thing I'm good at is training and fighting. Other than that, I'm nothing," said the Saiyan in a much more serious tone than usual, something he did for Chi-Chi to be impressed by her husband's words. Chi-Chi thought, since when does Goku think that way? He has always been a very childish person in any matter, but this is not related to combat or training. What happened to him to be thinking that way now? Wondered the woman in her mind, as she looked at her husband's serious and sad face. Chi-Chi said, "Goku, I know that's not true. I know that when we're together, we don't spend much time together. But I'm not much of a person trying to improve our marital relationship either, so don't blame yourself that much. What about your relationship with Gohan and Goten? They both understand that everything you do is to protect both of them, and even the Earth. And most recently you protected us during the Tournament of Power, so please don't blame yourself for something like that," said the woman while looking at her husband. Goku said, "I know that, but I still know that the biggest fault in all of this is mine. And for that reason, when I return, I will spend more of my time living with you and Goten And of course, we will have another child in the house if the night before bears any fruit, said the Saiyan at the end, giving Chi-Chi a smile and just thinking that he could have another son running around the house. Chi-Chi said, "Are you serious? Are you really going to stay with me and Goten here at home? And of course with our future daughter?" asked the woman, hoping to have her husband more present in her house. Goku said, "Yes, I have already reached a very high level of power, and I can even be compared to a god of destruction. This level of power is already good for me, and so I will be more at home with everyone. And of course, that being said, I will spoil you more to make up for all the years I didn't do that," said the Saiyan while looking at his wife, who soon gained a huge smile on her face, because the words spoken by Goku had a lot of intensity, showing that he was speaking the truth, and not saying all that lip service, something that made the woman kiss Goku's lips. Chi-Chi said, "That's what I want. Since that's how it is, when our daughter is born, you and I will be able to spend more time as a couple. And by the way, when Vados' son is born, you will go to the 7th universe. And when that happens, I want you to be with me during my pregnancy. And this is not a request," said the woman with an imposing voice, but at the same time fun. Goku said, "Yes, ma'am. After the birth of my child with Vados, I will come back and stay with you for the duration of your pregnancy. I promise you that. In fact, you won't mind if my son and Vados meet you and also spend time with us here at home. Is that okay with you?" asked the man while looking at his wife, who had a look of doubt, but soon she replied. Chi-Chi said, "No, I won't care about that. After all, he is also your son, and this is your home. So he will be free to come and go from this house whenever he wants, and I won't want to separate him from his brothers and sisters either," said the woman, soon returning to snuggling in her husband's abdomen. Later the same day, a few hours later, it was possible to see all of Goku's acquaintances in front of the Capsule Corporation, and Goku, Vados, and Champa were in front of everyone since they would leave the place straight to the 6th universe. Whis said, "Apparently we won't see each other for 2 months, Sir Goku. I hope that during that time you don't mind taking care of my sister," said the angel while watching the Saiyan. Goku said, "Don't worry, Whis. I'll guarantee her safety during her pregnancy. And after the birth of this child, I guarantee that nothing will hurt her, or anything like that," said the Saiyan while looking at the angel, and gave a certain laughter. Vegeta said, "When you come back, I'll be stronger than you. Understand, Kakarot?" The Saiyan prince spoke in an arrogant manner, and proud of his current strength. Goku said, "Let's see then, Vegeta. When we get back, you and I will face each other, and we will decide which one of us is the strongest." The Saiyan spoke with a smile on his face. Gohan said, "See you later, Daddy. I hope everything goes well," said the eldest son of Goku, saying goodbye to him while his wife was beside him and his daughter on his neck, saying goodbye to Goku. Chi-Chi said, "See you later, Goku. Me and the boys will wait for you. So see you in 2 months," said the woman while looking at her husband. Goku said, "See you guys. I'll see you in 2 months or less, I don't know. But until then, wait for my return," said the Saiyan before disappearing into a pillar of light along with Vados and Champa, and soon everyone went to the 6th universe, where Goku would have to stay for at least 2 months. In the 6th universe, on the planet of the God of Destruction, currently on the planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, it was possible to see a pillar of energy emerging in the center of the planet, and quickly the pillar disappeared, and in the place appeared Goku, Vados, and Champa, and they had just arrived at the 6th universe. Soon after they arrived, Goku found the place strange, because it was identical to the planet of the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, something that made the Saiyan wonder if he was on Beerus' planet. Goku said, "I thought we were going to the planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, but we are on the planet of the God of Destruction of the 7th universe." "The planet of Beerus," said the Saiyan, very confused with where they were, since for him that was Beerus' planet, something that made Vados give a little laugh, attracting the Saiyan's attention. Champa said, "This must be the first time you go to another universe, isn't it, Son Goku?" asked the God of Destruction of the 6th universe to the Saiyan. Goku said, "I think so. There was that universe where I went to, the Tournament of Power, but apart from that, I don't think I've ever been to another of the 12 universes," the Saiyan replied to Champa, who just sighed. Vados said, "Goku, all the planets of the gods of destruction and the Kaioshians are the same, and we are on the planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. And it is identical to the planet of Mr. Beerus, but the planets are the same because Mr. Champa and Mr. Beerus were not interested in changing everything because Mr. Beerus spends many years sleeping and Mr. Champa was always eating," explained the angel while sending a hint to Champa, who just turned her face to another direction. Champa thought, I admit that I spend more time eating than destroying, but I still do my job better than my idiot twin brother. And it's my fault that our planets are the same," thought the god of destruction of the 6th universe while admitting in his mind that he ate too much, but he worked more than his brother. So if the planet had to be different, Beerus would have changed it. Goku said, "I understand. So all the planets of the gods of destruction and the Kaioshians of all 12 universes are the same, but the one of Lord Kaido in my world is smaller, because Mr. Beerus destroyed it years ago because he lost in a game." Ha ha ha. The Saiyan spoke, understanding why the planet of the god of destruction of the 6th universe was the same as the planet of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Champa said, "Well, the planet of the gods of destruction are the same. So you, who are already more familiar with the planet of Beerus, then you will know how to live on this planet. So welcome to my planet, son Goku, and enjoy, because you will live here during the next 2 months. Now I'm going to my room. I had too many emotions in a short time, and now I want to rest a little," said the god of destruction of the 6th universe, soon going to his room and leaving Goku and Vados alone. Goku said, "So where will my room be?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Vados, who, before answering, he thought a little, then giving a small malicious smile that Goku apparently didn't see. Vados said, "Some of the rooms are very messy, and some are torn apart, so you can stay in my room, and we can settle down together. Or would you rather try to find a room for you to sleep in?" the angel asked with a little trepidation, with the choice of Goku. Goku said, "Well, I think I can sleep in the same room as you, Vados, so I can end up taking care of you and your wishes if you have to. I remember that when Chi-Chi was pregnant with Gohan, she had some cravings to eat some strange things like dirt, grass, sand, brick, brown sugar with salt, and other strange things," said the Saiyan when he remembered his wife's strange desires while pregnant with her first child. Vados said, "Great, then follow me, please," said the angel while walking in front of the Saiyan. Vados thought, "I should have spent more time with Goku that day of the kiss, and last night I could see that he and his wife, because they disappeared from the party, and I could feel their ki in Goku's house. So that woman managed to make Goku change in some way, because seeing him yesterday and seeing him today seems like he is completely different from before," the angel thought as she looked from the corner of her eye at Goku, who was following her, and looked to the corners to be able to decorate the place where he was going. Vados thought, "I already know what I'm going to do. I know it's not right, but now I don't care anymore. I'm going to make Goku have my body, even today saying that apparently the way I had said it wasn't enough to generate our child, so we will have to perform mating like mortals," she thought, the angel, as she looked at Goku and thought of having him in her bed anyway, and for that she would have to take advantage of the Saiyan's innocence. Soon both arrived at the place where Vados' room was, and quickly the angel entered her room, being followed by Goku. Goku said, "Wow, your room is very different, and it's very beautiful," said the Saiyan, impressed with the huge room that the angel had, something that made the angel happy. Vados said, "I'm glad you like my room, but now we need to talk about something important. Goku, it seems that the way I told us to have a child yesterday didn't work out, so we'll have to do it like mortals do. Is there a problem with that?" said the angel, a little embarrassed and scared as she looked at Goku, who was a little confused. Goku said, "So what we both did yesterday wasn't enough to get you pregnant?" asked the confused Saiyan, because Vados had said that the technique would work. Vados said, "No, apparently that method wasn't enough for me to get pregnant with you, so we can do it like mortals," said the angel as she looked at the Saiyan. Goku said, "So, okay, if you still haven't gotten pregnant that way, we can do it the same way I did to get Chi-Chi pregnant 3 times, said the Saiyan with a smile on his face, but such information ended up leaving Vados confused. Vados said, 3 times? I thought you only had 2 children with that woman. So who's your 3rd child? The angel asked the Saiyan. Goku said, in reality, I have only 2 children, Gohan and Goten, but Chi-Chi and I decided to have 1 more child. So last night, she and I got together, said the Saiyan, leaving Vados shocked with such information. Vados thought, so they got together last night. That's when I felt them both leave the party and go to their house. Damn woman, even though she knew Goku was supposed to be with me yesterday, she made him get her pregnant all over again just to tie him to her forever. I already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell Goku that it takes at least 5 days, so during that time I'm going to make Goku mine. And during all these nights, with the pretext of guaranteeing that I'll be pregnant, and after that I'm going to make him fall in love with me, and then he'll be mine forever. The angel thought angrily at Chi-Chi, for once again the man she likes is going to have another child with Chi-Chi. Vados said, so let's get started. said the angel before starting to remove her clothes, and Goku, seeing that start, doing the same thing as the angel. But what none of them had realized was that there was a type of red moth, being one of Michio's spies, that had attached itself to Goku's clothes so he could see everything that was happening. Now in the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, in one of the rooms of the huge castle, it was possible to see Michio sitting in a luxury chair while looking at a reddish sphere. That showed everything his spies were seeing, and at that moment, he was seeing Vados surrendering for Goku. Michio said, "Vados, you are evil, ha ha ha. Using the Saiyan's innocence to have him for you, that just shows how much your desire to have him for yourself you have, and that will only make things easier for me. So I thank you, my friend, ha 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 ha," said the demon while looking at the red orb with a huge smile on his face. The next day, it was possible to see Goku waking up and looking around and seeing that he wasn't in his usual room, so Goku ended up remembering that he had gone to the 6th universe the day before, and now he was in Vados' room in the planet of the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. After remembering the last events, Goku tried to get up, but the moment he tried to do that, he felt something holding him. In reality, a person, Vados, who was lying beside him holding the Saiyan's right arm. And the angel Vados was completely naked, and so was the Saiyan, which made Goku remember the restless afternoon night he had with Vados. Seeing that he couldn't leave that place without waking Vados, the Saiyan simply went back to sleep next to Vados, who had a smile on his face, just because he was feeling the Saiyan's presence next to him. Later that same day, it was possible to see Goku, Vados, and Champa all together eating at the table that was very full with several different foods from all over the 6th universe, and some of them were identical to the foods of the 7th universe that belonged to the planet Earth of the universe that was restored using the power of the Super Dragon Balls. Goku said, "Wow, these foods from the 6th universe are really delicious, but some of them have the same taste as the foods from planet Earth in my universe. But other than that, this food is wonderful. Vados, tell me, did you do it?" asked the Saiyan with his mouth full while eating different types of food. Vados said, "Yes, it was I who made it myself, several of these foods. I learned to make while visiting several planets alongside Mr. Champa, and the foods you are eating should no longer exist, since many of them along with their planets of origin were destroyed by Mr. Champa. But before I took some herbs and plants, animals and fruits from each planet and put them inside the dimension of my staff where they were growing, and today I use them in my recipes, ha ha ha," said the angel while looking at the Saiyan who was fiercely eating the food in front of her. Goku said, "That must have been a lot of work, but it was worth it to be able to eat these delicious foods. You're a very good cook, Vados," said the Saiyan, stopping to eat for a second and looking at Vados, who was very happy to be praised by Goku. Vados thought, "I've nailed it. I knew that Saiyans ate in large quantities, and so I made several different foods and made sure they all tasted amazing. That way Son Goku will realize that I'm the ideal woman for him, and that way he'll end up abandoning that Chi-Chi, so he can stay with me and our son forever," the angel thought, already convinced that she could conquer Goku by her stomach and her enormous hunger. Goku thought, "Vados really cooks very well. Her food must be better than Bulma's, but neither of them is better than Chi-Chi's food. I don't know why, but the food made by her, always, they were the best I've ever eaten in my life, and being honest, I think Chi-Chi will be the best I've ever eaten my entire life," thought the Saiyan while remembering and comparing all the food he had ever eaten, and realizing that the made by Chi-Chi, even though they weren't the most fancy or refined, they were still the most delicious, but Goku wouldn't confess that in front of Vados. Champa thought, "What wonderful food. Vados has never done this for me before, but must be because of the Saiyan. But I'm not going to complain one bit about it, even because there is no reason to complain about this wonderful food. But to be honest, seeing Vados with his bond with Son Goku is kind of annoying. But she likes him, and that's why I can't do anything about it. I better get back to eating before the gluttonous Saiyan eats it all himself," thought the god of destruction of the 6th universe, while eating his food and watching Vados and his attempts at seduction that were often ignored by simple Goku, who just didn't care. Goku said, "Hey Vados, I'm going to stay here in the 6th universe for 2 months. I'd like to ask you something, Mr. Champa," said the Saiyan, attracting the attention of Angel and the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Champa said, "What do you want, Son Goku? If it's something we can help ourselves with, we'll help, but if it's something impossible, we won't. Then say what you want," said the 6th universe god of destruction as he continued to eat his food. Goku said, "I would like to ask that I would be able to train those 2 Saiyans who faced me during the Tournament of Power. They have shown to have enormous potential to become stronger, and so I would like to train them to become stronger than during the Tournament of Power."
Since Vegeta became the master of the Saiyan named Kaba, I think I should become their master and teach them how to transform into Super Saiyan 3 and overcome even that, said the Saiyan now in a more serious way that demonstrated in his face. Vados said, "Do you wish to train Miss Kale and Miss Cauliflower?" asked the angel, surprised by the request of her beloved Saiyan. Goku said, "Yes, I wish to train both of them. I want to see how far they can go with my training. And like I said, I'll let them get stronger. Not only by my words, I know they want that. That's why I want to train both of them to be able to overcome their limits," said the Saiyan with a smile on his face, just imagining training both Saiyans and them becoming stronger than him in the future. Champa thought, he wants to train two Saiyans from my universe? Vegeta ended up teaching Kaba some things and he became very strong. If Goku is the strongest in his universe, that means that Cauliflower and Kale will become the strongest in our universe. I'm just seeing profits with this request from Goku. Ha ha ha, thought the god of destruction of the 6th universe, just seeing that it would bear fruit in the future. Champa spoke. "I accept your request, Son Goku. Vados, bring Kale and Cauliflower to my planet. And Goku, you will have my permission to train them both. And by the way, when you return, Vados, take the Patara earrings from the Kaioshin. That way Kale and Cauliflower can use the fusion. And so Goku, you'll be able to train them in such a way that Kefla has a power that comes close to yours when using the power of Ultra Instinct," said the god of destruction with a huge smile on his face. Goku said, "It'll be fun to train them. There's just one problem," said the Saiyan while scratching the back of his head and having a disconcerted smile. Vados spoke. "What kind of problem, Goku?" the angel asked as she looked at her beloved. Goku said, "I kind of got a lot stronger than I was during the Tournament of Power. The strength I had when I used Ultra Instinct's power for the first time is different now. I must say that my Ultra Instinct's power is now strong enough to clash head-on with the God of Destruction, and maybe even defeat him. But until today, I never faced Mr. Beerus using the power of Ultra Instinct, so I don't know if I can say that I'm as strong as him. But I must come close to at least the full power of Mr. Beerus," said the Saiyan, talking about his new level of power he had gained during his last battles, especially against Black Frieza. Such information made both Champa and Vados very shocked to see that the Saiyan in front of him would be able to fight equally against a god of destruction, and who knows, even defeat one of them. Champa thought, "This guy is much stronger than during the power tournament. Now I'm sure that if he trains those two in the next power tournament, we can be the winners, and by then, Vados' son will already be born, and I still haven't let go of my post of God of Destruction. So if we have a half Saiyan and a half Angel together with the strongest fusion of the 6th universe, we will definitely win the Tournament of Power," thought the God of Destruction, very euphoric to know that he could win the next Tournament of Power that could happen at any moment, and when that happens, his universe would be the winner for sure. Vados thought, "I always knew that Goku was very strong, and I'm sure that my son will be as strong as his father, and for that to happen, Goku will have to train our son. I will guarantee that this will happen," the angel thought while looking at the Saiyan with great admiration for his power. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, it was possible to see Goku on top of a small mountain on the planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, and the Saiyan was meditating with a high concentration while waiting for Vados to return with Cauliflower and Kale so that the Saiyan of the 6th universe could train both Saiyans of the 6th universe and if possible make them the strongest of the 6th universe. While Goku was in a state of Champa meditation, the God of Destruction of the 6th universe looked at him from afar. The God of Destruction didn't know why, but he had a slight premonition and something was going to happen, and that it would be impressive. Champa thought, "My brother loves to show off the strength of the warriors of his universe, especially Vegeta, who has now become their heir of Beerus, and in the future he will become the new God of Destruction of the 7th universe. But I wonder why Vegeta was chosen to become the new God of Destruction if Goku is as strong, or if not stronger than Vegeta. So why wasn't Goku chosen to become the new God of Destruction of the 7th universe?" The God of Destruction wondered as he looked at Goku, who was sitting in the lotus position meditating. While Champa was trying to find a good reason why his brother chose Vegeta as his successor and not Son Goku, who meditated, started releasing a certain amount of energy from his body, something that made Champa stop trying to find a reason why Vegeta had become Beerus' successor. Champa thought, "So something different will finally happen. It's about time," thought the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, focusing on Goku, who was releasing his power more and more. The energy that was being released by Goku was increasing more and more, something that was making Champa surprised that Goku had not changed his facial expression since the beginning of the meditation. Soon a small burst of energy ends up happening, one that had been caused by Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. But it didn't stop there because Goku's energy was increasing even more, and then another explosion happened, one that ended up destroying a bit of the ground where Goku was, and after that generated dust disappeared. It was possible to see Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Champa thought, Goku's power keeps increasing. How is that possible? He's still transforming even though he is in a state of deep meditation. He could be disconnected from the outside world, unless Goku's body is acting of its own accord, thought the God of Destruction, shocked by what was happening. The Saiyan now had lightning around his body due to his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, which soon changed when Goku's body began to glow, and when that glow disappeared, it was possible to see Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 with his long golden hair and an intense and powerful aura around him, along with several light blue rays. Champa thought, this must be the Super Saiyan 3 transformation that Caulifla wanted to learn from Son Goku during the Tournament of Power. I have to say that this power is enormous for mortals. If Caulifla and Kale manage to master this power, they can be the strongest in the 6th universe, and if Caulifla and Kale merge to become Kefla, they can become one of the mortals mightiest of all the universes, thought the God of Destruction as he looked at the Super Saiyan 3 form that Goku was using at that moment. But Champa comes out of his thoughts once again when he feels Goku's energy stop being that of a human and become a divine energy, and this happened when Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God, something that ended up making his aura rise to the heavens and cause all the weather in the environment to change, creating strong gusts of wind and some dark clouds that rose to the skies. At that moment, a pillar of colored energy ended up arriving at the planet of God of Destruction of the 6th universe and ended up falling near where Champa was, and from the pillar came Vados, Kale, and Caulifla, who, when they arrived at the place, were surprised by the weather of the planet of the God of Undoing. Caulifla said, Wow, what is happening to this planet for it to be like this? This is very strange, said the Saiyan while approaching Champa with Vados and Kale. Kale said, Caulifla, I'm feeling a very powerful energy coming from that small hill, and I felt it before, but I don't remember who that energy belongs to, Caulifla's apprentice said while looking at the distant hill, where there was a kind of flame aura in the top of it. Caulifla said, Well, now that you said it, I felt that energy before, and if I remember correctly, it was during the power tournament that I felt it. Wait, that's the old man's energy, spoke the Saiyan before running closer to Champa, where he could see better. Within the flame aura was Son Goku in lotus posture with both eyes closed. Vados said, What is Goku doing, Mr. Champa? The Anja asked next to the God of Destruction, who was too focused to notice the arrival of the angel and the Saiyans, but upon hearing Vados' voice, the God of Destruction managed to come out of his trance and soon responded to the angel. Champa said, Vados? I'm sorry, I didn't see you arrive. Answering your question, I don't know what's going on. Apparently Son Goku is meditating and releasing his energy, but at the same time his body is transforming even without him noticing or ordering it. Doesn't that remind you of something, Vados? Said the God of Destruction, while not knowing how to explain exactly what Goku was doing or how he was doing, but the God of Destruction had an idea that Vados would confirm for him. Vados spoke, His mind is delicate, but his body is acting alone, making his transformation into Super Saiyan forms. This even seems like the power of superior instinct, said the angel, already confirming the idea that Champa had in his mind. Vados thought, but how is the power of superior instinct doing this to Lord Goku's body? He should just act in battles and not in such a lighthearted way. Unless Goku has reached a level of mastery of the power of superior instinct to another level one that has never been seen before. In reality, this is quite possible. No God of Destruction has fully mastered the power of superior instinct, and Goku is immortal, so it makes sense that his body is acting this way. The angel thought as she looked at her beloved Saiyan and saw her flame aura starting to change to a blue one. Soon an explosion of divine energy ended up happening on the small hill that, due to the amount of energy, ended up collapsing. In addition, the strength of Son Goku's divine energy was so strong that it ended up creating a huge wind that reached even the spectators who were far away. Seeing some rocks heading towards them, Vados created a barrier preventing anything from touching them. Caulifla spoke. But what was that? Just for Goku to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Was he able to create wind pressure of that level? He's stronger than he was during the Tournament of Power. In fact, Goku is much stronger than before, said the Saiyan with a smile on her face to see such power that only made her want to fight Goku at that very moment. Kale spoke. Mr. Goku's power is now at another level, and the way he's meditating even reminds me of Jiren's pose when he was meditating, said the other Saiyan, fixing her hair that ended up being messy because of the sudden wave of wind. Vados spoke. Goku's energy is getting weird. She seems calmer than before, but at the same time seems to be preparing to evolve, said the angel while looking at Goku's aura, that after all his energy that was being released went back to her body, his hair, which was blue before, returned to its original black. Champa spoke. Looks like it's over, said the god of destruction while looking at Son Goku, and no longer felt the oppressive energy that came from Goku's aura. Caulifla and Kefla said, no, it's just like that time during the Tournament of Power. Goku didn't give up, or he just gave in. Both the Saiyans said something at the same time and ended up leaving the god of destruction a little surprised by the synchrony of the two Saiyans. Vados said, I was getting ready, said the angel before a huge white pillar made purely from Goku's energy soared into the sky and carried him along with the energy. Because of Goku's sudden burst of energy, everyone had to close their eyes and put their arms in front to prevent the dust from hitting their eyes, and after a few seconds, everyone could open their eyes and thus witness the complete form of Goku's superior instinct, who was in his splendor with his white hair and silver eyes. Caulifla and Kefla thought, so this is the legendary superior instinct, the power that only angels can master, and now Son Goku achieved this feat said to be impossible for a mortal. Both Saiyans thought when they saw the complete form of the superior instinct that Goku used at that moment. Champa thought, Beerus, this Saiyan you have in your universe is the greatest asset you have with Vegeta, but he's different, and that just makes me want to know even more why he wasn't chosen as your heir, thought the god of destruction while looking at the imposing aura of Goku's Ultra Instinct. Vados thought, that power, that aura, that hair and eyes, they're beautiful, and just looking at them, I feel like I'm falling even more in love with the Saiyan, the angel thought with some hearts in her eyes, when she saw Goku in his current strongest form. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, in a forest full of trees with black trunks and red leaves, it was possible to see Towa sitting under one of these trees. Towa was reading a black book with red edges, being this a book about the history of demons and their origin. Towa spoke. Wukong, the legendary monkey god, who was called a demon by the ancient gods, was one of the original demons, and one of the strongest in the entire history of demons. The demon who was able to oppose the gods and kill several of them, alone made him a legend that ended up being forgotten. Towa spoke while reading the story of Wukong. Towa became interested and wanted to know the origin of the Saiyans and her best friend and brother of consideration, Mira. Towa said, Wukong was so strong that he was called the monkey god, but because he was a demon, the gods didn't like him, and that's why they tried to kill him. So Wukong was forced to kill the gods first, but he really liked killing the gods so much that Wukong wiped out over 50% of all divine beings in the time he lived. To kill him, it took the help of all the gods of destruction that were still alive at that time, and the angels who had received permission to fight and kill Wukong. And in this way the monkey god was killed, but not before leaving descendants in the world, mortal, and in the demon world. Towa spoke while still reading about Monkey God in his black book. Towa said that Wukong was very strong. He alone was able to kill several gods, and to kill him it took several gods of destruction and several angels to end Wukong's life. But before he died, Wukong killed some gods of destruction and even 4 of the 12 angels. I never imagined that there could be such a strong demon. Towa spoke, still impressed with the strength of her brother, Mira's ancestor, and her future husband. Michio spoke. Indeed, Wukong was a monster during the time he lived, said the demon as he emerged from the shadows of the deep forest. Towa said, you have to stop showing up like that. Whenever you do that, I get scared. Towa spoke with one of her hands on her chest, where her heart would be showing that she had been scarred once again because of Michio's sudden appearance. Michio said, I'm sorry, it's become a habit of mine. I didn't want to scare you after all. I don't want to get any kind of resentment from my future queen. Not the first and future queen of demons, said the demon Michio while making a kind of reference to Towa, who would be your future queen of demons. Towa said, just tell me what you want, Michio. I'm busy talking to you, said Towa, irritated with Michio, who whenever he saw her make a point of reminding her that she would be the future queen of demons and would have to stay with the son of Goku and Vados. Michio said, well, by the looks of it, you're interested in the Wukong story, and I wonder why you would be so suddenly interested. Do you want to know the origin of us demons and Saiyans? I wonder if you're doing this to better understand Mira, or if you want to know how the Saiyan race originated, the same race as your future husband," said the demon again, teasing Towa, who ended up getting more irritated than before. Towa said, "Michio, what I want to know more about Michio's origins so that I understand him better. Mira is like an older brother who has always stood up for me, and I am the younger sister who has always taken care of him, and I will continue to do so. So I thought that if I could understand Wukong himself, maybe I would be able to understand Mira and his powers better." Towa spoke while looking at Michio, who just gave a small laugh. Michio spoke, Of course. So if you're so curious about Wukong, you can ask me because I have more information than that book in your hands." Michio the demon spoke while looking at Towa. Towa said, "So you know something about Wukong?" said Towa, curious about Michio's knowledge. Michio said, "Of course, I know about him, because I was the one who had to destroy everything related to Wukong under the orders of Mechikabura's father. But before that I read everything related to Wukong to have knowledge about him," said the demon while looking at Towa. Towa spoke, "The ancient king of demons, why did he order this? Why would he want to get rid of information from one of the strongest demons in all of demon history?" Spoke Towa, curious while the ancient demon king would want to destroy the information about Wukong and erase its magnificent history. Michio said, "Simply because Wukong was so strong that when the ancient king of demons tried to face him, he was defeated easily, and that was not all who should be the ancient demon king was Wukong. But he refused, and Mechikabura's father had then taken offense, but he never accepted being weaker than Wukong and tried to kill him several times, but he never succeeded and was almost killed. Mechikabura's father only stayed alive because Wukong was merciful to him. In addition, the former king of demons was responsible for creating a trap where the angels and the gods of destruction killed Wukong, and with his death, the former king of demons ordered the destruction of everything related to Wukong. And as I was one of the soldiers, I had to carry out his orders." The demon explained what reasons led him to destroy everything or almost everything related to the legendary monkey god Wukong, one of the strongest demons that ever existed. Towa said, "Since you know so much about Wukong, I would like to know if he could also transform into a Super Saiyan like Saiyans that currently exist." Towa said while looking at Michio. Michio said, "No. Wukong didn't have that ability to evolve using transformations. Only during his life, Wukong possessed the ability to clone himself, and all of his clones had the same strength as him. And other than that, Wukong also had the ability to evolve at an insanely fast pace, and that's what made him dangerous during his life. In reality, now that I'm thinking about it, Wukong had a transformation, but I don't know how it worked. I just know that it was said to be the true origin of his powers, and maybe it could be a definitive transformation of the Saiyans. But no one in the entire history of descendants of him had the ability to transform into that form, and I doubt it exists or will exist, and not even your husband will be able to accomplish this feat." Michio spoke while looking at Towa, who kept imagining what that transformation would be and how strong it would be since it belonged to the being that gave rise to the Saiyans. Towa spoke. "How strong was the transformation that Wukong had?" Towa asked while looking at Michio, who just sighed before giving a short laugh. Michio said, "Actually, I don't know, but it wasn't weak, since using this transformation, Wukong was able to hurt Daishinkan, the High Priest and Zeno's guardian," said the demon with a smile on his face. Such information ended up making Towa stay very surprised by Wukong's power level when he was alive. Towa spoke. Wukong was so strong to the point of hurting the High Priest that he is one of the 5 strongest beings in all the universes, said Towa, very surprised by what Michio had said. Michio said, "Wukong wasn't able to kill Daishinkan. He managed to make him get on his knees and almost die, but Daishinkan was saved by other angels. But if it wasn't for that, the Daishinkan would have been killed by Wukong. So my queen, now you know how strong the Wukong was," said the demon while looking at the future queen of demons. Towa thought, so Wukong was that strong, incredible, and even the future son of Son Goku and Vados would not be able to reach that level of power. But even so, he will be strong enough to dominate the universes, and I will reign as the queen of all that exists, thought Towa, while thinking that her future husband would not be as strong as Wukong, but the strength he would have would be enough to fulfill the woman's wishes. In the 6th universe,
Currently in the 6th universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Champa, Vados, Caulifla, and Kale still looking at the sky where Son Goku was in his complete form of superior instinct. Seeing such a form, Caulifla and Kale were impressed and in awe of the power that only angels had the ability to use and control perfectly. Caulifla spoke, "This power is really amazing. Even though I'm here, I can feel this gigantic energy coming from Son Goku," said the Saiyan with a smile on her face, while admiring the energy that came from Goku, who used the power of superior instinct. Kale said, "It looks a bit like the energy Goku used when he fought the two of us, when we were fused with the Potara cauliflower earrings. But at the same time, this energy is different. It's purer and more refined than the one used during the battle," said the Saiyan while looking at Goku and then at Caulifla, who, by her expression, tried to remember the battle where Kefla faced Son Goku using the power of incomplete higher instinct. Caulifla spoke, "Now that you mention it, yes, it looks a lot like that energy, only that one seemed to be incomplete, and that form with white hair is a complete form of that power, and it's just unbelievable. I never thought there could be a power like that, and much less with a mortal," Caulifla said when remembering the battle against the Saiyan during the power tournament while he was fused with Kale when they became Kefla. Goku, who was in heaven, ended up noticing the presence of everyone in that place. That way, the Saiyan sighed as he returned to his base form, and using his teleportation, he appeared in front of everyone in the place. Goku said, "I'm sorry, I was very concentrated and I hadn't noticed that you had arrived already," said the Saiyan while apologizing for not having noticed the presence of everyone who was there. Champa said, "I noticed, since I've been watching you for some time, and before you started to transform, I was already watching you meditate," said the God of Destruction while looking at the Saiyan, who ended up not understanding very well why he started to transform while meditating. Goku spoke, "So I was transforming while I was meditating? I thought that only the power of superior instinct had been activated at that moment because I didn't feel anything too much," said the Saiyan while looking at everyone present at that place. Champa said, "Yes, you must have used all your transformations, being them Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, God Super Saiyan Blue, Incomplete Upper Instinct, and Complete Ultra Instinct. You ended up using all these forms while you were meditating, and that was something that made me very surprised. In fact, it was quite strange to see you using all these transformations," said the God of Destruction while looking at the Saiyan. Such information about the transformations that Son Goku was having during his meditation made the Saiyan confused, as he didn't even try to transform into those Saiyan forms that he possessed. Only Son Goku wasn't surprised about those transformations during his meditation. Caulifla and Kale, who were in the place, were very surprised and admired with those transformations of Goku. Mainly the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, that was the form they both wanted to have. Caulifla said, "Hey old man, we came here because Vados said you wanted to talk to both of us, so tell us what you want," said the Saiyan while looking at Goku, who then looked at her and Kale and replied, "I asked Vados to bring you here because I would like to ask you both a question," said the Saiyan, making the two Saiyans in front of him look at each other. Kale said, "What kind of question? Is she so important that the two of us had to come to the God of Destruction's planet personally?" asked the legendary Saiyan of the 6th universe to Goku, who soon gave a smile before answering her. Goku said, "What I want to ask is if you two want to be trained by me. In short, I want you two to become my pupils or disciples. So what's the answer for both?" Son Goku asked the two Saiyans from the 6th universe in front of him, who were very surprised by Son Goku's proposal. Caulifla said, "Wait, do you want to train us?" said the Saiyan while looking at Son Goku, who just smiled at her. Kale said, "But why would you do that? Why would you want to train us both if we're from the 6th universe and you're from the 7th universe?" asked the Saiyan, confused by Son Goku's proposal. Goku said, "Yes, I would like to train you two, and the reason is very simple. Vegeta has already trained and become the master of his friend Kaba, and because of Vados' pregnancy, I will stay on this universe for another 2 months. And during that time, not to stay stopped, I decided to train you, Kale and Caulifla, since during the power tournament, you two showed me that you two were very strong, and that you had great potential in your hands. And I want to make you, Kale and Caulifla, reach the potential that you have within you," spoke the Saiyan, showing the reason that led him to want to train both Saiyan women, who once again looked at each other. Goku said, "But then what's the answer? Do you want to become my apprentices and allow me to be the master of you two or not?" asked the Saiyan while looking at Caulifla and Kale, who had confused expressions on whether or not they should accept the 7th Universe Saiyan's proposal.
Thinking about the Saiyans' proposal, Kale and Cauliflower left the group and started talking quietly among themselves in search of being able to find the best possible answer to Son Goku's request. After a few minutes, the two Saiyans finished talking and soon the two were in front of Goku and the others. Vados said, "So you've made your decisions?" The angel asked the two Saiyans of her universe. Kale said, "Yes, Cauliflower and I have already made our decision." "And?" said the legendary Saiyan, and then the two Saiyans answered. Kale and Cauliflower spoke. "We both accept your proposal, old man, Mr. Goku. Train us for the next 2 months." Both Saiyans spoke at the same time as they bowed before the 7th Universe Saiyan. Goku said, "Right, so from today, Cauliflower and Kale will have to live here on the planet of the God of Destruction for the next 2 months, and during that time I will train you two and teach you some things," said the Saiyan while looking at his two disciples. Cauliflower said, "Oh man, when are you going to teach us Super Saiyan 3? Asked the Saiyan while looking at Goku, who was already expecting that question. Ever since the Tournament of Power, Kale and Cauliflower would like to have the power of Super Saiyan 3. Goku said, "I will only be able to teach you Super Saiyan 3 when you are ready to master Super Saiyan 2. Until then, you will not be able to reach that power," said Goku to Cauliflower, who only snorted in disgust, since she really wanted to be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Cauliflower said, "Since we both can't learn Super Saiyan 3, then I want to battle against you so I can see my current level of power," said the Saiyan while pointing out his fingers at the Saiyan, who just laughed at the words Cauliflower said to him. Kale spoke, "Cauliflower, we've just become Lord Goku's disciples, and you're already wanting to face him?" Kale spoke while scolding her friend and master. Cauliflower said, "Of course, I can only respect a master if he is very strong, and that's why I want to face this old man. If Goku defeats me one-on-one, I will accept him as my master," spoke the Saiyan with conviction in her voice, waiting to face Son Goku. Goku said, "I think it's fair. If I defeat you, Cauliflower, you have to stop calling me old man and start calling me master. But if you defeat me, I will teach you both a way to become Super Saiyan 3, and I will also teach you both a way to reach power of the Super Saiyan God," said the Saiyan while looking at Kale and Cauliflower in front of him, who ended up being shocked by the fact Goku had just accepted that proposal. Cauliflower spoke. "Closed. I will defeat you and I will get the power of Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God," Cauliflower spoke with a great conviction in her voice.
In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Goku and Cauliflower face to face, preparing to face each other at that moment. If Cauliflower wins, Goku would have to teach her and Kale how to become Super Saiyan 3, and still, he would have to help the two to conquer the power of the Super Saiyan God. And if Goku won, Cauliflower, he would have to stop calling the Saiyan an old man and start calling him a master. Cauliflower said, "Hey old man, are you ready to watch me rub your face on this floor and then teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 3? Cauliflower spoke while pointing her finger at Son Goku, who was doing some jumping to warm up for the start of the fight. Goku said, "You forgot the part that I would also help you and Kale to gain the power of a Super Saiyan God. That is, of course, if you manage to defeat me in this match," said the Saiyan while still doing some warm-up exercises to be able to fight Cauliflower, who also started doing some quick exercises to start the fight between the Saiyans of the 7th and 6th universe. Cauliflower said, "It's true, I was forgetting you were going to teach me what made you red hair and flaming aura during the Tournament of Power. After I master the power of Super Saiyan 3, I will master this power of Super Saiyan God," said Cauliflower with a huge smile of sheer determination to defeat the Saiyan and learn to transform into Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God. Goku thought, "Cauliflower is strong, but she won't be able to make me use the power of Super Saiyan 2. Cauliflower won't be able to do this alone, and if Kale comes to help her, then I will have to take this battle to another level. And if they merge, I'll have to fight for real, and that's what I want, but I won't order her to face me. This decision has to come from Kale and only from her," thought the Saiyan while looking out of the corner of his eye at Kale, who was a little worried about Cauliflower. After all, the two had seen the power of the superior instinct that Goku demonstrated, and Kale knew that Goku could activate this power whenever he wanted, and that worried the Saiyan. Kale thought, "I hope Cauliflower doesn't get too hurt during this battle. She's a hardhead indeed. She saw firsthand the power of Mr. Goku's superior instinct, and just the aura of that power made me want to kneel because of the lack of air, and that's because I was being protected by the barrier of Vados. If not, I could have become unconscious," thought the legendary Saiyan of the 6th universe, worried about her companion, Cauliflower, who was a hardhead for trying to fight against Goku, who showed a power that can overcome that of a god of destruction. Vados spoke. Well, I think you two have had enough time to prepare for combat. I will be the judge in case one of you gives up. The other wins. And if one of you is seriously injured or on the verge of death, I will stop this fight and announce the other as the winner. Do you understand? Asked the angel to Goku and Caulifla, who stopped doing their warm-up exercises for the fight. Goku and Caulifla said, "We understand." Both Saiyans spoke at the same time, showing a determination, and smiled excitedly for the fight. Vados said, "Since it's like this here, and now I will start the fight between Goku and Caulifla. Let the battle begin," said the angel, starting the fight between Goku and Caulifla. When starting the fight between the two Saiyans, both entered into a combat posture, and the one to make the first move was Caulifla, who raised her energy and advanced towards Goku, who just smiled seeing the Saiyan coming toward him with great speed. Soon Caulifla got to Goku and started the fight, with several punches that Goku normally dodged, leaving no gap for Caulifla to hit him. Goku, who was so far just dodging Caulifla's blows, decided to start the offensive, and when Caulifla kicked the Saiyan, she ended up leaving an opening for Goku, who then punched Caulifla's abdomen, and then opened his hand, shooting a spear of energy, ki, in her, which caused Caulifla to move a few meters away from Goku. Goku said, "You let your guard down when you go for a kick like the one you tried. Try to cover the areas that you can. Be attacked like your abdomen," said the Saiyan, showing Caulifla one of his weaknesses. Caulifla spoke. "This time was lucky. It won't happen again." Caulifla spoke while looking at her abdomen. There was a little smoke coming out because of Goku's ki blow. Seeing that she wasn't faster than Goku, Caulifla transformed into Super Saiyan and once again advanced towards Goku, who once again went back to being on the defensive, only dodging Caulifla's attacks that were much faster than before. Goku started to stop being just on the defensive and started to go on the real offensive. This way, the Saiyan stopped dodging or defending himself from Caulifla's strikes and started canceling them with his own strikes. This way, both Saiyans started an exchange of punches and kicks that started to collide, creating pressure in the air. The exchange of punches and kicks was well balanced until once again Caulifla tried to kick Goku and once again opened her guard, and seeing that Goku would do the same thing as the last time, hitting his abdomen and shooting a spear of ki in her, Caulifla, who had already expected it because she had done it on purpose when Goku tried to hit her abdomen, Caulifla trapped Goku's arm, spinning her body, supporting her hands on the Saiyan's arm, kicking Goku in the face with the other leg, making him move away from her. Caulifla said, "Did you really think I would repeat the same stupidity as last time?" said the Saiyan with a smile on her face for hitting Goku's face with a kick. Goku said, "Right, I think I underestimated you a little, Caulifla, so now I'm going to fight for real, so come with everything," said the Saiyan while cleaning the dirt from the place where he had been kicked by Caulifla. Then the Saiyan raised his power, but still remained in his base form, something that made everyone in the place strange, until Goku ended up screaming. Goku said, "Kaioken times 2! The Saiyan shouted while using one of his techniques, the Kaioken, to get stronger. Goku thought, the times 2 Kaioken is not as strong as the Super Saiyan form, but it should be enough to put Caulifla against the wall, and maybe Kale will come to the fight since I never said that nobody could interfere in the fight," Goku thought while looking at Caulifla, who was impressed by that technique. Suddenly, Goku, who was a few meters from Caulifla, simply disappeared, and when he appeared again, the Saiyan had his fist hitting Caulifla's abdomen, making her spit a little saliva. Because of the blow, Caulifla was thrown away, but quickly manages to recover. But Goku more once he disappears and appears in front of her, giving a punch from the bottom up, making the Saiyan take his feet off the ground and fly about 30 meters up, where Goku once again appeared, and joining both hands, Goku gave a hammer punch, making Caulifla fall on high speed and hit the ground, where it ended up creating a medium-sized crater. Goku thought, maybe I took it too hard, but I would like Kale to come to the fight, and that's why I'm making Caulifla humiliated, so that Kale can join us. But it doesn't seem to be having that much effect, so I'll have to take a little heavier, thought the Saiyan while he was still in the air floating and seeing the crater where Caulifla was, and looking from the corner of his eye, Goku saw Kale very worried about her fellow Saiyan. Goku returned to the ground and walked to where Caulifla was, who had come out of the crater, but she had some injuries that should have been hurting, but Caulifla would endure. After all, that did not come close to what she had gone through during the Tournament of Power. Caulifla, seeing Goku approaching little by little, once again raises her power and goes on top of Goku, but he defends himself from all attacks and hits a kick on Caulifla, making her fall to the ground. Caulifla then raises her hand and shoots several spears of ki, but they were all stopped by Goku, who threw them all away. Goku then aimed his ki at Caulifla, but at that moment, the Saiyan fired the ki spheres in his hand to the side where he hit a green ki sphere that had been fired by Kale. Caulifla spoke, "Kale, don't get involved in this fight, and mine," spoke the Saiyan as she stood up and faced Kale, who had a determined look. Kale said, "Not at all. I will not let you be humiliated by Son Goku. You and I are a team, and I will not stand here just watching you be defeated. If I also have power, I will fight by your side, and it doesn't matter your opinion about it," said the girl, very determined while looking at Caulifla, who was shocked by such information. After all, Kale had never spoken that way, and whether or not, it made Caulifla happy until both realized that Goku was no longer using the Kaioken and was clapping. Goku said, "Finally, I was wondering if you would just watch Caulifla get hurt. Look, one of the biggest reasons for me to want to train the both of you, and not just one of you, is that you two are strong individually, but together you are much stronger. And I felt that in my skin during the Tournament of Power, and that's why I don't want to face one of you, I want to face both of you," said the Saiyan while looking at Caulifla and Kale, who smiled. Kale went to Caulifla's side to help her up, and they raised her power and assumed the form of Super Saiyan 2. Seeing that Goku smiled and transformed into Super Saiyan, Goku said, "Now the battle will start. So don't come to hurt me, come to kill me," said the Saiyan, assuming his combat stance, just like Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla and Kale said, "That's what the two of us will do. Get ready, Son Goku, because we're going to defeat you," said both the Saiyans with a look of pure determination to defeat Son Goku. In the world of demons. Currently in the forest in the demon world, it was possible to see Mira training her body with some physical exercises like push-ups and sit-ups, and a little further away from Mira, leaning against the foot of a black tree, was Towa, who was reading a book about Wukong. More precisely about the two races he ended up spawning, being the races of Saiyans and the black demons or divine demons. Towa thought, black demons or divine demons are the names given to the descendants of Wukong, who have his demonic lineage, but the most known name is the Black Demons, since divine demons are not very well known, because their history and their origin have been erased many years ago by the previous King of Demons and father of the current King of Demons, Mechikabura, thought Towa while reading the information that was in the book that was given to her by Michio, the demon who, being cautious, ended up secretly creating several books related to Wukong. Towa thought, the more information I find out about black demons or divine demons, the more I'll know about Mira and the powers he has or could have. In addition, I will be able to help Mira to become much stronger, and in the future I guarantee that when I become the Queen of Demons, I will make Mira become my advisor and future general of all my future army. So Mira, please get stronger and help me conquer not only the demon world, but also all 12 universes. And you, my future husband, will make me become the most powerful woman in all universes, thought Towa while looking at his brother and longtime friend Mira, since he could be one of the main, if not the main ally in the future. Mira thought, this training of mine is bearing fruit, and I'm getting stronger than I was before, but even so, I'm not able to scratch Michio, so I have to train even more. I won't let someone like him be stronger than me, let alone a bastard son of an angel and a Saiyan be the next Demon King, thought Mira, motivating himself not to give up, but to increase his training, even more so as not to be surpassed by Michio or by the future son of Vados and Goku. Far from that place on top of a tree was Michio, who was watching Mira and Towa, and as Michio is very good at hiding his presence, none of the two demons felt his presence. Michio said, Towa seeks knowledge to be able to manipulate everything and everyone who stands in his way, using his words and actions, while Mira seeks the strength to control people through fear and the law of the fittest. This is a good duo to look forward to seeing the demonic future, that you will create my era, and that Mechikabura era is over. This era is Towa and Mira, so I hope to be overcome, or if not, I will have to eliminate them. Well, this is something only the future will show me, said the demon while looking at Towa, who was still reading his book. In search of more knowledge, and Mira, who was training to surpass Michio, as she could not tolerate being surpassed by a half-breed. In the 6th universe. Currently on the planet of the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, it was possible to see Goku, who was transformed into a Super Saiyan, facing Caulifla and Kale, who also became a Super Saiyan, because there would be another battle between Goku and Caulifla, but now Kale was by his side. Caulifla said, I must admit that fighting alone was the worst of my decisions, so we will fight together, and we will prove that we can face the strongest of the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Caulifla spoke while assuming a combat stance, while looking at the Saiyan in front of her who was smiling, as she looked at Kale and Caulifla side by side. Kale said, That's right, We are the strongest Saiyans of the 6th universe, and together we will show you that our strength has increased a lot since our last meeting. So get ready, Son Goku, said the legendary Super Saiyan while putting herself in a combat posture beside Caulifla. The Saiyans had a huge smile on their face, a smile accompanied by a look determined to face and defeat Goku. Goku spoke, "Finally, this was the battle I was waiting for from the two of you. Let's see if you'll give me work like it was back in the Tournament of Power. So it's about time we stop just talking. Come and face me, Caulifla and Kale," said the Saiyan, also putting himself in combat posture and calling them to combat. After Goku called Caulifla and Kale into combat, the Saiyan flexed their knees and advanced with such force towards Goku that the place where they were ended up with a crack in the ground due to the strength of Caulifla and Kale. Soon the Saiyans got close to Goku. The two punched Goku, who ended up defending the punch by crossing his arms in an X because of the blow. Goku ended up being thrown a few meters away, but quickly recovered, and when he looked at his arms, he saw a little smoke coming out of the place where he had hit him, and when he saw that, he just smiled. Caulifla and Kale, seeing that Goku was smiling, smiled too, and once again the Saiyans advanced towards Goku, who this time did the same thing, advancing towards them, and soon an exchange of punches and kicks began between Goku and the two Saiyans. Each attack that the Saiyans collided with ended up creating a small gust of wind, and in addition, the ground where they were was starting to be destroyed by the pressure of the Saiyans' attacks. Goku, who was no longer in the mood to be on the defensive, decides to go on the offensive. Goku ended up grabbing one of Caulifla's punches and took the opportunity to kick him in the abdomen right after Goku put two of his fingers on his forehead and teleported, dodging Kale's attack. Caulifla had managed to recover and stand up, but at that moment Goku appeared and punched Caulifla in the face and then jumped away from one of Kale's blows that came after the Saiyan, and because of his concern for Caulifla, Kale did not manage to dodge a kick to the face he received from Goku. Goku said, "You have to stop worrying about each other, especially you, Kale. Caulifla is already an experienced warrior, so stop worrying about her. It makes you act out of control," said the Saiyan while looking at Caulifla and Kale, who were side by side while looking at Son Goku. Kale said, "That's true. It's time for me to stop acting like this, so let's continue our battle." Kale spoke next to Caulifla, and soon the Saiyans looked at each other and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, causing small rays to stay around them. Caulifla and Kale in their Super Saiyan form simply disappeared, and then appeared each on either side of Goku. They hit a powerful punch on Goku, who managed to defend himself from the blow using his arms, but the strength of the attack made the arms of the Saiyan go numb. Then Goku ended up taking a kick from the two, which made the Saiyan fly out of the place at high speed. Then the Saiyans disappeared and reappeared once again near Goku, and a high-speed battle was started, a battle that mortal eyes could not follow, and the only thing that could be seen was the shock of their blows. Goku said, "Enough," shouted the Saiyan, releasing his power, causing the Saiyans to move away from him, as it was possible to see Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, but soon he returned to his Super Saiyan form, which then changed into Super Saiyan 2. Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, appeared and reappeared in the middle of Caulifla and Kale, and hit them with a powerful punch in the abdomen, making the two fly backwards. They looked at Son Goku, who was standing with an imposed pose and a serious expression. Goku said, "We are Saiyans, and one thing I learned about our race is that the more we fight and take more hits, the more we evolve. So from now on, I won't be defending or dodging the blows from you two. I'll attack, and I won't be pious. You want the power of Super Saiyan 3? Well, defeat me and make me teach you how to get that power," said the Saiyan with a more serious expression. Currently in the 6th universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Goku facing Caulifla and Kale. The Saiyans of the 6th universe fought in perfect sync against Goku, but unfortunately for Caulifla and Kale, Goku was no longer defending himself or dodging, but returning their blows in this way, generating large impact waves because of the blows that collided. Caulifla said, "Shit. Even though me and Kale are transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, we are not fast enough to land a blow on this old man, who now decided to fight seriously." And when Goku said he would fight seriously, he really spoke the truth. His punches are faster and stronger than before, and just clashing my fists with his is making my hand slowly go numb, thought Caulifla, while still exchanging blows with Son Goku next to Kale, who had a similar thought about the fight. Goku, realizing that the Saiyans were too lost in their thoughts, took advantage of the situation and kicked Kale and punched Caulifla, sending them in different directions. And after doing that, Goku opened the palm of his hands and pointed in the direction of both Saiyans and started shooting several speeds of ki that, because they were extremely fast, Caulifla and Kale ended up not being able to dodge and had to defend themselves to minimize the damage that would be caused. Quickly, Goku advanced towards Kale and started a fight between the two. Goku attacked Kale with several consecutive punches, preventing her from counterattacking, but the strength of her attacks was greater than before, and Kale's arms were already hurting, and she lowered them, and at the moment Goku gave Kale a sequence of blows, being a sequence of 3 punches and then a kick, making her fly. And to finish, Goku did a Kamehameha and shot the girl, who luckily was saved by Caulifla, who removed her from the line of the Saiyans' blow. Caulifla, seeing that she and Kale were too weak to fight against Goku and that they had no strategy against the Saiyan, Caulifla took Kale and made a great jump into the forest. Upon entering, they returned to their base form and erased their presence, reducing the amount of ki they were releasing to a level 0, which made them invisible. Goku simply started flying over the forest. He didn't attack them or do anything about it. Goku thought, sometimes during a fight an escape is necessary to prepare a combat strategy. This can even be considered a cowardice or weakness, but it shows that your opponent thinks your enemy is weak. I don't see it as a weakness, but to think before acting, thought the Saiyan while looking at the forest below him. Goku gave a small smile, seeing that someone impulsive like Caulifla was using a strategic retreat in order to come up with a plan to defeat him. Inside the forest. Currently inside the small forest of the planet of the gods of destruction in the 6th universe, it was possible to see Caulifla and Kale sitting under a large tree that was covered by a lot of vegetation, which prevented Goku from seeing them from above. In addition, the Saiyans were very injured with several bruises on their bodies, and besides the wounds, they were tired from the fight. Caulifla said, even though we don't want to admit it, we're not strong enough to defeat Son Goku head-on, so we're going to need some kind of plan to defeat him or hurt him a lot. Caulifla said while catching her breath, that because of the battle, she and Kale were quite panting. Kale said, I know that we both are using all our power, and even so, we couldn't even land a hit on Goku, that until a few minutes ago, he took it easy with us. But now that he's fighting seriously, he doesn't even look like the same Son Goku always smiling, said Kale, panting while looking at Caulifla, who was also panting, as she was, but Kale was more injured than Caulifla. Caulifla spoke, I know what we can do. Caulifla spoke excitedly while looking at Kale. Kale said, what are we going to do? Saiyan asked her best friend and companion in combat and life, Caulifla. Caulifla said, let's use the skill we learned from Hit, said the Saiyan, excited about the personality of defeating Son Goku, using a skill taught to them by the most powerful assassin in the 6th universe. Kale said, but which one? We seized the time jump, and there is that other technique that we could use, the one we created with the help of Mr. Hit, said Kale to her best friend and companion, Caulifla, as they created a new technique together with Hit. Caulifla said, we will use both techniques. We will use the time leap, and only as a last resort, we will use this new technique. It sends a lot of energy, and that would make us very tired, Caulifla said, looking at Kale. Caulifla and Kale then began to create a combat plan so that they could defeat Son Goku using the new techniques they had learned from Hit. In the sky above the forest. Above the forest of Universe 6's God of Destruction planet was Goku, who had been patiently waiting until now, but Goku felt it was time to start acting. Goku said, Caulifla and Kale have had too much time to think of a plan to defeat or hurt me, so it's time to make them come out of hiding, said the Saiyan, pointing his hands towards the forest and launching several spheres of ki that started to destroy the forest where Kale and Caulifla were. And then the forest of the planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th universe began to be destroyed by the ki spheres that were being fired by Goku, which caused Caulifla and Kale to leave the forest and then transform into Super Saiyan 2, seeing that Goku returned to the ground and faced Caulifla and Kale, who started walking in circles around Goku. Goku said, it seems that now you are ready for combat. Let's see if your plan will work against me. You can come, said the Saiyan, putting himself in a combat posture while Kale and Caulifla advanced towards him. Caulifla and Kale were now close to Goku, who tried to attack them with his ki, but at that moment they had disappeared, and then Goku felt 2 attacks in his abdomen, being the punches given by Caulifla and Kale. When Goku felt the 2 blows, he tried to understand how that had happened, but before he could compose himself, Caulifla and Kale gave Goku a double kick, throwing him away, and then fired a double energy ray that ended up hitting Goku with everything. But Goku, with the combat instinct of the Saiyans, managed to react in time, crossing his arms in the form of an X to defend himself. Goku said, this technique from now hits time jump. You two learned it. It's impressive, said the Saiyan while looking at his clothes, and saw that he was half scorched because of Caulifla and Kale's ki attack. Caulifla and Kale, without saying a word, activated the time leap and advanced towards Goku, and when they got close, Goku managed to hold Caulifla's punch, but not Kale, who managed to deliver an energized punch with his ki, which made his punch more stronger than the previous ones. In this way, the battle between the Saiyans had started again, with Caulifla and Kale using the temporal leap. In most cases, Goku managed to defend himself from the blows, but not in all cases, which made the Saiyans for the first time since the beginning of that combat, they were managing to leave Goku only on the defensive. And not only that, because with a double punch, bathed in the Saiyans' ki, they made Goku spit a little blood, and that made Caulifla and Kale smile, because they had finally managed to bleed Goku. Goku said, "That hurt, I have to admit. You two have always wanted the power of Super Saiyan 3, haven't you? So today I'll show you what the power of a Super Saiyan 3 is," shouted Goku, raising his power, and with that, causing the climate of the place to change, creating a type of thunderstorm. With the rise of Son Goku's power, his hair began to shine with a kind of intense golden light, in addition to growing a lot, and with a scream that looked like a roar accompanied by thunder. Goku's transformation to Super Saiyan 3 was complete, and with his huge hair, Goku showed that he was using the power of Super Saiyan 3 in all its splendor. Goku said, "This is the power of Super Saiyan 3, said the Saiyan while looking at Caulifla and Kale, who were impressed with the enormous power of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Goku now transformed into Super Saiyan 3, facing Caulifla and Kale, who were transformed into Super Saiyan 2. They were impressed with the power of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and such a manifestation of power already made the whole environment of the place look very different. The sky was now with dark clouds, and a rain of lightning was just being created in that place. Vados said, "So this is the power of Super Saiyan 3. Amazing. Just the manifestation of that power was already able to make the environment change completely," thought Vados, while looking at the beloved Saiyan, who had a serious expression while looking at Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla said, "So that's the power of Super Saiyan 3? How awesome," said the Saiyan while looking at Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Kale said, "This power is so strong that it made the entire climate of the planet of the God of Destruction stay in that state. Even though I feel that this power is weaker than the power of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, it is still extremely strong, and the energy it is emanating is very intense," said the Saiyan while looking at the incredible amount of energy that Goku emanated when using the power of Super Saiyan 3. Champa spoke. "This power is really incredible. Even though he's weaker than Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue, he's strong enough to make an entire environment change completely," said the 6th universe God of Destruction while watching the sky from your planet that was now all covered in black clouds with several rays that fell thus, generating a type of lightning shower. After receiving Goku's attack, the Saiyans were shocked by Goku's speed in combat, since neither Caulifla nor Kale had been able to see Goku moving, and therefore were unable to react to their attack. After a few seconds, the Saiyans had managed to recover from Goku's attacks, so Caulifla and Kale activated the time jump to approach Goku and try to hit him with a double attack just like they did before. But at the moment they got close to Goku and tried to hit him with their blows, Goku simply held back both attacks from the two Saiyans, which left them surprised because all that had happened in a short time, about 1 second, which was something simply impressive and scary at the same time. Caulifla and Kale thought, "Was Goku able to hold both blows at the same time? But how is that possible?" thought the Saiyans at the same time as they looked shocked at their blows being held back by Goku. Goku said, "Time Leap is an amazing skill that freezes time itself. But if someone manages to be faster than time itself, that skill becomes useless. And you both forgot that I've seen this attack, and especially me. I faced him head on and won, so now for me that skill is no big deal. Now that I've said that, what are you going to do to defeat me?" said the Saiyan while looking seriously at Caulifla and Kale. But before the two could say anything, they received a sphere of ki right in the stomach that made them fly away, and then Goku closed his fist, and at that moment, both spheres exploded, making 2 explosions in the air. Champa thought, "So Goku, like Jiren, surpassed time itself, and that's why Time Leap is useless against any of them." "Beerus, you really have a secret letter that will help you to be the ultimate being and the very salvation of the 7th universe," said the God of Destruction while looking impressed at Goku and envious of his brother Beerus having someone like Goku in his universe. Champa thought, "But wait a minute, if Son Goku is a mortal and Vados is an angel who are divine beings, that means their son would be a semi-divinity. Then he would also be a type of mortal who could participate in the future tournament of power. A being that has the power of Vados and Son Goku means that I will have the most powerful mortal in all of history in my universe. He may even be the next God of Destruction of the 6th universe, but until then, he will be the most powerful half-mortal in all 12 universes. thought the god of destruction when realizing that the son of Goku and Vados would not be a complete deity and therefore could be considered a mortal, and as such could participate in a power tournament in the future. Returning to the fight between Goku and the Saiyan of the 6th universe. Returning to Goku's battle against Caulifla and Kale, it was possible to see that they used the time leap several times to approach Goku, waiting for the right moment to attack. But every time they tried either with physical or ki attacks, Goku always managed to dodge, and also counterattacked with physical and ki attacks, but Caulifla and Kale rarely managed to dodge his attacks. Caulifla thought, "More than shit. All my attacks and Kale's aren't having any effect on that old man. In fact, we're not even managing to hit him." The Saiyan thought while trying to hit Goku with some of his blows, but none of them had any effect, and when he was going to try again, Caulifla ended up getting a slap from Goku that caused her to be thrown away. Kale thought, "Caulifla!" Saiyan thought going towards her friend, but she had remembered Goku's words about her worrying so much about Caulifla, and that made her stop going towards Caulifla and activate the time leap again to attack Son Goku, who when he saw that, he was happy that Kale had remembered what he had said. Goku thought, "Look, it looks like Kale understood what I said earlier. Let's see how long Kale can stay away from Caulifla. It seems that she will lose control like in the Tournament of Power if that happens. She will look like Brawly," thought the Saiyan while he saw Kale trying to land some blows on him. Goku defended himself from all the blows, but every time Goku defended himself, he hit a blow on Kale that got more and more angry until Kale gave a roar and began to release a very large amount of energy, causing Goku to move away from her. Kale had transformed into a Super Saiyan Berserk, getting a much bigger body and losing her pupils in the process. Kale, who was already in her Berserk form, advanced towards Goku, who easily managed to defend himself against all of the Saiyans' attacks. Then Goku performed a sequence with 4 punches and a kick, throwing Kale into the air, and then Goku appeared on Kale's back and gave a hammer punch that caused her to be thrown with force on the ground. Due to the force of the impact, opened a crater on the spot. Goku then flew to the ground where he stayed at the entrance of the crater and observed Kale returning to his normal form, decreasing her size and returning to her base form. At the moment when Goku would enter the crater, he had to dodge a golden lightning that it was launched by Caulifla, who had already recovered and was ready to fight him again. Kale, who was inside the crater, got out of there and stayed beside Caulifla. Both of them were very out of breath because of all that battle. Goku said, "You two are really progressing, but with you two like this, we can't continue this battle, so eat this so we can return to battle," said the Saiyan while looking at Caulifla and Kale, who were confused by his words, until Goku gave them 2 seeds from his pocket and threw them at the Saiyans, who immediately caught them. Goku said, "These are seeds of the gods, and they will recover your energies and heal your injuries. So let's go," ordered Goku while looking at both Saiyans from the 6th universe, who soon took the seeds and ate them, and instantly recovered their energy and all their injuries were healed. Caulifla spoke, "We really recovered. How incredible," said the Saiyan while looking at her body, which was already completely healed like Kale. Kale spoke, "Then we'll be able to fight again, and we're going to win this time, Caulifla," said Kale excitedly, putting herself in a combat posture just like Caulifla. Caulifla said, "And this time we're going to use our powers to the fullest, and we're going to use that technique that we developed together with Hit." Caulifla spoke, while looking at Goku with a look of determination just like Kale's. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, it was possible to see Caulifla and Kale, who were transformed into Super Saiyan 2 facing Son Goku, who was transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The Saiyan of the 7th universe had a serious expression while looking at the 2 Saiyans of the 6th universe in front of him, that thanks to the seeds of the gods that Goku gave them, both Caulifla and Kale were already recovered and ready to continue the battle between them. Caulifla thought, "That damned old man, Goku gave us the seeds to recover and continue this battle, but he could have defeated us a long time ago. Goku has been playing with me and Kale since the beginning of this fight, if I can call it a fight," thought Caulifla while looking to Goku, who had his arms crossed waiting only for Caulifla and Kale's next moves. Kale said, "Caulifla, are we really going to use that technique? We haven't perfected ourselves yet, and that technique is very dangerous. If we execute it wrong, we could end up killing Mr. Goku," said Kale while looking at Caulifla, waiting for her companion's decision on whether or not to use the technique they had developed together. Goku said, "A technique that can get me killed? If they have such an ability, why haven't they used it in this battle yet? I thought I made it clear that you guys should come to kill me, and not to hurt me. After all, in a real battle, your enemy will not attack you two to hurt them. They will come to kill you, and they will have no mercy, just because they are women or something like that," spoke Goku, butting in on Caulifla and Kale's conversation, who looked at him and saw that he was much more serious than before. Goku said, "In a battle, you shouldn't be afraid to kill, because your enemies won't have that fear. If you're absolutely sure that you're stronger than your opponents, then don't be afraid to kill, because your opponent's strength should never be underestimated. That's why I always fight expecting the worst case scenario, even if the enemy is weaker. And just remember, the fool thinks he's stronger and ends up belittling his opponents. But just as you can improve during a fight, so can they, said the Saiyan with a very serious expression on his face while looking at Caulifla and Kale. A bit far from the battlefield. A little distant away from where we saw the Saiyans, Vados and Champa were watching Goku's battle against Caulifla and Kale. Champa was impressed with Son Goku's change of personality at that moment. Vados was already watching Son Goku, who had a serious expression, something she had never seen. Champa thought, Son Goku, what an amazing personality change, from an innocent Saiyan who was always smiling to a cold and strategic warrior. Thinking about it, he even looks like those Spartans from planet Earth. If Goku acted like that during the Tournament of Power, many warriors would have been defeated quickly, and it would probably be an incredible battle, thought the God of Destruction as he looked at Son Goku's serious expression. Vados thought, the Son Goku who always wore a cheerful and innocent expression is now wearing this serious and evil expression, which only makes him look more handsome than before. Vados thought while looking at her beloved Saiyan who, in her eyes, was much more handsome with the expression of a warrior who went through many difficult battles and won them all. Champa said, I would never say this in front of Goku or Beerus, but I hope I never have to face Son Goku with that serious and cold expression of his. I hope I never see him like that with the intention of killing. I can only feel sorry for his opponent, said the God of Destruction of the Sixth Universe, while looking and feeling a little afraid of Son Goku, and such a speech made Vados give a little laugh at Champa's scared expression. Back to the battlefield. Returning to the combat field, it was possible to see that Son Goku was a little impatient with Caulifla and Kale's delay in starting the fight, and that's why he decided to start it himself. Goku said, I've waited too long, so if you two won't come to me, I'll have to go to you too, said the Saiyan before advancing towards Caulifla and Kale, who when they saw Goku appearing, used the time leap and advanced in the same direction as Son Goku. Soon it was possible to see the impact of the blows of Goku and the two Saiyans of the Sixth Universe, that because of the great speed of the Saiyans, it was only possible to see the noise of the colliding blows and creating some cracks in the ground due to the strength of the attacks that were colliding. The battle wasn't balanced at all, as Goku was easily overcoming Caulifla and Kale, and none of their blows were able to hurt or touch the Saiyan, who wasn't trying at all in combat, which left Caulifla and Kale frustrated. Goku said, So are you going to stay there and do nothing, or are you going to use that killer technique that you developed? I want to see if that technique is on the same level as Hit's techniques, said Goku while dodging some of Kale and Caulifla's attacks. Caulifla said, Do you want to see the technique we developed with the help of Hit? Then you will see it. Let's go, Kale, said the Saiyan in an angry tone for not being able to hit Goku, and because she was already angry, she ended up deciding to use her new technique with Kale. Kale said, Okay, Caulifla, let's use that technique. Kale spoke, confirming to Caulifla that she would use their new technique, and upon hearing that, Goku gave a corner smile, waiting to see the new killer technique of the two Saiyans who would be his disciples. The Saiyans made the decision to use the new technique. They then walked away from Goku, who was just waiting to witness Caulifla and Kale's new technique. As they walked away from Goku, Caulifla and Kale began to concentrate their ki and raise it, increasing their energies and their powers as soon as it was possible to see the same aura of a time leap surround the body of the Saiyans until they went to their eyes, something that left Son Goku surprised. Goku thought, I was thinking that it would be an offensive and murderous technique, but they're concentrating the time skip power in the eyes. So I would say that Caulifla and Kale will have the ability to see the future, and that's a great way to predict the future movements of their enemies. But I wonder why Kale was worried about killing me in the process. That must mean that this technique isn't just that. There must be something else in it, thought Goku as he looked at the time skip's aura and saw it focus on the Saiyan's eyes. The aura of the time leap that was concentrating in Caulifla and Kale's eyes soon began to spread through their bodies, and this created some types of pink veins through Caulifla and Kale's body, that when they opened their eyes, revealed pink eyes with the same patterns of broken glass that was in the time skip. After opening their eyes, Kale and Caulifla looked at Son Goku for a few seconds before they disappeared, and reappeared giving Goku a punch, who managed to defend himself, which was very bad for Goku, who when defending himself from the Saiyan's blow, felt the inner muscles of his arms hurt a lot, as if they were being ripped from the inside to form, and seeing the expression of pain on Goku's face, Caulifla and Kale gave a smile. And then they gave a double kick to Goku in the base of his abdomen, making the Saiyan fly away, and hitting some trees that were in the place, and when he fell to the ground, Goku ended up vomiting a good amount of blood, making the observers, Vados and Champa, be surprised by what was happening, and why with only 2 kicks Goku was in that state. Goku thought, "This technique makes me feel my inner self being attacked, and not my outer self. This technique is indeed offensive, and also a true killer technique. I just don't know if my theory that they can predict attacks is right. Let's just see if it's stronger than the power of a Super Saiyan God," thought the Saiyan as he got up and saw Caulifla and Kale with intimidating poses and a smile on their faces. And after Goku got up, he started to raise his power until an aura of flames coated his body and his long blonde hair disappeared, and his hair from his base form turned red, thus showing that Son Goku was now in his Super Saiyan God form, showing everyone that the battle was reaching its climax. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Goku in his divine form facing Caulifla and Kale, who were transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but the two had several pink lines scattered across their body, lines that looked more like pink veins. That was the time leap energy that both Saiyans had managed to concentrate in their bodies, and that was the new technique that both had developed with the help of the most powerful assassin in the 6th universe, that is Hit, who was also one of the strongest warriors in the world of the 6th universe. A little further from the battlefield, it was possible to see Vados and Champa watching the battle and see this new technique from Caulifla and Kale. It made both of them very surprised, and Champa was very happy with that because the 2 Saiyans with that new technique forced Goku to transform into his divine form. And it filled the 6th God of Destruction with pure joy to see the 2 Saiyans of his universe with so much power in their hands. Champa said, "This new technique by Caulifla and Kale is amazing. With just 2 moves, they made Son Goku spit out a large amount of blood, and he almost couldn't react to it," said the 6th Universe God of Destruction as he looked at the battle in front of him, and was impressed with Caulifla's new technique and Kale. Vados spoke, "I must say that the way they handled the time skip energy is impressive. During the tournament and the trainings carried out before it, I studied the temporal leap and discovered that when it is used, it ends up creating a kind of dilation in the time itself. And in this way, time is frozen, and only the one who uses this ability can move. But we found out that some individuals like Jiren and Goku have such a sharp battle instinct that they can bypass this technique. But I never thought it could be used that way. It's an impressive technique," said the angel while looking meticulously at the veins or lines, which were pink spots that could be found all over Kale and Caulifla's body. The mysterious being said, "I was also impressed when they used this technique for the first time. And even though I have years of training with the time leap and with its energy, I'm not able to use this technique. Maybe because they're Saiyans, they can use this technique that I should surpass many of mine easily," said a mysterious being who was wearing a leather suit with a hood that covered his face, as he came out of a type of crystal that looked more like a type of crevice or portal. Champa said, "Hit, how do you get on my planet?" The God of Destruction spoke soon, revealing that the visitor was the famous assassin of the 6th universe, Hit the Assassin, who has the ability to stop time and has the most dangerous assassination techniques of the 6th universe, in addition to being one of the strongest warriors of that universe. Hit said, "I used one of my new techniques, the Space Leap. It allows me to create a rift in space and travel between them. Basically, it allows me to travel quickly from one place to another like Son Goku's teleportation. I used my technique as a base to create mine," said the killer as he approached Champa, and as soon as he looked at Vados, he noticed a small energy in the angel's womb, but ignored it since that had nothing to do with him, and Hit wasn't very much in the mood to talk either. "Just I was wanting to see Caulifla and Kale's new technique being used in a real battle against Son Goku." Vados said, "What are you doing here today, Mr. Hit? Did you come to witness Caulifla and Kale's new technique?" the angel asked as she looked at Hit's serious expression. Hit said, "Yes. I just came here today to see Caulifla and Kale use this new technique in battle, to see how they use it in a real battle and not in training." Hit spoke while looking at the battlefield where the battle between the Saiyans would soon begin. Back to Goku's fight against Caulifla and Kale. Returning to the combat between the Saiyans, it was possible to see Goku now in his divine form facing Caulifla and Kale until the 3 disappeared and reappeared again in the center of the battle, where Goku's fists collided with those of Caulifla and Kale, and then all they started a frantic battle of punches and kicks. In most of them, Goku tried to hit the Saiyans and dodged all the blows. Caulifla and Kale also couldn't hit Goku and dodged or defended themselves from Goku's blows. Goku, seeing that every moment that passed the blows of the 2 Saiyans, it became stronger and faster than before. He sees no other alternative and activates the power of superior instinct along with his power of Super Saiyan God. and that way he manages to dodge from the blows of the Saiyans in front of him in a better way. Son Goku, when using more of his Super Saiyan God power together with the power of superior instinct, manages to match the two Saiyans, and with that he manages to fight against both at the same time, without worrying about being hurt by Caulifla and Kale's blows, that his body acted alone and dodged Caulifla and Kale's attacks. The battle then became much more frantic when Goku activates the Kaioken 2X out of nowhere, surprising Caulifla and Kale, who were not shaken by that. The two advanced against Goku, but at that moment they would hit him. The Saiyan disappeared, and when he reappeared, he hit several key attacks on the ground, causing a lot of dust to rise, making the Saiyan unable to see well amidst the amount of dust. Goku, taking advantage of the fact that Caulifla and Kale had impaired vision because of the dust in the air, which for Goku meant nothing since his body could act freely because of the power of superior instinct, or even if he couldn't see his body, he could fight without seeing Caulifla and Kale. That way, Goku entered the middle of the dust and began to attack both Saiyans, and because of the large amount of dust, Caulifla and Kale could not deflect or counterattack all of Goku's blows, although sometimes they managed to deflect or counterattack, but in none of the times Goku had been hit by Caulifla or Kale's blows. Goku thought, I was right. This technique of theirs allows Caulifla or Kale to predict the future blows. I will land, and because of that, they are managing to dodge my attacks or counterattack. But let's see how far they can do that, thought the Saiyan before his Super Saiyan God aura merged the aura of superior instinct, and then Goku disappeared, and suddenly several Son Goku appeared and advanced towards both Saiyans, who when they saw that, despaired. After all, now the ability to predict movements had become useless, since the illusions hindered Caulifla and Kale from defending themselves from the real Son Goku. Goku, taking advantage of the fact that Caulifla and Kale had impaired vision because of the dust in the air, which for Goku meant nothing, since his body could act freely because of it. Caulifla thought, more than shit. Now either I nor Kale will be able to dodge or hit the real Goku, since he's using clones made of illusions, and that hinders us. Caulifla thinks, how can I beat Goku now? The Saiyan thought as he looked around and dodged all the illusory clones of Goku, since he didn't know which one was a real one. And in order not to risk, they dodged all the blows or defended themselves. Kale thought, if things continue like this, I won't be able to help Caulifla to defeat Mr. Goku, and if we don't do that, we won't be able to apprehend Super Saiyan 3. Wait, there's a way to defeat Goku, Kale thought, already knowing a way for them to defeat Goku together, literally. Kale said, Caulifla, let's use what we caught on Lord Kaio's planet, screamed the Saiyan while dodging the attacks of Goku's illusory clones. Upon hearing Kale's words, Caulifla gave a big smile and took one of the Patora earrings from one of her pockets and placed it on one of her ears, and Kale, who was in the middle of the dusty smoke, put on the other Potara, and soon a glow green appeared on both earrings, and suddenly a small explosion happened, making all the dust dissipate, and in the place where the explosion had happened, now was Kefla, the fusion between Kale and Caulifla. Kefla said, I hope Son Goku is ready, because I'm going to finish you off for good. And after that, you'll train us to awaken Super Saiyan 3, said the fusion between Caulifla and Kale to Goku, who now had a small drop of sweat, cold running down his face, as he returned to his classic expression. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe, it was possible to see Son Goku facing the fusion of Caulifla and Kale, Kefla, and further away from the place on top of a small hill was Champa, next to Vados and Hit, the most famous assassin in the 6th universe. Hit thought, Caulifla and Kale were very strong when using this new technique. I just wanted to know which one is currently stronger. Caulifla, Kale, or Kaba? Well, regardless of who is the strongest of the three, Kefla certainly surpasses all 6th universe warriors, and I am no exception, thought the 6th universe assassin as he looked at Kefla's face, who had a confident smile on her face. His face when preparing for combat with Son Goku. Vados thought, will Goku be able to defeat Kefla? I know he's very powerful and could take on several warriors together, but is Goku strong enough to defeat Kefla now that she has this new technique? Vados asked herself, wanting to know if her beloved Saiyan could face Kefla with his new technique. Champa said, that's it. Go Kefla, show Son Goku your strength. Defeat him using this new technique combined with the Saiyan power, said the god of destruction of the 6th universe while waving a green and red flag with the name of the fusion of Caulifla and Kale. Returning to the battle between Goku and Kefla. Now returning to the battlefield where the battle between the two strongest Saiyans of the 6th and 7th universe were taking place. Goku, who was still in his Super Saiyan God form, united with the energy of the power of superior instinct, faced Kefla, who was still in her base form, just waiting to start the final battle between the Saiyans. Kefla said, "Well, old man, now that Caulifla and Kale have merged and I've appeared, I want you to know that our battle will end very quickly, and I will be the winner of this battle," said the strongest fusion of the 6th universe, while facing Son Goku, who willingly or not was a little afraid of that fight. Goku said, "A quick lesson. Never think you've already won before the end of the fight, because if you do, and in the end you end up losing, it will be something very humiliating," said the Saiyan with a slight smile on his face, while he jumped a few times to relax his muscles before the start of the ultimate battle between him and Kefla. Kefla said, "I'm just telling the truth. After all, you're shaking a little, aren't you?" spoke in a fusion while laughing and looking at Goku, who was slightly shaking. Goku said, "I admit that seeing the new technique of yours and remembering our last battle and everything you could do back then made me slightly afraid. But a real warrior can overcome his fears during combat. So Kefla, let's go start this battle of ours soon," said the Saiyan while looking at Kefla, who just gave a small smile. Right after Kefla heard Goku's words, and also because she was tired of waiting for all that, she started to raise her power and turned into Super Saiyan 2, and when she saw that Goku just moved her neck and raised her power just like Kefla, soon the Saiyan turned into Super Saiyan Blue and then activated the power of Kaioken 2X, and then the energy of Superior Instinct disappeared, leaving only the energy of Super Saiyan Blue with Kaioken. Kefla said, "In that case, I can agree with you, but it's about time we stopped talking and started fighting," Kefla said while looking at Goku, who already had his Superior Saiyan Blue aura united with the Kaioken aura. After Kefla finished speaking, Goku had been quiet and both were long seconds staring at each other, until Kefla and Goku disappeared and reappeared in the sky, where they ended up bumping their fists, something that created enormous pressure in the wind, making the clouds that were in the sky move away, creating a huge crater in the clouds. In this way, all incredible battle began to be fought in the skies of the planet of the gods of destruction, one that made the 6th universe itself feel the impacts of the battle, something that was making everyone in shock with the level of power of the battle that was being fought at that location. Even Champa being a god of destruction, he was not able to see the movements of Goku and Kefla. Only Vados could see perfectly that battle, and hit that he could see partially due to the energy of the time leap that he was using to slow down the movements of Kefla and Goku, in his vision of course. But in reality, both Saiyans were facing each other at a speed that bordered on the speed of light, or even reached the speed of light. The level of that fight had long ceased to be between two mere mortals. In fact, anyone who saw that battle would say that it was a fight between two gods, and not two mere mortals. Kefla and Goku had already become so strong that the fight it even made the 6th universe tremble, and not only he, but the 7th universe was also feeling the shockwaves of the attacks of the two Saiyans facing each other. Something that made even Champa afraid of Goku and Kefla. Champa thought, "What the fuck is this? Are these two still mortal? This battle is not at all between mere mortals. This battle is looking like two gods of destruction facing each other, and making not only the entire universe they are in, but those nearby feel the shockwaves generated by the combat, and the shock of the attacks being collided between these two. I hate to admit it, but I think that these two alone are already at the power level of a god of destruction, and if they fight like this against one, they can even beat the god of destruction in question," thought the god of destruction of the 6th universe, while watching Kefla and Goku's attacks that were spreading the energy of that fight to the entire 6th universe, and to some other universes like the 7th universe. In addition to Champa admitting that Goku and Kefla are strong enough to be compared that of a god of destruction. Vados thought, "This battle is so intense that the energy generated in this fight is being sent to the other universes, and everyone in the 6th universe is feeling it. Son Goku is so strong and amazing," Vados thought as she looked and felt the energy being released in the fight. She couldn't help but be happy seeing the strength of her beloved Saiyan. Returning to the combat. Back to the fight between Goku and Kefla that was well balanced until that moment. Soon both Saiyans were facing each other at such a speed that was only possible to see a blue aura mixed with red, being that Goku's aura that was colliding against the aura Kefla green. Kefla seeing that both had similar speed and agility, the fusion began to use the time leap in the way that Kefla began to have an advantage in the fight, because using the time leap Kefla tried to hit Goku's stomach, but the Saiyan had held the fist Kefla and was using his strength. Saiyan threw her towards the ground, and the force exerted ended up creating a crater in the place where Kefla ended up being thrown. Kefla quickly recovered from her fall, and still inside the crater, the fusion began to shoot several key spheres at Goku, and he had to dodge them as if there were several key spheres at the time, but to the Saiyan's unhappiness, Kefla's key attacks were following the Saiyan, who had to dodge and fire his own key spheres against Kefla's key spheres in order to get rid of them. But that was part of Kefla's plan, since he was just making the Saiyan distracted, and with the distraction, Kefla used his time leap and left a crater and appeared on top of Goku, hitting him with both hands, together making him go against a small forest in the planet of the God of Destruction. But Goku at high speed had managed to get out of the forest, leaving only a blue and red trail behind, and in the sky of the planet of the God of Destruction, Goku returned to his base form, deactivating the powers of Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken. Kefla said, "What is it? You're back to your base form. Does that mean that you give up and admit that I'm stronger than you? Is that what you mean?" asked the fusion while looking curiously at Goku, as well as everyone who was witnessing that fight. Upon hearing those words, Goku said nothing, just closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Kefla, seeing that, felt a strange shiver in her body. Only that warned her that letting Goku do what he was doing to do would not be good for her. Even Kefla not knowing what was going on or what was going to happen. Acting on her Saiyan instincts, Kefla advances towards Goku and tries to hit him in the face, but Goku just tilted his face to the side, and thus did not receive Kefla's attack, who soon began to throw several punches and kicks at him. Goku, the Saiyan, just dodged with his eyes still fully closed, until one of the punches that Kefla tried to hits Goku's face again. He didn't dodge, but held Kefla's fist, and the next second Kefla felt a pain in her abdomen caused by Goku's fist. But to Kefla's bad luck, she didn't. There was no time to try to understand what was happening, because in the next minute Goku lifted his foot and kicked from top to bottom on Kefla's shoulder, who felt her shoulder being dislocated and the impact of her body colliding with the soil on that planet. Trying to understand what was happening, Kefla managed to get up and looked at Goku, who was still in the sky, but now the Saiyan had a divine white aura. That energy being the aura of the power of the superior instinct that was incomplete, but even so, that power was gigantic and very overwhelming. Goku said, "Now let's fight seriously, Kefla." The Saiyan spoke in an imposing and oppressive way to Kefla, who was putting her shoulder in place. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, more precisely in the room where Michio stayed and left the fish imprisoned in a spear of air, it was possible to see that the demon was watching the battle between Goku and Kefla from the beginning. Using one of his servants as an image transmitter, Michio was impressed with the power of the superior instinct that Goku was utilizing. Michio spoke, "This power is really amazing, and the most incredible thing is to see that whoever is using it is a mortal and not an angel. But this transformation is not yet complete, and even if it were, it would not be the true superior instinct, since this superior instinct that Goku is using is that of angels and not that of a Saiyan," said the demon, while observing the appearance and energy that was being emanated from Goku, until Michio ends up taking a little fright when he thinks exactly in his own words. Michio thought, "A power that no one but him could use, a form that made him so powerful that he could defeat several gods of destruction and some angels at the same time. I finally figured it out," the demon thought as he reasoned about the information he was gathering in his mind, until he finally came to a conclusion that made him get up from his chair and place both hands on the table in front of him. Michio said, "Wukong, until today I never knew what was the true power of that being, and much less what was the technique he used to be as strong as the angels. Wukong was the first and only one to dominate the superior instinct, but not the superior instinct of the angels, but of the demons and the Saiyan," said the demon with a huge smile on his face and a little euphoric, because finally after millennia he was able to discover that no one was able to do. Michio had discovered where the true power of Wukong came from, the demon who was able to match the High Priest, becoming one of the most powerful beings in all universes during his lifetime. Michio said, "If this is true, then the child born from an angel and a Saiyan will have the ability to master the power of superior instinct, and with extreme training he will be able to acquire this new form, and with it, no one will be able to go against the demons, and finally my people will dominate all these universes. I hope my future king of demons is born soon," said the demon, while he could already imagine all the gods and angels together. Daishinkan and Zeno all dead at the feet of a white-haired Saiyan who exuded an extremely dangerous and evil aura while having a sadistic smile on his face. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see that Goku was in the sky with a serious expression as he looked at Kefla, who still felt the pain of having her shoulder dislocated by the blow from Goku, who was now using the power of the incomplete superior instinct. But even though it was the incomplete version of superior instinct, that power could already bring many to their knees just by feeling Goku's energy, which was too overwhelming, and having a serious expression on his face only made him more dangerous in the eyes of everyone in the place, including Kefla, who, like it or not, was intimidated by the energy that Goku was emanating. Kefla thought, "Damn, This energy that Goku is emanating is very intense, much more than at the time of the power tournament. In that battle, I felt a great amount of energy emanating from him, and it was very overwhelming. But Goku had not mastered this power yet. Just that now he has mastered this power, and that is why this energy he is emanating is much more intense and oppressive than at that time, thought Kefla while looking and feeling the energy that was being emanated from Goku, who had a very oppressive aura because of the power of superior instinct. Kefla said, "If you're going to fight for real, I'm going too." "Then let's fight seriously, Goku," said the fusion, soon releasing more of his energy, and then using the energy of the temporal leap causing some pink lines and veins to appear throughout her body, in addition to his eyes becoming a mixture of pink and green. Goku said, "Let's see how far this technique of yours can withstand my power now, Kefla," said the Saiyan while looking seriously at Kefla, who looked back at him seriously. Soon, Kefla disappeared and appeared in front of Goku, where she tried to hit the Saiyan with a kick, but Goku just doubled his body, dodging Kefla's spinning kick. And even though she didn't hit Goku, her kick ended up making the clouds that were behind of Goku disappear, as if they were never there. Composing himself quickly and returning to his straight body state, Goku punched Kefla, who thanked his new technique, managed to predict Goku's attack, and thus managed to use one of his arms to defend himself from Goku's punch, and in that way a close-range combat began, where Goku performed several attacks and dodged Kefla's attacks, and she performed several attacks and defended herself from Goku's, because Goku managed to dodge attacks without having to think about it. Kefla was already able to defend herself from attacks because she could predict Goku's movements due to the time skip energy embedded in her eyes. In this way, the battle was well balanced until Goku decided to end this balance when he shot a beam of light at Kefla, sending her away from the Saiyan, who then created some clones made of ki, with a total of 6 ki clones of Goku, that even without hearing any command from the real Son Goku, all 6 clones advanced towards Kefla, who got irritated with the clones that would disturb her a lot. Because she had not trained her eyes in a combat with many enemies at the same time, Kefla thought, Caulifla should have listened to Kale when she suggested that they train to use time skip power in the eyes against multiple enemies at once. Damn it, Kefla thought, as she dodged the Ki clones' attacks that, unlike the illusory clones, these could hurt her. They were weaker than the original Son Goku, but these clones weren't weak at all. All of Son Goku's clones were already facing Kefla, who was no longer able to defend herself from all attacks, because there were 6 clones at the same time. They were all attacking from different angles of the fusion, so Kefla could no longer follow the clones' attacks. But unfortunately for the fusion, the real Son Goku ended up joining his clones, and the blows of the real Goku were extremely strong, making Kefla bleed for the first time in that fight. Seeing that she was no longer able to maintain herself in that fight, Kefla tried to defend herself in every possible way, and as it was possible to defend herself from all the blows, in an explosion of rage for being cornered in that way, Kefla ended up creating an explosion of ki around him, causing Goku's ki clones to be eliminated, and this explosion ended up hurting Son Goku a little, for being too close to the explosion site, but nothing too serious. The ki explosion made by Kefla was very useful, but unfortunately for her, it was very tiring too, making the fusion spend a great amount of energy that made her fall a little panting next to a tree trunk that should be in that place because of the energy of destruction caused by Goku and Kefla in their battle. Soon Goku began to approach Kefla, who, because she was very out of breath, was already thinking about giving up that battle. But that was not something she was going to do because she was the fusion of 2 very powerful Saiyans, the most powerful in the 6th universe, and both would be defeated so easily by a mere Saiyan from the 7th universe. When the Saiyan got close enough to Kefla, Goku raised his hand and prepared a ki ball and aimed it at Kefla. Goku said, "I think this battle is over, Kefla," said the Saiyan while pointing out his hand that had a sphere of ki to Kefla's head, who was still panting. The battle seemed to be over, but Goku ended up lowering his guard when he felt a twinge of pain in his arm because of the burn created by Kefla's ki explosion. But everyone who already thought that the battle was over changed their minds. When Kefla ended up taking the tree trunk that was next to him and used it to hit Son Goku, the Saiyan ended up colliding with several trees, until he stopped when he collided with a huge rock. Kefla said, "This battle will only end when I say it's over, and that will only happen when I'm the winner," said the fusion while getting up and looking at Goku, who was letting go of the rock where he had hid because of Kefla's blow, which due to the enormous expenditure of his energy had returned to his base form. Goku said, "Since that's how we're going to fight at our true 100%, said the Saiyan while walking towards Kefla. He was no longer using his superior instinct. The Saiyan then took a seed from the gods and threw it to Kefla, who immediately ate it, and soon afterwards Goku took another seed of the gods and ate it, recovering all his energy. In the 6th universe, Currently on the planet of the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, it was possible to see Son Goku and Kefla fully recovered after both had eaten the seeds of the gods. Both Kefla and Goku were in their base form and looked at each other so far. But it didn't take long as both advanced towards each other, and soon a battle between the two Saiyans was started. Goku and Kefla engaged in a close-range combat, one that Kefla was apparently winning as the fusion was stronger than Goku in his base form. Because she was winning the battle, Kefla became more confident, and at that moment she ended up leaving a gap, and taking advantage of this gap, Goku managed to hit a hook into Kefla's abdomen and then punched her in the face, causing her to be thrown a few meters away. And to finish, Goku prepared a Kamehameha and teleported to Kefla's back and then fired his point-blank attack on Kefla's back. But Kefla ended up sinking her feet into the ground and then turned her body and punched Goku's Kamehameha, causing the attack to be thrown away, and then Kefla hit her back to remove the dust and to remove some of the smoke that had been formed when Goku's attack hit her in the back. Kefla, after recovering from Goku's Kamehameha, advances against the Saiyan, who was already ready to defend himself, and Kefla, when approaching, tries to hit Goku with a punch. But the Saiyan, with impressive mastery, grabbed Kefla's arm and threw her over the top of his shoulder, and then pulled her with everything to the ground, making the fusion hit her back. But Kefla didn't let it go unnoticed, because while the Saiyan was still holding Kefla's arm, she created a sphere of ki in his hand and fired at the face of the Saiyan, who ended up being injured, at that moment making him let go of Kefla's arm and walk away from her. After moving away from Kefla, the Saiyan wiped his face where he had been attacked by Kefla, and then Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and advanced against Kefla, who had already gotten up, and seeing that the Saiyan was coming towards him, the fusion did the same thing and headed towards Goku. Once again, the Saiyans ended up clashing their fists and creating a small shockwave. Goku was winning the battle because he was stronger than Kefla. The Saiyan had turned into Super Saiyan 2 and Kefla was still in her base form, but she was still managing to fight Goku. Goku, taking advantage of his high speed, rained punches against Kefla, who was no longer able to keep up with the Saiyan, and then Goku managed to unbalance Kefla by kicking her leg, which made her lose her balance. Then Goku gave several blows at Kefla, and as a little revenge, Goku made a sphere of ki in his hand and shot at Kefla, but the attack ended up hitting her face, making her give a small moan of pain. Goku, seeing that Kefla was still a little unbalanced and with a little anger for having received a ki attack in his face, the Saiyan once again advanced against Kefla and started to throw some punches at her that she only defended herself, until Kefla transformed into Super Saiyan, making Goku move away a little and put his hand in front of his eyes so that the dust he had raised would not fall on them. Kefla, seeing that Goku was with his guard down, advanced towards him and hit him very hard in the abdomen, making him spit a good amount of saliva. Then the Saiyan went flying due to a spinning kick given by Kefla. Because of the strength of Kefla's kick, Goku ended up falling into the lake on the planet of the god of destruction, making a lot of water come out. Kefla, not wanting to give Goku time to recover, began to fly at high speed into the lake. But in the next second, Kefla was flying and ended up crashing against a rock that was near the lake. Then the fusion looked at the lake and saw Son Goku come out of there in his Super Saiyan God form. Kefla quickly recovered and looked at Goku, but he was no longer above the lake, but in front of her. So Goku punched Kefla in the abdomen and then a hook, making the fusion take his feet off the ground, and Goku, still with feet on the ground, pointed his hand at Kefla and fired several spheres of ki that ended up forming a smokescreen that, when dissipated, reveals Kefla in her Super Saiyan form too. Goku started flying towards Kefla, who, unlike the other times, did not advance by retreating, flying to the small planets near the planet of the god of destruction, and Goku, seeing that, just followed Kefla. Upon getting close to the planets, Goku stopped feeling Kefla's energy, but right after that, the Saiyan was shocked to see one of the planets coming towards him, and because they were too close, the Saiyan had to hold the planet. Kefla said congratulations on holding the first one, but what are you going to do about the second one? Said the fusion, while lifting and throwing a planet that was bigger than the ones Goku was holding, and seeing that, Goku was very surprised with Kefla's strategy. Goku, because of the weight of the first planet, was not able to dodge the second and could only hold the weight of the second planet, and because of that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue in order to support both planets. Goku said, "Was that all that you had for me, Kefla?" said the Saiyan while looking at Kefla, who was flying high, and hearing the Saiyan's speech, she just smiled and went even higher. Goku, seeing the situation, wondered why she had done that, until he felt something coming towards him at high speed, and looking up, Goku saw both planets being destroyed by something, and above Goku, Kefla was already using her new techniques, and his body was full of veins and pink lines. The fusion had appeared after crossing the two planets and punched Goku, throwing him away, while the planets that were above were being destroyed, leaving several falling debris. Goku quickly composed himself, and around him were several pieces of debris from the 2 planets that were destroyed by Kefla, who took advantage of the falling pieces of debris and support and began to attack Goku from all sides possible. Goku at that moment was already powerless because his movements were restricted, and no matter where he looked, he could only see Kefla, who due to her extreme speed was leaving behind images, and this only increased, because every time Kefla leaned on the wreckage of the 2 planets that were around the planet of the God of Destruction, and if it launched, it became even faster, thus preventing Goku from being able to defend himself or dodge his blows. Goku thought, it looks like I'll have to use that power. I wasn't wanting to, and in reality, I don't even need to use it, but she needs to see my level of power so that she can strive to overcome me. They need someone to mirror and use with the objective of overcoming that person, thought the Saiyan while receiving Kefla's attacks. The Saiyan just gave a smile before returning to his base form. Goku had returned to his base form, which left Kefla confused, but in a few seconds the expression of confusion on his face was replaced by fear when he saw a huge pillar of white energy rise to the sky, and after a few seconds the pillar disappeared, and in the place where he was there was only Goku, who was now utilizing the full power of Superior Instinct. Goku, now using the power of Superior Instinct, simply swung his arm, and all the debris that was around him was destroyed by a strong wind pressure, something that made Kefla scared because Goku had just swung his arm and had already done all that. Even so, Kefla ignored her fear and advanced towards Goku and landed a punch on the Saiyan, but Goku didn't even feel Kefla's punch. The fusion felt like punching a steel wall, but Goku didn't leave it at that and landed a blow in Kefla's stomach, making her spit a large amount of blood. And then Goku just pointed his hand with an open palm towards Kefla, and then she felt a huge shock wave coming and hitting her, throwing her on the planet of the God of Destruction with extreme violence, creating a huge crater on that spot. Then it was possible to see Goku using the power of Superior Instinct in front of the huge crater, and at the bottom it was no longer Kefla but Caulifla and Kale, because Goku, before attacking Kefla, and removed Kefla's Potara earrings, and that way he had it ended with the fusion of the 2 Saiyans, who were now passed out inside the crater. Goku said, "This battle already has a winner, and that winner is me," said the Saiyan with a small smile on his face as he deactivated the power of Superior Instinct and returned to his base form. Currently on this planet of the God of Destruction of the 6th Universe, a few hours after Goku's battle against Caulifla and Kale, who were fused by the Potara earrings, becoming Kefla, it was possible to see everyone gathered inside the castle where Champa lived. Hit was gone because he just wanted to see how Caulifla and Kale's technique would be useful in a real battle, and for Hit that was an excellent test. Now, they were all waiting for Caulifla and Kale to wake up, except Goku, who was at the table full of dinner. The Saiyan ate everything that was on the table without even looking at what it was, because for him, all those foods were delicious. Goku thought, this is still strange, but Chi-Chi's food is better than those Vados' food. Maybe it's because I ate Chi-Chi's food for so long, thought the Saiyan, while he devoured all those foods that were on the table, and he was still thinking about his human wife Chi-Chi's meals. While Goku ate fiercely together with Champa, who was taking advantage of Vados, making delicious food to surprise Son Goku. Caulifla and Kale, who had passed out after Goku beat Kefla, had finally woken up and were now standing in front of the entrance to the dining room. Seeing that both Saiyans were still a little stunned in relation to everything that had happened in the last few hours, Vados was willing to explain everything to them, leaving Caulifla a little irritated for not being able to beat Goku, and Kale surprised by Kefla even using all her strength along with their new technique. They couldn't even hurt Goku, who was using the power of complete Superior Instinct, and mainly because Kefla was defeated with just 2 moves. After all Vados' explanation, Caulifla and Kale sat down at the table and everyone ate a lot because Goku would start training the 2 Saiyans on the same day since both were already completely recovered, which made the 2 Saiyans very happy. Goku said that he would teach them Super Saiyan 3 when they were both ready, and they were ready for training, and that's why training would begin the same day so that Caulifla and Kale could transform into Super Saiyan 3. 2 months later. 2 months longer had passed since the day that Goku had arrived at the 6th Universe and had his battle against Caulifla and Kale, and also against Kefla, and hours after the battle Goku had started training the 2 Saiyans. During the time, Goku not only trained Caulifla and Kale, but also traveled through the 6th Universe alongside Vados, who made sure to present every corner of his universe to the Saiyan. During Caulifla and Kale's training, Kaba ended up appearing on the planet of the God of Destruction to find out the reason for the disappearance of his 2 Saiyan companions. But when he found out that they were training, he was happy, and Caulifla, wanting to show off her power, ended up showing that she was able to partially control the power of a Super Saiyan 3. Kaba, seeing that, got excited and ended up leaving everyone surprised when the Saiyan simply turned into Super Saiyan 3, making everyone, mainly Caulifla, be surprised by the evolution of Kaba, and Goku, who was surprised to discover that he had achieved that alone. And Caulifla, when seeing that, asked to battle against Kaba, who accepted the challenge. And to everyone's surprise, Kaba ended up winning the duel against Caulifla, showing that Saiyan was more powerful than anyone could imagine. After the 2 months of training, Caulifla and Kale were already much more powerful than before the training. They were already able to maintain the power of Super Saiyan 3 for hours. In addition, Goku had taught the two Saiyans the Kaioken, and Kale was the one that managed to control and dominate the Kaioken with more mastery than Caulifla. So after these 2 long months had passed, finally Goku's youngest son was born, the little one who was half angel and half Saiyan, and was an identical copy of Goten when he was a child, only he had white hair and red eyes similar to Goku's. Gohan, when he was using his bestial transformation, and what Goku found most strange was that his newborn son wouldn't stop crying, and not even Vados could calm him down, until Goku for some reason activated the power of complete superior instinct and took his son in his arms, who immediately stopped crying and began to doze off, as if the energy of the superior instinct that Goku released calmed the young Saiyan, who ended up being called his son Kaido, since the son part in the boy's name came from Goku's family, and Kaido was the name of one of Vados' brothers who had been killed many years ago. And the birth of Son Kaido was something never seen before, because the powers that the body already had since his birth were unbelievable, and even Broly, who is the legendary Saiyan of the 7th universe, did not have as much power at his birth. And Kaido should be at least 100 times more powerful than Broly was at birth. And as previously promised, Goku, after the birth of his son, went with Vados and Kaido to the 7th universe, where everyone was very happy and surprised that Kaido was almost a captain of his 2 older brothers. There was only one small problem. Kaido was very violent. Vegeta had said that it was because of the Saiyans' instinct, and the Saiyans of the 7th universe were naturally violent, and that's why he acted that way. Only when Goku approached his son using the power of the complete superior instinct, he automatically calmed down and became very docile, looking like a little angel, which made Goku spend a long time using the power of the complete superior instinct, which with time made him be using this power or not, it was nothing to Son Goku. But the strange thing was that Kaido, for some reason, calmed down when he was with Chi-Chi, and that was something that ended up making Vados angry, because not even she could calm her son Kaido's Saiyan instincts. As the months went by, Kaido was growing at a much faster rate than a normal child, and that was something normal since he was half an angel, and since angels don't grow like mortals, they just appear grown up. Because of that, Kaido's rapid growth was natural, but Whis made the decision to slow down this growth rate, because the more Kaido grew, the stronger he became, and since he didn't have time to train, Kaido wouldn't be able to control his powers if he lost his temper. So 6 months after his birth, Kaido already had the height and appearance of a 12-year-old child, and was already the same size as his niece Pan. And as Goku had promised Chi-Chi, when the Saiyan returned, he no longer abandoned her to train. In reality, he only trained his son to be able to control his powers, and taking advantage of that moment, Goku also trained his granddaughter Pan, who was very happy to be trained by her grandfather, and for being able to train alongside her uncle, who most of the time was proud and arrogant with her, and the others around her. Something that made people think they were seeing an old version of Vegeta when he came to Earth for the first time. Vegeta even found Kaido interesting for being a true Saiyan. And after a few more weeks, Chi-Chi ended up giving birth, and this time it was a girl very similar to her mother. There was only one detail: the little girl had white hair, and not black like her parents. And the reason was simple, because according to Whis, Goku, for being practically the entire gestation of the child, using the power of complete superior instinct and constantly sending his own energy to his wife's womb, making the girl absorb her father's energy, which left Chi-Chi slightly angry, because once again, one of his sons would be taken into some future combat. The son Kaido, seeing his new little sister for some reason, became very attached to the younger one because they both had a similar appearance. The girl, who was called Son Kiaria, had silver eyes similar to her father's when he was using the power of superior instinct, and moreover both brothers had white hair and possessed great power since their birth. Only that was a reason for pure happiness for the angels and for Goku's family and friends, but for Whis, that wasn't something very good, and he wasn't referring to Kiaria but Kaido. The angel looked at Kaido and felt the danger in the future and what Kaido would do in it. As for Kiaria, he could feel a good energy coming from the girl, who probably would not be a warrior like her father and brothers, but like Gohan, she had a great hidden potential, and if necessary, the girl would become a warrior to protect her family and friends. In the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, after the birth of son Kaido, it was possible to see that the world was in celebration, as Mechi Kabura had spoken about the prophecy of the future king of demons, and with the news that Kaido was born with enormous power, it was something that made the whole world of demons join in a party. But among all those who were present at the party, Mira was not at all happy with the birth of Kaido. Because for him, Kaido was a threat that should be eliminated as soon as possible, and that it was noticed by Michio that he wanted to see how far Mira would go, and how far Kaido's power would go even as a child. Michio thought, "Mira, my friend, are you really wanting to kill a poor child just because the future he will be your king?" Kaido is still not ready to face Mira, but are these Saiyans from this world strong enough to face Mira? I already know. I'll send Mira and other demons to fight Kaido, and when I realize he's too weak, he'll want power, and I'll help him conquer that power, and with time and patience, he'll side with the demons. Michio thought while looking at Mira in the corner of the party, which was taking place in the castle, and next to Mira was Toa, who was drinking a glass of wine and reading a book. Michio thought, but from what I've seen, he's not going to abandon or kill that human Chi-Chi, his mother Vados, his younger sister Son Kiaria, and maybe his father Son Goku, but Mira can solve that by killing everyone, but the human and his sister, because he likes these two too much, and if they died, he could hate the demons and not become our king. Thought the demon already planning who he should kill to make Kaido go after power. Go after him more precisely. And who would not be killed, because if these people died, Kaido would be against the demons. In the 7th universe. A few more days had passed after the birth of the youngest daughter of the Saiyan Son Goku, and this girl was called Son Kira. And, like her half-brother Son Kaido, both had great power in addition to having a similar appearance. Apart from the Fado, Kaido had a pair of black wings, but he had to train to keep his wings because for humans, that would be frowned upon. After all, humans tend to criticize before knowing others. With a few more days of training, Son Kaido managed to hide his wings, and with that Chi-Chi had the idea of putting Kaido in a school, which would be the same school where his granddaughter Pan would be studying, and with the help of her best friend Bulma, Kaido would study in the same room as Pan. And with the girl, they could help her uncle adapt to school and learn how humans act. At Goku's family residence. Currently at Goku's family residence, it was possible to see Chi-Chi helping Kaido with his school uniform, and the white-haired Saiyan did not understand why he had to go to a place full of human children if he's not even a human. Kaido spoke. "Why do I have to go to this place called school? I'm not even human like these guys," asked the Saiyan while looking at Chi-Chi, who was finishing putting the school uniform on Kaido. Chi-Chi said, "Because you are still a child, and like any child you should go to school, and there you will be able to make friends. And besides that, you will learn many things that you can find boring. But it will be important, and in the future you will thank me," said the woman with black hair, finishing adjusting the uniform of the red-eyed albino. Chi-Chi said, "But I won't make you go to school. Look at your father. He never went to school. If you want to be like him, you don't have to go to school," said the woman, referring to her husband who was taking care of their new daughter Kiaria. Kaido spoke. "Going to school doesn't seem like a bad idea right now. Do I go alone, or do I have to wait for that girl named Pan?" said the red-eyed albino while looking at his father, Son Goku, something that made Chi-Chi give a short laugh. Chi-Chi said, "Well then, Pan will take you to school, and don't call her that girl. She is your niece, so you must take care of her and obey her while you're at school," Chi-Chi said while looking at Kaido. And after a few seconds, the door closed being opened was Pan, who had her backpack on her back and wearing the uniform of the school where they were going to study. Pan said, "Good morning, Grandpa and Grandpa. Uncle Kaido, we have to go soon, otherwise we'll be late. And as it's your first day of school, you should arrive early," said the girl approaching Kaido, who had a neutral expression. Kaido spoke. "That's right. Bye, Mom and old man," said the red-eyed albino, saying goodbye to his family, and soon leaving flying with Pan, and Kaido was using his wings to fly. Not because he had to, but because he liked the feel of the wind in his wings. It didn't take long for the two children to arrive at school, where many noticed the color of Kaido's hair and eyes, because white hair and red eyes drew a lot of attention. Soon the two Saiyans arrived at the classroom where Kaido had to introduce himself, and then he sat next to Pan and paid attention to the class. But beyond her, he also managed to hear some students talking about him and the color of his hair and eyes, something he learned to ignore such comments on Chi-Chi's orders. After the end of the class, Kaido stayed in his place reading the books he would have to use throughout the year. But soon his peace ended when some boys approached him and knocked on his desk to get his attention. Kaido said, "Do you need anything, or did you just knock my table because you thought it would be fun?" said the boy in a neutral tone, still reading his book without worrying about the boys beside him. Boy 1 said, "Yes, we need you to leave my place," said the leader of the group of children to the albino, who found that a bit childish even for a child. Kaido said, "I don't remember seeing your name written on the chair, and when I arrived there was no one there. So if possible, could you stop disturbing me, because I'm trying to understand the content of this book," said the white-haired Saiyan to the human children, who were irritated by his neutral tone. Boy 1 said, "Well, don't complain, because you were the one who pissed me off, and you deserve it," said the boy before trying to punch Kaido. Kaido, seeing the punch coming toward him, didn't react, because for him, the boy was so slow that it wasn't worth dodging the punch. So he received the boy's punch in the face, but Kaido didn't even react. But the boy who had punched him started complaining about the pain in his fist, because for him, punching Kaido was the same thing as punching a concrete slab. Boy 2 and 3 said, "Boss, now you bastard," said both boys, already going up to Kaido, but this time the Saiyan just took 2 balls of paper that were on his table and threw them at the 2 boys, who ended up fainting due to the force at which they were hit, leaving everyone in the classroom impressed, and those who had spoken ill of him were afraid. Boy 1 spoke, "Who do you think you are to hit me and my friends? I'm going to tell my big brother everything, and he's going to come and beat you up. Wait and see," said the boy, soon picking up his 2 friends and leaving the place. Kaido thought, is that what just happened? The kind of bully who tried to intimidate the newbie? But the rookie ends up beating him, and then he comes back with the group to beat up the rookie. It's similar to the scenes I saw in the series with Mom. Well, whatever, they'll never be able to hurt me, thought the albino, soon returning to focus on his books. Hours later. A few hours had passed, and together with them, the classes had ended, and now Pan and Kaido were leaving school, and they would go to their houses. It didn't take long for both of them to arrive at Pan's house, and soon Kaido separated from her and went to his house. But first he would have to solve the problems with certain people who had been following him for a long time. Kaido said, "Look, I don't like to be followed, so come here so I can finish you off at once," said the calm boy as he turned around and looked at the boys he had defeated earlier along with other older boys. Older boy said, "You must be the boy who hit my little brother and his friends earlier, and not only that, you also, on your first day of school, accompanied his future girlfriend to her house. You brat, today me and my friends will have to teach you good manners. I hope you don't scream for help." "Haha," said the older boy while snapping his fingers and having a few laughs with his friends. Kaido said, "Sorry, I'm not the one who needs to ask for help. You're going to need help," said the Saiyan in a neutral tone that soon became a bit demonic. Even more so when he gave a small sadistic smile, and an aura reddish light began to emanate from him. On Universe 7's God of Destruction planet. Currently on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Beerus taking a vitamin, and next to him was Whis, who was eating some instant noodles, and it didn't take long for Beerus to speak because he realized that his angel was strange since the day son Kaido was born. Beerus said, "What's up, Whis? You had that worried look on your face for a few months now." "What is worrying you so much?" spoke the God of Destruction to his master and friend, but he already knew the reason and just needed a confirmation. Whis said, "I'm worried about my nephew's son Kaido. I don't care about his well-being, but what he can and will do in the future. He has a power that must surpass that of all the gods of destruction, and if you doubt the angels too," said the angel to his god of undoing. Beerus said, "So I'm not the only one who thinks this way," said the God of Destruction, attracting the attention of his angel. Whis said, "I don't understand." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Beerus?" he asked the angel to his God of Destruction. Beerus said, "The day they announced that Vados and Goku would have a child, I felt that something was going to happen, and after his birth I was sure. That boy is not normal, and he will bring a lot of problems to us in the future," said the God of Destruction with a serious look. Returning to planet Earth. Currently on planet Earth, in a further location, it was possible to see several bodies of young people dead on the ground that was full of blood, and among them was Kaido, standing holding the boy who had bothered him earlier, and the Saiyan was holding the boy by the neck. The boy said, "Please, don't kill me. I swear I'll never bother you again." The boy implored the Saiyan, who just smiled. Kaido said, "Sorry, but I don't like to be bothered, and I can't leave you alive. I don't like leaving loose ends. Now die," said the Saiyan, creating a key sphere in his hand and pointing to the boy's head, who would try to scream, but at the same time, everything ended up being exploded by Kaido's key attack. Kaido said, "It's a good thing I used a key barrier around my clothes. Otherwise, Mama Chi-Chi would want to know why she's full of blood, and would be annoyed with me. Well, let's go home. I'm hungry, and I want to see my little sister." said the Saiyan, giving a small smile and then releasing his black wings and leaving the place where he had been eliminating those young people without the slightest mercy or empathy. In the 7th universe. A few days had passed since the day that Kaido had eliminated the boys that had irritated him, and currently more precisely in Son Goku's house, it was possible to see the Saiyan in his active superior instinct form training with his son, Son Kaido. He was trying to land a blow on Goku, who dodged or parried Kaido's blows. Goku said, "Kaido, when facing an opponent stronger than you, don't try to dispute your strength against his. Try to use his strength against himself, and if he's faster than you, then be smarter and create a plan to corner him. And when you do that, you attack him," said the oldest Saiyan, dodging his son's blows, and in the end knocking him to the ground. Kaido spoke. "I already know that," said the little Saiyan in a higher tone, showing that he was irritated. Goku said, "If you already know about these things, then why do you still make the same mistakes?" asked the oldest Saiyan to his son. Kaido said, "That way it's easier for you to let your guard down so I can do this," said the boy, getting up and advancing towards his father, hitting him with a punch on the side of Goku's face. Goku said, "Aye, that punch hurt, you know," said the Saiyan while smoothing the place where he had taken the punch from Kaido, who was now smiling. Kaido spoke, "First rule of combat, never let your guard down against your opponent, because he might end up attacking you when you least expect it. That was one of the first things you taught me, but you always let your guard down when you fight me, so I'm not the only one who makes mistakes," said the little Saiyan to his father, who just sighed. After all, his son was right. Goku thought, "Kaido is more like Chi-Chi every day. Should I worry about that? No, I don't think so. But I think it bothers Vados, as she told me that Kaido was very anxious to go back to the 7th universe to see Kiaria and Chi-Chi. I was a little sad when he said that he only came back to see them, but what to do, thought the oldest Saiyan as he looked at his son and at his wife, who was arriving at the scene. Kaido said, "Hi, Mom," said the boy, approaching his human mother and hugging her legs. Chi-Chi said, "Hi, my son. I came here to invite you two to eat together. I hope today's training has been profitable," said the woman while gently caressing the hair of her son from another mother. Goku said, "Today's training was profitable. Kaido ended up making me let my guard down, and when I least expected it, Kaido punched me. A very strong punch for someone his age," said the older Saiyan as he approached his wife and kissed her. Chi-Chi said, "Congratulations, son. I know that hitting your father is a very difficult task, even more so when he looks like that," said the woman while congratulating the youngest Saiyan and giving his youngest daughter to Goku, who had already returned to his base form. Kaido said, "You are incredible because no matter what form the old man is using, you always manage to accept him," said the little Saiyan while looking at Chi-Chi, who ended up laughing slightly at the statement. Chi-Chi said, "Maybe I'm your father's weakness, and that must be why he never managed to dodge my attacks," said the woman while laughing a little, which was accompanied by the rest of the family. It didn't take long for the daughter to get home, and soon everyone started eating. Goku and Kaido ate a lot, something quite normal for Saiyans, but what left the two Saiyans most impressed was the fact that Kiaria ate more than the two, even though she's still a baby. After the whole family finished lunch, Goku went to take care of Kiaria, while Chi-Chi went to wash the dishes. Kaido went to set the table, and after everyone finished their chores, they stayed in the living room and started watching television, until the news ended up on the television. It was something that attracted the attention of the entire family, especially Chi-Chi. A journalist spoke on television, "Good morning, my dear viewers. Today I came to report on a case of some students who had disappeared a few days ago. Some students from a school nearby went to class, but never returned to their homes. Some had said that they had fled, and others had said that they were just making fun, but the reality is different," said the reporter, getting a sadder face at the end. A journalist spoke on television. The police officers who were on the case were not finding any clues, until one of the policemen ended up finding much more than a clue. He managed to find the young people, but they were already dead, said the journalist as he approached the said policeman who found the bodies of the young people. The journalist spoke on television, "We are all here with the policeman Krillin, who was responsible for finding the young people. Master Krillin, could you tell us what you saw when you arrived at the place?" said the journalist, putting the microphone closer to Krillin so he could speak. Krillin spoke on television, "When I arrived at the scene, I saw that all the young people were dead and that they had been killed in a brutal way. One of them did not have a head, and unfortunately, all of them were dead when I arrived at the scene." The policeman spoke with a sad look as he looked at the cameraman. Krillin spoke on television, "This is all I can tell you so far. We are investigating to try to find the culprit of this crime. Until then, the school where they studied will be closed until the end of the investigations. That's all, now I need to go, said the policeman, leaving near the journalist and going close to the other policeman. The journalist spoke on television. Well, as stated by the police officer, Krillin, they still don't have any clues about who the murderer was or what was his motivation for carrying out such a crime. For all parents who have their children studying at this school, it will be closed, and there will be no classes during the investigation. When new information is released, we will tell you. Have a good day, said the journalist, ending the article about the death of young students. Returning to Son Goku's family home, it was possible to see that everyone was in shock. After all, that was the same school where Kaido and Pan studied, and seeing that scene left Chi-Chi worried about her granddaughter Pan and her son from another mother, Kaido. Goku said, "Isn't this the school where Kaido and Pan are studying?" asked the Saiyan while looking at his wife. Kaido said, "Yes, this is the school I'm currently studying in." "Well, on the bright side, I won't have classes for a while," said the boy without showing any emotions, as if he didn't care about their deaths. And in reality, Kaido didn't care. After all, he was the one who killed them. Chi-Chi spoke, "Don't talk like that, Kaido. They were your colleagues. Even if you don't know or don't like them, you must at least feel sad about it," said the woman while looking at the little Saiyan. Kaido said, "Well, leaving that aside, I have to go to Pan's house to do a job they sent us to do yesterday. Even if it's going to take a while for classes to start again, I want to finish it soon. So I'm going to my brother Gohan's," said the little Saiyan, taking his small backpack and flying to his older brother's house. Hours had already passed and Kaido had finished doing his work with Pan. Now Kaido was flying to her house when he suddenly heard the voice of a certain god of destruction. Mira said, "Stand there, son Kaido. I need to talk to you now," said the god of destruction, looking seriously at the son of Son Goku and Vados. Kaido spoke, "What do you want to talk to me about, Beerus? I have to go home soon, because my mother is waiting for me and I'm hungry. So please be brief," said the little Saiyan, turning around and facing the god of destruction. Beerus spoke, "I know that you were responsible for the death of those young humans who studied at the same school as you. Why did you do that? What motivated you to kill them?" said the god of destruction with a serious expression on his face. Kaido spoke, "They pissed me off. A bunch of weak humans who don't even know their place in the universe, raising their voices and acting with authority with someone like me, son of an angel with the strongest mortal in the 7th universe. Because I am beyond human understanding, they should act like them? I'm not a human and never will be," said the white-haired Saiyan, serious to Beerus. Beerus said, "Then I'll have to talk to your parents about this. I wonder how Goku's wife, the woman you call mother, will react to your actions," said the god of destruction, who started flying towards the house from Goku. Kaido said, "You won't say anything to her," said the Saiyan, flying at high speed towards Beerus. And use his speed, Kaido pushes Beerus, causing him to be thrown against a mountain. Beerus crossed it and landed on the ground without a single scratch. Beerus, after landing on the ground, went to the side, dodging a blow from Kaido. Then Beerus tried to knee in Kaido's abdomen, who managed to hold the knee. Then the Saiyan managed to punch Beerus in the chin, who stayed slightly shaken. Kaido, taking advantage of Beerus being slightly stunned, tried to kick him, but Beerus held his leg and, using his strength, started hitting the Saiyan, who because of the several blows ended up passing out. Beerus said, "This kid is dangerous. Kaido is strong at that level now, and he hasn't even learned how to use his powers properly yet. His hidden power will surpass that of all the gods of destruction, and even the angels. Maybe he will become as strong as the High Priest, or even stronger than him," said the god of destruction, while holding his own chin, feeling the pain of the blow he had taken. Now in the world of demons. Currently in the world of demons, more precisely on top of a mountain, it was possible to see Towa sitting under a tree reading a book about demons. Towa was looking for a way to become stronger so as not to be a burden to the king of the demons, and prove that she would not only be useful to conquer the future king of the demons, but unfortunately her peace ended when Michio appeared at the scene, and seeing the demon out of the corner of her eyes, Towa just sighed and looked at Michio. Towa said, "What do you want with me, Michio? Because if you're here, it means something important, and I can't imagine you coming to see me just to enjoy my company. So what do you want to talk to me about?" asked the woman to the demon, who just gave a short laugh while he looked at her. Michio spoke. "You're right, Towa. I didn't come to see you just to enjoy your company. Today I came to warn you that your future husband is coming to our side naturally, not to the side of the demons themselves. But he has already shown himself to be ruthless and cruel," said the demon while looking at the woman, who was now curious about why Michio said that. Towa said, "I don't understand." "You mean that his nature has already shown that he will become someone evil? So will it be easier to bring him to our side, so that we can finally free the demons, so that we can dominate all the universes?" asked the woman, now paying more attention to Michio. Michio spoke, yes, his Saiyan nature already makes him more prone to the side of evil. Only there is one thing he is different from all Saiyans and angels, and that makes him unique. But everyone around him thinks he is strange when they see him, especially when he has his wings, and because of that he constantly leaves them hidden, and it annoys him a lot. Imagine, Toa, someone with as much potential as he, being despised by others just because he is different. That would cause a revolt in him and leave him vulnerable. But not for an attack, but manipulation, said the demon to the woman who, upon hearing everything that was asked, what was Michio's point with all that? Toa said, where are we going with this, Michio? Asked the woman to the demon, who just smiled. Michio said, someone who's always looked down upon for who he is wants nothing more than someone who believes in him and likes who he really is. So Toa, it's time to start contributing to our plan to bring Son Kaido into the world, our side. I will use one of my techniques to materialize you in the human world for a short period of time, and in that time you will use your charm to make the boy like you. And over time, we will make him even more evil, until Son Kaido believes that he is a superior being and that all inferiors should kneel before him. And when that happens, Son Kaido will be ready to come to the demon world, said the demon, revealing his plan to Toa, who placed one of his hands on his chin, analyzing the demon's plan that could work out more than he imagined. Toa spoke. So you want me to go to the human world to confront this Saiyan, and that way make him trust me, and in time make Son Kaido fall in love with me, so I can make him more evil and bring him to the side of the demons? The woman spoke to the demon, waiting for confirmation of her words, because that was what she had understood about the plan. Michio said, that's right, Toa, but before you go I want to show you a little more about your future husband and king, said the demon, taking a small red sphere and throwing it on the ground. The sphere, at the moment it hit the ground, exploded, making a red smoke come out of it, and the smoke, some images began to appear, and soon it was possible to see several images showing Son Kaido killing the children of his school as they were nothing more than ants, and Toa himself, not wanting to believe it or admit it, she ended up enjoying seeing that cold expression on her future husband and king's face. Michio said, it seems that even if we don't interfere, your husband already has murderous desires, and is more likely to become evil. Now that you're aware of our plan, I'll let you get ready, because I have to talk to King Michikabura, said the demon, flying away from the place, leaving only Toa with his thoughts. Toa said, Son Kaido is strong, even with a short lifespan. He's very strong. The way Son Kaido acted, killing those boys, without the slightest pity or empathy, reminded me of Master Michikabura, and I have to admit that Son Kaido was very handsome that way. What am I thinking? Son Kaido is just a means I have to become the queen of all demons, and in the future the queen of all universes. And because of that I have to train myself not to be a burden to Son Kaido. No, I will not be a burden to demons, thought the woman, getting lost in her own thoughts, ignoring all that had to do with Kaido. Then Toa left the place, going somewhere to train. But something that Toa didn't notice and Michio ignored was the presence of Mira in that place, who was hidden, listening to the whole conversation and seeing Son Kaido's evolution in a short space of time, made the demon very jealous of Son Kaido, and even more anger for being evolving at such a slow pace compared to him. Mira thought, even though I'm training intensely every day, this boy is becoming stronger than me in a short time. My entire training seems like it means nothing compared to this boy's extreme evolution, but I can't stop now. I can't allow Son Kaido to become Toa's husband, and much less the new Demon King. So I'll have to swallow my pride this time and ask that guy for help, thought the demon while he looked at his fist and squeezed it hard and then punched a tree beside him, which ended up falling because it had been broken by Mira's attack, who soon after left the place without realizing that someone was watching him in the shadows. Michio thought, Mira, you're going blind because of your envy, and that will make you lose control at some point. But I need something to encourage that boy to become stronger. So get stronger, Mira, because you will be a key piece to make Son Kaido become stronger. For that I will have to train Mira myself. But of course, I will make him feel more and more envious of Kaido, thought the demon while watching Mira leaving that place. Michio then left that place and went to meet Michikabura, now in the Palace of the Demons. Currently in the Palace of Demons, more precisely in the throne room, it was possible to see Michikabura sitting on his throne, watching a golden sphere that showed everything in his kingdom, until his attention was stolen when he heard the gate of the throne room being opened by Michio. Michikabura said, Michio, what do you want to talk to me about? Asked the King of Demons to his best friend. Michio said, I came to talk about my plan. In short, about the part where we will use the Mira, said the demon to his king, who stopped looking at the golden sphere and began to pay attention to Michio's words. Michikabura spoke. How do you intend to use Mira in your plan to make son Kaido come to the side of the demons? Asked the King of Demons to his longtime friend. Michio said, I will not use it to bring son Kaido to our majesty's side. In fact, I intend to use it to make son Kaido even stronger, said the demon while looking at his majesty, who was curious about that. Michikabura said, And how are you going to do that, Michio? How will son Kaido become stronger? Asked the King of Demons. Michio said, Simple, your majesty. I will train Mira until he becomes able to defeat Kaido. Then I will make Mira defeat Kaido, forcing him to become stronger. But that's not all. In order to make son Kaido more powerful than anything, he will need a great reason to dedicate all his time and effort to that, said the demon while looking at the king, who was very interested in that. After all, he even had a thought about what would be the reason. Michikabura said, A motivation that will make him spend 100% of his time dedicated to the pursuit of power. Well, I already know what will lead Kaido to feel that motivation, said the King of Demons while looking at Michio with an amused smile. Michio spoke, Revenge. Revenge is the motivation that son Kaido will use to become the most powerful being that will go beyond comprehension. With the death of one who is truly the most important to him, it will make son Kaido much stronger, said the demon while looking at his king. Michikabura spoke, What sacrifice will we have to make our boy someone who lives for revenge? Asked the Demon King to Michio. Michio said, We're going to kill Goku's youngest daughter with his human wife. Let's kill son Kiaria, and with that, Kaido will become a warrior driven by revenge, said the demon while looking at his king, who now had a huge smile on his face, a smile that Michio also had. Currently in the 7th universe, more precisely on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see that in one of the rooms all the gods of destruction and their angels were gathered, and besides them, there was also Goku and Vegeta, all of whom had been summoned by Beerus a few minutes ago. Champa spoke. Beerus, why did you call all the gods of destruction and angels? We were all doing our jobs, so I hope he didn't call us for a dumb reason, spoke the God of Destruction of the 6th universe to his twin brother. Vados said, Was your job eating popcorn and watching those human sitcoms? Because if that was it, you were doing very well, Mr. Champa, said the angel of the 6th universe to her God of Destruction, who was irritated by the angel's words. Vermouth spoke. Leaving Champa's idiocy and laziness aside, we would all like to know why you called and conveyed this meeting, and especially why these two Saiyans are here, said the God of Destruction of the 11th universe, curious about why he and the other gods of destruction were called to the place and especially why Son Goku and Vegeta were there. Beerus said, I called you here today for an extremely important reason. Vegeta is here today because he will be the next God of Destruction in this universe, and therefore I say that Vegeta deserved to participate in the meeting. Son Goku is here because the reason of the meeting has to do with him, and because of that, I called him. A few hours ago, I went to planet Earth, where I ended up meeting Son Kaido, the youngest son of Son Goku with the angel of the 6th universe, Vados, being the first son of an angel with a mortal, said the God of Destruction to all the listeners who were surprised, some even shocked by the news that Vados, an angel, had a child with a mortal who is not even from her universe. Kusu said, Wait, Vados had a son with a mortal, and this mortal isn't even from the 6th universe? Said the angel of the 10th universe, surprised and in shock with the news. Vados said, Yes, I had a son with Son Goku because the fish in my universe had a vision where the 6th universe would be destroyed, and his hope would be the birth of a child among the strongest being in the 6th universe with the strongest mortal in the 7th universe. So I had a son to save the 6th universe, and in the future, my son will become the new god of the 6th universe. Now, what does this meeting have to do with my son, Beerus? Asked the woman in a more serious tone. Beerus said, When I went to Earth, I discovered a strange thing. Some human children died on the same day that Kaido started studying at school, and I discovered that son Kaido had defeated those same children that day. So I asked Whis to find out who was responsible for the death of those children, and as I had imagined, the person responsible for the deaths of the young woman was son Kaido. Whis showed them the images, as commanded the God of Destruction to his angel. Whis, upon receiving orders from the God of Destruction, placed his staff in the center of that location, and in the sphere at the top of the staff a hologram appeared showing several images, and in them were the entire trajectory of the little Saiyan, and when he killed all the children coldly as if it was unimportant or insignificant to him. Goku said, Kaido wouldn't do something like that, Beerus. He's not like that, said the Saiyan, manifesting himself on the spot. Beerus said, Really? Then explain to me what son Kaido told me when I confronted him earlier, and he tried to attack me. Whis showed the conversation with Kaido, and then showed the small battle between the two of us. ordered the god of destruction to his angel while surprising everyone by saying that he had faced Kaido earlier. Goku thought, so that's why Beerus arrived carrying Kaido earlier today, thought the Saiyan when he remembered that earlier the god of destruction had taken son Kaido to his house earlier at the time when Goku wasn't there. The hologram images changed and began to show the conversation between Beerus and Kaido, who admitted that he had killed a young boy because they pissed him off. Son Kaido had shown his indignation as having to act like a mortal, when he wasn't one and nor wanted to be. But what surprised everyone the most was the fact that Kaido managed to punch Beerus in the chin, which he admitted that it had hurt. Beerus spoke. Do you still think your son wouldn't kill someone because he just wanted to, Goku? Even though son Kaido is very young, he already has great power, and the more time passes, the stronger he will become. You are training him now, and Kaido hasn't even learned how to transform into a Super Saiyan yet. When Kaido becomes older and masters all of his techniques and transformations, including superior instinct, he will become a universal level threat, and all universes could be in danger, said the god of destruction while looking at Goku, and at the other gods of destruction and their angels, who were already understanding the course of that conversation. Vados said, Where are you going with this, Beerus? Asked the woman seriously to the god of destruction of the universe where her beloved Saiyan lived. Beerus spoke, Son Kaido is too dangerous to remain alive, so I propose before all the gods of destruction the death of son Kaido. Announced the god of destruction to everyone present at the location. Vegeta thought, Unfortunately, Beerus is right. Kaido must be being influenced by the aggressive nature of his Saiyans, and he is still young. In the future, when son Kaido is older, he will be able to defeat all the gods of destruction, and if he doubts even the angels also. And since Kaido is not an angel at all, he is not limited by the High Priest orders, so Kaido can kill whoever he wants and whenever he wants without getting weaker, or being punished by the High Priest. But I, as a Saiyan, who has already gone through this phase in my life, today am a good person, happy to have a family, and Kaido also deserves to have this opportunity to change, thought the Prince of Saiyans and future god of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus spoke. Those who are in favor of my decision, raise your hand, said the god of destruction to all present in that place. And then one by one they started to raise their hand. The only ones who didn't raise their hands were Goku, Vados, Champa, and Vegeta. Everyone else, including Whis and Beerus, raised their hands. Beerus said, It seems that the decision has already been made, and as the god of destruction of this universe, I will go to planet Earth, and I will take the life of son Kaido, said the god of destruction, turning to go. But Goku was already on his back. Goku said, I will not allow you to kill my son, Beerus, and if I have to face you to prevent my son's death, I will. The Saiyan spoke seriously while facing the god of destruction. Beerus said, I will only say this once, Goku. Get out of my way, said the god of destruction as he began to release his energy of destruction. Goku said, and I will only say this once. Get away from my son, said the Saiyan, starting to release his own energy, activating the power of superior instinct in its incomplete version, just to show that he was serious. On planet Earth, home of Son Goku. Currently on planet Earth, a few minutes before the start of the meeting between the gods of destruction and their angels, it was possible to see Son Kaido getting up from his bed with a slight headache. He had now awakened from his fight with Beerus, in which he got knocked out. Kaido thought, damn, I was easily defeated by that god of destruction, and now he must have already told my father and my mother about me having killed those kids who were annoying me, thought the Saiyan as he went out of his bed and into the bedroom where Chi-Chi was sitting. Chi-Chi said, Why did you do that, Kaido? Why did you kill those young people? Asked the woman, still with her back to her son of consideration. Kaido said, Mother, they are mortal. I'm not like them and I never will be able to be. I hate all of this. Mostly, the fact that I can't without who I am. I can't go around with my wings on because these idiotic mortals would judge me. Like that time when I left and some humans saw my wings and started to throw stones at me. I hate it. I hate being who I'm not. I hate going to school because I need to go to school. I'm not even a human like them, said the boy, putting everything he felt out, thus releasing a large amount of energy. When Kaido stepped on the ground, he ended up making a big crack on the ground. Chi-Chi said, But what about me? I'm immortal. And you would do the same thing you did to those young people just because I pissed you off, Kaido? Asked the woman as she got up and stood in front of the boy. Kaido said, No, you and Kiaria, I would never hurt you two. But I don't want to act like another person anymore. Look, I need some time to think, Mom. I'm going away for a while, said the boy, starting to walk away from the woman. Chi-Chi said, No, I won't let you go, said the woman, pulling the boy's arm, who by pure reflex ended up slapping the woman, causing her to be thrown against a wall because of the strength of the slap. Chi-Chi, even feeling pain where she was hit, put her hand on her head only to see a red liquid dripping. It was her own blood, and upon seeing that, Kaido looked at her hand for a second. And without saying anything else, he opened the door with force, put his wings out, and then left the place as quickly as possible, leaving Chi-Chi shocked by what had just happened.
In the 7th universe, currently on the planet of Universe 7's God of Destruction, it was possible to see that the atmosphere on that planet was quite heavy, as Goku and Beerus stared deeply at each other while releasing their energies, making everything around them shake, and even gravity was getting heavy. As the two released their energies, we said, "Let's calm down. A fight between you two could end up destroying many planets, and that would be harmful to the 7th universe," said the angel, trying to prevent Goku and Beerus from facing each other. Beerus said, "I've already made my decision, Goku, now get out of my way," ordered the God of Destruction to the Saiyan, who didn't move a step at that moment. Goku said, "Touch a finger to my son Beerus, and Vegeta will become the God of Destruction of the 7th universe faster than you can imagine," said the Saiyan, threatening the God of Destruction, who got a nerve pulsing in his head because of the anger that Beerus was feeling at that moment. Vermouth said, "Threatening a God of Destruction with death is a very serious crime that should be punished with the death of the person who threatened it, even more so when that person is just a mere mortal. How about we vote to kill Goku along with his son?" said the God of Destruction of the 11th universe in a playful and aggressive tone at the same time. Upon hearing that, Goku became even more nervous, and with it he released even more energy, making cracks appear all over that place, which made the gods of destruction apprehensive, because they knew that Goku would not back down and Beerus would not either, and this became even clearer when Beerus began to release more power, making the entire planet tremble and the cracks reaching the planets closest to the location. Vegeta said, "Look, if you two are going to face each other, do it in another dimension, or in a place that doesn't affect the 7th universe. I don't want planet Earth to be accidentally destroyed by the release of your power." Beerus, "I have to agree with Kakarot. I think his son should continue to live," said the Prince of Saiyans while looking at Goku and Beerus, who soon stared at him. Beerus said, "What are you talking about, Vegeta?" said the God of Destruction with an imposing and authoritative tone of voice. Vegeta said, "Mr. Beerus, I respect you a lot, but I don't like people talking to me in that tone of authority, so stop it or you'll have to face 2 angry Saiyans," said the Prince of Saiyans, releasing his own power, doing justice to his presence at that location. Beerus said, "Vegeta, do not increase your power, otherwise I will destroy the entire planet Earth, with all Earthlings and the families of you two on this planet, so stop releasing the power of you two now," said the God of Destruction, unleashing even more of its power. Vegeta said, "Right, then we will have a combat between the strongest mortals of the 7th universe against the God of Destruction of the 7th universe," said the Prince of the Saiyans, approaching and standing next to Goku, who activated the power of the complete superior instinct, together with Vegeta, who activated the power of the Ultra Ego. Beerus spoke, "So be it," said the God of Destruction, after making the decision to face both Saiyans. Soon an explosion happened in that room, forming a big curtain of dust. Goku and Vegeta got out of that dust, being followed by Beerus, who had a furious expression on his face, while the Saiyans were very serious at that moment. Beerus used all his speed to go against the Saiyans, who, when they stepped on the ground, advanced against the God of Destruction, clashing their fists against Beerus' fists, thus creating a gigantic impact wave. Goku and Vegeta, even though they were rivals, knew very well how to work together, and because of that, both Saiyans began to face Beerus with an enviable synchrony. Only Beerus was stronger and had much more experience than the 2 Saiyans together, so he was managing to fight very well against the 2 Saiyans. Beerus, using his power of destruction, created several spheres of energy of destruction and fired at both Saiyans, who were managing to dodge all of Beerus' attacks. Vegeta, who was already tired of that, began to fire his own energy spheres from the destruction, and in this way Vegeta managed to nullify the spheres of destruction fired by Beerus. Goku, seeing an opening, flexed his knees and gave a boost towards Beerus, who saw that and fired a sphere of destruction in Goku's direction, but Beerus' sphere was nullified by Vegeta, who fired his own sphere of destruction. Goku was in front of Beerus and tried to hit him with a punch, but Beerus managed to defend himself using his tail to trap Saiyan Goku's wrist, and still in midair the God of Destruction turned his body, doing Saiyan Goku, spinning together. Goku was hurtling towards one of the planets that was destroyed when the Saiyan crashed into him. Vegeta, seeing that, used his teleportation technique and appeared on top of Beerus, hitting him with a blow that made the God of Destruction hit the ground. But Vegeta didn't stop there. He created a sphere of energy and fired at the God of Destruction, who got up in time and used his speed to escape the Saiyan's blow. After dodging Vegeta's blow, Beerus dodged another blow, but this time from Goku, who had arrived at the scene trying to land a flying kick on Beerus. Goku quickly managed to make a maneuver and again advanced against the God of Destruction, starting a hand-to-hand battle. Goku was attacking Beerus at high speed and Beerus was managing to defend himself from all attacks, but Beerus was surprised when he felt something holding his leg, and when he looked he saw that it was a tail made of ki. Taking advantage of Beerus' surprise, Goku landed a punch full of energy in the center of Beerus' abdomen, making the God of Destruction be thrown away. But when Beerus tried to recover, Vegeta was already in front of him, hitting Beerus with a kick, which made the God of Destruction flew across most of your planet. Beerus, now much more enraged, got up and created a huge sphere of destruction, and seeing that, Goku and Vegeta increased their power, using their energies to create avatars of themselves. Goku had created a giant version of himself and Vegeta had created a type of Ozaru made of energy of destruction. Beerus threw the huge sphere of destruction at Goku's avatar and the Ozaru of destruction at Vegeta, so both Saiyans prepared and held the sphere of destruction from Beerus with all their strength, and using that same strength, Goku and Vegeta they threw this great attack of destruction elsewhere. After managing to get rid of Beerus's attack, Goku and Vegeta undid their avatars and once again went to meet Beerus, who went to meet the Saiyans. Only when they would clash their fists, Whis appeared between them and used his power to seal the powers of Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta, who ended up returning to their base forms without understanding anything, especially Beerus, who was angry with his angel. Beerus said, "Whis, why stopped my attack and sealed my power? I would use my power to kill these two," said the God of Destruction to his angel. Whis said, "If this fight continued, the seventh universe would be destroyed. When you were fighting, several planets were destroyed, and if it continued, the energy would be sent to other universes," said the angel, hitting his staff on the ground 2 times, making it appear a hologram that showed several planets completely destroyed, where some of them had life. Whis said, "This battle ends here and now. As the angel of this universe, it is my duty to help and advise you, Mr. Beerus, but it is also my duty not to allow you to destroy everything that exists. And if in case your energy goes to other planets, my father would come personally, and probably you would be removed from your position as God of Destruction, Mr. Beerus," said the angel seriously to Beerus, who snorted irritated. Beerus spoke, "So what do we do now? Son Goku's son is too dangerous to remain alive, and he is naturally evil," said the God of Destruction while looking at Goku, who was in his base form, but he was still serious at that moment. Vegeta said, "Let's wait. We Saiyans are naturally evil and violent. We'll just have to wait and hope that son Kaido finds something that will guide him to the path of good, just like I did. I'm a Saiyan and proud of it, and as the prince of my race I have to say so. Now if in the future son Kaido is still the way he is now, then we will kill him. But until then, we must create a containment plan for him. Don't get me wrong, Kakaroto, but we will need to do at least that," he said, the prince of the Saiyans, to the God of Destruction, and then looked up to his Saiyan rival son Goku. Kakaroto said, "No need to worry, Vegeta. I agree with you. I will help son Kaido to be on the side of good, and if in the future he is a real threat, then I will face him and defeat him myself. But until then I will not allow you to touch him, Beerus, nor you nor anyone else," said the Saiyan while looking at all the gods of destruction and then at the angels who had watched the fight between Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus until that moment. Beerus said, "Right, but if something happens, it will be your fault, son Goku, and yours too, Vegeta," said the God of Destruction while looking at Goku and Vegeta.
In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, being more precise, on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see that now everyone was calmer and everyone was in the same room as before. The only thing that had changed was that there was a hole in the wall of the room. Apart from that, it was possible to see all the gods of destruction sitting in their places, and their respective angels were behind them. Except for Vados, who was talking to his brother Whis, and it wasn't such a friendly conversation, since Vados was deeply hurt with his brother for voting in favor of her son's death. Whis wouldn't say anything since that was his decision alone. Beerus said, "Okay, on the subject of son Goku and Vados' son, let's call it quits. Goku and Vados will make Kaido stand on the right side and not let him get corrupted. But if their efforts are futile, son Goku himself will have to take the life of his son Kaido, and that is the final decision regarding death. Or the life of son Kaido. said the god of destruction of the 7th universe, talking about his decision to his fellow gods of destruction who were there. Quaitella said, "You're getting very weak, Beerus. It only took a beating from 2 mortals for you to change your mind about the death of that Kaido, because if I remember correctly, you had said that it was your final decision, to kill Kaido, but now you're here decreeing that you're not going to do that anymore, and that you're going to leave everything for this Saiyan to take care of," said the god of destruction of the 4th universe, mocking Beerus. Beerus said, "If you're feeling bad, Quaitella, face those 2, and if you survive, I will give you the right to say something to me. Besides, these 2 weren't fighting with the intention of killing me, because if they had, Goku and Vegeta would have fused, and with that fusion, I could be dead for sure. Now, Quaitella, are you going to face Gogeta, or are you going to shut up for once?" asked the god of destruction of the 7th universe, in a challenging tone to his fellow god of destruction. Quaitella, after hearing that, laughed and looked at Goku and Vegeta, and at that moment the god of destruction of the 4th universe saw a being made of darkness that was connecting the 2 Saiyans. That being was the fusion of both, and Wanting or Quaitella didn't know that Goku and Vegeta were strong, and Quaitella wouldn't want to face the fusion of both. Quaitella said, "I'm not in the mood to face anyone today," said the god of destruction from the 4th universe, giving an excuse not to face the 2 Saiyans that made Beerus laugh. Beerus said, "I'll pretend to believe that, Quaitella. Now, as I said before, I will no longer kill Kaido. Goku and Vados who will take care of him, so that Son Kaido does not become evil," said the god of destruction while looking at Goku and Vados, who just nodded in agreement. Goku said, "Right, now I'm going to go back home to talk to Kaido. Vados, you can visit him whenever you want, but now I ask you to wait a bit so that I can talk to him calmly. Then you can talk to him, okay?" asked the Saiyan while looking at the Universe 6 angel. Vados said, "Of course. I'm going to do some things for Mr. Champa, and then I'm going to visit my son," the angel said to the Saiyan. Goku said, "All right. Now I'm going home. I'll see you another day, Vegeta, and thank you for staying by my side," said the Saiyan while looking at his Saiyan rival. Vegeta said, "You don't need to thank me, Kakarot. I'm the Prince of Saiyans, and your son is also a Saiyan. And since I've already gone through something similar, I know he can change and get better," said the Prince of Saiyans looking at Goku, who soon disappeared from that place using his teleportation technique. Planet Earth, the home of Son Goku. Using his teleportation technique, Goku quickly arrived at his house, and upon arriving there, Goku went after his son. But when he entered his house, Goku saw a blood mark on the wall, and this worried the Saiyan, who a few minutes later he found Chi-Chi in the kitchen holding a bag of ice over his head. Goku said, "Chi-Chi, what happened to you and where is Kaido?" said the worried Saiyan, approaching his wife, who was a little dizzy because of the blow to her head. Chi-Chi said, "Kaido," said the woman before being interrupted by the Saiyan. Goku said, "Kaido? What happened to Kaido? And who did this to you?" asked the desperate Saiyan, seeing all that. Chi-Chi said, "Me and Kaido were arguing about what he had done with those children and why he killed them. We both ended up getting excited, and then I ended up that Kaido that got angry and decided to leave the house. I tried to stop him, and when I held his arm, Kaido ended up hitting me with a slap that made me hit my head on the wall. And when Kaido did that, he flew out of here, and I don't know where Kaido went or if he'll come back." The woman spoke while holding the ice pack on her head where the wound was. Goku said, "The Kaido who hit you and left you injured?" asked the Saiyan, wanting confirmation from Chi-Chi. Goku was angry, and he was trying not to show his anger to his wife. Chi-Chi said, "Yes, Kaido hit me, but it was my fault for trying to stop him." "Kaido is too confused," said the woman, trying to defend her adopted son. But Goku wasn't very interested in hearing Chi-Chi defending Kaido. Goku said, "I'm going to find Kaido and talk about all this with him." The Saiyan spoke in an irritated tone as he left his house. Chi-Chi said, "Goku, I already told you Kaido is confused about everything he's going through right now. Talking to Son Kaido angrily won't help anything. You have to understand his side," said the woman, running to her husband, who had a great expression of anger on his face. Goku said, "Kaido was already weird killing those kids, but hurting you is a completely different thing. Kaido is strange, and nothing you tell me will make me change my mind. And because of that, I'll go after him myself and see what happens with my son," said the angry Saiyan, leaving his house, and in midair, the Saiyan activated the power of superior instinct and shot in the direction where his son was. On a faraway island. On an island far away from Son Goku's house, it was possible to see Son Kaido sitting at the edge of the mountain, looking at the sea while feeling the wind hitting his wings. But soon the tranquility ended because Goku had landed behind him, making the little Saiyan stand up and look at his father. Kaido said, "You already know, don't you, about everything? Do you know what you're doing here? I want to be alone for a while," said the hybrid while looking at his father. Goku said, "You killed human children for no reason, and that I could even overlook. But why did you hit Chi-Chi?" asked the Saiyan, trying not to show his anger for his son hitting his wife. Kaido said, "Nobody understands me. I'm not a mortal like those who live on this planet. I'm the son of two beings whose powers these worms couldn't understand. So why should I lower myself and act like them? Of these people for what? My mother Vados already told me that in the future I will be the next god of destruction. So why should I act like them? I killed those worms because they bothered me. Worms that don't even know their place should be eliminated for the universe to prosper. And because of that I killed them," said the little Saiyan son Kaido with anger in his voice as he looked at his father. Goku said, "I already said that I don't care much about their lives, but because you hit Chi-Chi, do you think she's also a worm that doesn't know her place?" The Saiyan spoke with an extremely serious look. Kaido said, "I was angry and wanted to leave that house. She wouldn't let me and I ended up hitting her, and I don't even know why I should feel weird. She's not even my mother," said the Saiyan while looking at his father, who at that moment was trying hard not to hit Kaido. Goku said, "The gods of destruction decided that you should die, but I didn't let them. So they let me change your heart and make you a good person and not an evil person. But if you continue down this path, you will have to be dead, and the one who will have to kill you will be me. Kaido, you have to change your posture or I will be forced to kill you." The Saiyan spoke with a serious tone and a look to his son, who was in shock when he heard the news. Kaido said, "Kill me. I'm not going to die just because that shitty Beerus and his fellow gods of destruction want it," said the little Saiyan, very irritated with all that. Kaido was so angry that his energy ended up being released, and when Goku realized Kaido had released so much energy full of rage that it made the boy transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time in his life. Kaido, after transforming, advanced against his father, who upon seeing that became more serious and put himself in a combat posture. Kaido, when approaching his father, started with a sequence of punches and kicks, but all of Kaido's blows were defended by Goku. Then the Saiyan Son Goku hit Kaido's stomach, and that caught Kaido's leg and hurled him against a mountain that was destroyed when Kaido slammed his back into it. Goku advanced against Kaido, but when he was going to land a blow on his son, Goku was thrown back, and when the Saiyan noticed, Vados was in front of Kaido. Vados spoke, "Son Goku, don't you dare lift a finger to my son," Vados shouted while looking at the Saiyan Son Goku. In the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe, it was possible to see that on a distant island there was Goku, Kaido, and Vados. Kaido was behind his mother, Vados, an angel, and was looking seriously at Goku, who returned the same serious look at the angel. Goku said, "Vados, I can explain everything, but not now. So step aside and let me sort out things with Kaido. He didn't want to hear me with words. Maybe using my fists he'll hear me," said the Saiyan while looking at the angel, who hearing that became more serious. Vados spoke. "I already told you, Son Goku, you will not hurt my son," said the angel while starting to release her energy, showing that she was serious enough, to the point of wanting to face the oldest Saiyan to defend her son. Kaido said, "You don't have to defend me from him, Mom. I'll do it on my own," said the youngest Saiyan while getting up. Vados said, "You stay quiet, Kaido. We're going to talk seriously when we go to the 6th universe. And you, Son Goku, don't you dare stop me from taking my son to the 6th universe," said the angel looking at her son and then to the oldest Saiyan, who just sighed. Goku said, "All right, you're his mother after all. Maybe you're talking to him. Son Kaido will listen to you. But Son Kaido better improve his behavior while he's with you, because if he hits Chi-Chi again, then yes, we will have a serious conversation and you won't like it, Vados," said the Saiyan, serious to the angel, who was surprised with what her son had done. Vados said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him. And by the way, later I'll come to talk to you on this same island, so be here later," said the angel while looking at the Saiyan, who just nodded. Goku said, "Right. I'll be here at the confirmed time. Kaido, see you if you fix your actions, or else I'll have to fulfill the agreement I made with the gods of destruction," said the Saiyan while looking at his son Kaido and then at the angel. Kaido spoke, "Don't think I'm going to die because of the will of those shitty destruction gods," said the boy, irritated with the fact that the gods of destruction want to decide if he lives or dies. Vados said, "Kaido, stay close to me. We're going now to the 6th universe, and when we arrive, we'll have a conversation about your actions," said the angel while looking at her son, who just clicked his tongue because of irritation. Kaido then returned to his base form and stood close to his mother, holding her clothes. Then Vados hit his staff twice on the ground, and by doing so, a pillar of energy was formed, and soon she rose to the heavens, going straight to the 6th universe, leaving Son Goku alone in that place. Goku said, "Kaido, I hope you change, because I don't want to have to kill my own son. I just hope that Vados fixes you. Now I have to go back and take care of Chi-Chi's wound," said the Saiyan, entering his base form and leaving that place and going back to his house to take care of his wife. Now in the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see a pillar of light appearing in the center of the planet, and from it came Vados and Kaido, who did not have a very good face. Both entered the residence of the God of Destruction and were in the room that was Kaido's when he was in the 6th universe. Upon entering the room, Kaido sat on the bed, while Vados stood looking at the little Saiyan. Kaido said, "Are you going to stare at me or are you going to say something? Are you going to tell me what I did was wrong, to kill those weak humans that were bothering me? Or are you going to lecture me that if I don't stay good, my father will kill me, because the gods of destruction have decided that it should be?" said the nervous Saiyan while looking at his mother, Angel. Vados spoke. "So, son Goku already told you about the decision of the gods of destruction. Son, even though I'm an angel, I can't go against the gods of destruction, even more so when they made a vote where the gods of destruction won, and with that they decided to kill you," said the angel while looking at the little Saiyan, who ended up staying angrier. Kaido spoke. "Who do they think they are to decide if I live or if I die? I bet that damn old dad of mine must have stood there listening to everything in silence, and that it was thanks to you that I'm not dead yet," said the little Saiyan while looking at his mother. Vados spoke. "Look at the way you talk about your father, Kaido. Son Goku was looking at everything, but when the decision to kill you was taken, he went ahead and faced Beerus, saying that he would kill you if he was killed first. And his father, along with other Saiyans, Vegeta, fought together against Beerus so you wouldn't die. So you should thank your father." The angel spoke seriously to her son, who ended up giving an ironic smile. Kaido said, "Look, at least my father didn't let his son be killed easily, but Goku preferred to say it in the face of the gods of destruction, that if I don't behave, I'll have to be killed by him. What a great father I have," said the boy in an ironic tone, looking at his mother, who sighed heavily as she looked at her son, Kaido. Vados said, "That was the only option we found for you not to die at that moment, my son. I know you're going through a difficult phase. After all, you're half angel and half Saiyan, a being never seen before in the history of all universes. And being half mortal and half divine is not easy, but I want you to understand what you're going through and see it as training for you to be a god of destruction in the future. Because they have to be impartial and neutral, and the gods of destruction don't go around killing everyone they think is weak or the people who insulted them. You need to understand that, my son." The angel spoke, kneeling down and getting to the Saiyan's height while looking at her son, who was sitting on his bed. Kaido said, "That's right. You don't know how annoying it is to be around those weak humans who think they are as big as the gods, and they don't even know how weak and inferior human beings are compared to the true gods. You don't know how annoying it is hiding my wings so humans don't want to kill me and experiment on my body. So don't say anything about it, Mom. Now leave me alone and go talk to the old man. After all, you must be dying to see him," said the Saiyan, very irritated while looking at his mother. Vados said, "Okay, I'll let you rest in peace. Sleep well, and please think a little about your actions and what you want for your life in the future," the angel said sadly, leaving her son's room. Hours later in the 7th universe. Currently in the 7th universe on the island where Goku and Kaido had talked in a not very nice way, it was possible to see Goku sitting waiting for Vados to arrive. It didn't take long for the angel to arrive at the place by a pillar of light. Goku said, "Vados, how was the conversation with Kaido?" asked the Saiyan as he got up and looked at the angel. Vados said, "It wasn't as good as yours, but you can imagine. I think I made Kaido think about his actions at least," said the angel while approaching the Saiyan. Vados, when approaching Goku, seeing that the Saiyan was distracted, the angel took courage and pulled Goku for a kiss that surprised the Saiyan, who pushed her lightly to separate them. Goku said, "Vados, you know that I love Chi-Chi and not you, so please stop trying to kiss me and never do that again," said the Saiyan while holding the angel's shoulders, who looked into his eyes. Vados said, "I'm sorry, but looking at you and knowing that I can never be anything more than the mother of one of your children, sometimes it's not enough for me. You know, it's really hard to look at Kaido sometimes because he reminds me of you and the love that I can never have for myself," the angel said sadly while looking at the Saiyan. Goku said, "I don't like to see you that way, Vados, but I can't keep giving you false hope, and I can't lie to myself or to you, saying that I like you. I do, but not how you would like it to be, and I will never like you that way, Vados," said the Saiyan while looking at the angel, who was sad, but didn't want to show it to the Saiyan. Vados spoke, "I know that, and I thank you for not despising me for liking you," he spoke to the angel while looking at the Saiyan. Goku said, "Right, but now let's put the matter aside and let's talk about what we're going to do with Kaido," said the Saiyan while looking at the angel, who nodded in agreement. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see Kaido walking around the planet, trying to clear his mind and thinking about what his mother and father were talking about. But soon the little Saiyan's thoughts changed when he heard a female voice humming something that attracted the Saiyan's curiosity. Kaido spoke, "Whose voice is that? She seems to be too beautiful for a human, and even my mother doesn't have a voice as beautiful as that. Whose voice is that?" asked the Saiyan as he looked around and went to the voice he was hearing. The Saiyan arrived in an open part of the forest and saw a woman on a rock. That woman was responsible for the beautiful voice that the Saiyan was hearing. Kaido said, "Hey, who are you, girl?" asked the half Saiyan while looking at the woman, who soon stopped humming and looked at the Saiyan smiling. The mysterious woman said, "Nice to meet you, son Kaido. My name is Toa," the woman said, giving a beautiful smile at the end, making the Saiyan blush slightly because of the woman's beauty. In the 6th universe. Currently in the 6th universe on the planet of the God of Destruction, it was possible to see son Kaido in a forest with Toa. The Saiyan was still surprised that he had never seen this woman before. In the 6th universe, Kaido was in awe of the woman's beauty in front of him. Kaido said, "Toa, I've never heard of you, and I've never seen you here on Universe 6's God of Destruction planet. You look like an angel, but your energy is different from angels. What are you?" asked the Saiyan looking at the woman who was in front of him. Toa spoke, "What am I? That's a good question. But an even better one is, what are you, son Kaido?" said the girl as she looked at the Saiyan, who was confused by that. Kaido spoke, "What am I? I'm half angel and half Saiyan. I'm the son of the strongest mortal in the 7th universe, with the angel of the 6th universe. I am the one who will be the future God of Destruction of the 6th universe. That's what I am," said the Saiyan while looking at the woman, who started to laugh. This left the Saiyan confused. Toa said, "Really? Because to me you're just a normal Saiyan, only with white hair and red eyes. Because if I remember correctly, I was told that you have a pair of black wings. But I'm not seeing your wings." "Oh, don't tell me you're afraid to free your wings," said the woman ironically as she looked and laughed at the face of the Saiyan, who ended up getting angry and released his black wings for the woman to see. Kaido said, "I'm not afraid of anything or anyone, much less my own wings. They are part of me," said the Saiyan while looking at Toa. Toa said, "Really? If you're not afraid of anything, not even your wings, then why hide them? Don't like them, or did your parents tell you to, so the mortals couldn't find them weird and end up wanting to kill you and use you as an experiment? Could you tell me if I'm on the right path? I think I am," asked the woman as she looked at the white-haired Saiyan. Kaido said, "My life is none of your business. I don't even know who you are, and you're already talking nonsense to me, without even knowing me well. Now tell me who you are really, and why you're here on the planet of the God of Destruction," said the furious Saiyan, because the woman was talking about everything that Kaido was going through, and that bothered him. Toa said, "It looks like you got defensive now, but if you really want to know who I am, I'll tell you. My name is Toa. I am a demon who was sealed millennia ago in the demon world by the High Priest and his angels, including your Uncle Whis and Mother Vados. My goal was to meet you and make you a proposal," said the woman, revealing herself to be a demon to the Saiyan, who ended up being surprised by that. Kaido spoke, "I would say you're lying. The demons are sealed, but it makes sense since your appearance is similar to that of an angel. However, your energy is different from an angel's energy. What kind of proposition could a demon make to a half-angel, half-Saiyan like me?" asked the Saiyan while looking at the woman, who came down from the stone and approached the Saiyan, who put himself on guard. Toa spoke, "No need to be on guard around me. I won't hurt you or do anything like that, son Kaido." He spoke to the angel calmly, making his angelic voice reach Kaido's ears, who for a moment lowered his guard, but Kaido soon returned to normal with his guard up. Kaido said, "You saying that won't make me trust you, and by the way, stop doing what you're doing to me," the Saiyan said in a louder tone, with his cheeks were red with embarrassment. Toa said, "Doing what? The only thing I'm doing is talking to you calmly. I'm not doing anything else. Little angel with black wings," said the woman with a laugh that made the Saiyan blush even more. But Kaido shook his head and then returned to normal. Kaido said, "Say what your proposal is and then leave," said the Saiyan while relaxing, even though he was prepared for a possible fight. Toa said, "My proposal is simple. I would like you to go to the world of demons with me. There my master will be waiting for you. He wants to talk to you, and I guarantee you will like what he has to say," said the woman, making a proposal to the Saiyan. Kaido said, I normally wouldn't accept something like that, but you don't seem to be lying. But if they try to do something against me, I'll kill everyone that's in my way, trying to prevent me from leaving that place, said the Saiyan, warning the woman. Towa said, I guarantee that no one will try to hurt you in the demon world, and in fact you don't need to hide your wings. No one in the demon world will judge you. In fact, it's easier for them to kneel before your presence, said the woman, looking at the Saiyan, who upon hearing that ended up giving a smug smile. Kaido said, right, let's go to the world of demons to hear what your master wants to talk to me, said the Saiyan to the woman, who invoked his staff and created a portal in which Towa and Kaido entered. Then a being came out of the darkness of the forest. Michio said, convincing Son Kaido to go to the demon world was easier than I imagined. Now Master Mechikabura will try to convince Kaido to stay by our side. A young heart is easy to manipulate. It will be easy to convince him to be the next Demon King, said the demon while looking around before disappearing in a red smoke. Now in the demon world. Currently in the demon world, it was possible to see a portal appearing in a town near the demon castle, and from the portal Towa and Kaido came out. Both when they left the portal in the city of demons, they attracted the attention of the demons, who began to look at Kaido. But unlike humans, the demons felt his power. Some feared and others admired Kaido, and that ended up pleasing Kaido and Towa, who gave a smile. Towa thought, someone like Kaido, who's always judged and feared because of his power and appearance, having so many beings look at him with fear and others with admiration, must be a new and good feeling. It will help him on his way to become the new King of Demons. And with that, I will be the Queen of Demons, and in the future, I can be the Queen of all universes. Towa thought about her future as the Queen of all universes, alongside Kaido like the king. It didn't take long for Towa and Kaido to arrive at the Demon Palace. They went to the throne room where Mechikabura was, who was already waiting for Kaido, and next to the current Demon King was Michio, who was analyzing everything around him. Towa spoke, Master, I brought Kaido just as you had ordered me. Towa spoke while looking at the current King of Demons. Mechikabura said, nice to meet you, Son Kaido. I'm Mechikabura, the current King of Demons, Mechikabura said while looking at the Saiyan. Kaido spoke. What does the great King of Demons want with me? Asked the Saiyan while looking at the current King of Demons. Mechikabura said, simple, my dear half-angel and half-Saiyan. You are a being never seen in the history of all universes, and that is something that made you judged by everyone and even feared by the gods of destruction, who sought your death because they were afraid of how strong you could become. Even your father had to accept the conditions of the gods of destruction, of trying to make you to be who you are not really. Otherwise, you would be killed by your own father's hand, said the King of Demons to the Saiyan, who wasn't surprised that Mechikabura knew about that. Kaido said, no news so far, Mr. King of Demons. If you call me just to talk about my life, I'm leaving, said the Saiyan with a tone of boredom in his voice. Mechikabura spoke. Why leave among weak mortals who don't know about their insignificance? If you can live among beings who know very well who is above them, said the King of Demons, attracting the Saiyan's attention. Kaido spoke. What do you mean by that, Mechikabura? Asked the Saiyan, confused about the words of the King of Demons. Mechikabura spoke. Exactly what you understood, Son Kaido. I'm old and tired of ruling this world of demons, which have been sealed for millennia. Because of that, I was thinking of an heir to my throne, and I chose you to be the new King of Demons, said the current King of Demons, surprising the Saiyan. With that, we'll end today's video. If you want to see the continuation of this incredible story, leave a lot of likes in the video and comment, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. So see you another day, guys!